Boy, oh boy. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for our annual National Signing Day event. It may not be as sexy as it once was, but we are here. We're going to talk about all the signees today. We got a few possible flips happening. We'll see if things get locked in. We'll see if Jared Kurz ends up at Vanderbilt, flipping from Georgia. LSU seems to be in a little bit of a debacle. Some of their 5 stars are waiting. Could our guy, Johnny, flip one to the Florida Gators? We got some Oregon Duck commits joining the show later on today. Once they sign, we've got Derek the Duck with us, Cody the Prof. It's going to be a good day. We're going to be live all day long. We're going to be talking about all things college football. Obviously, the playoffs came out last night, or the rankings came out last night. And guess who's not there? Miami. So we're going to talk about that as well and have ourselves a show. Gentlemen, welcome to the stream. Cody the Prof, High Top, Oregon Derek. And it's good to see you, big guy. Welcome back, buddy. How you been?
I'm good, man. I'm glad to be back here, especially, in a glorious occasion like this, early signing day. It's like Christmas morning for college football fans who follow recruiting.
It is a good time. It's fun to see. Look, I mean, it's lost its excitement because we don't have these crazy flips anymore. And I have a theory. We'll talk about it, I'm sure, throughout the day with how the NIL has changed this dramatically. Florida already has, I believe, 7 guys already signed before I even scratched my butt this morning, which is good. I mean, especially given the circumstances that Florida has run into this season with firing their head coach, to be able to retain it. It seems that, I mean, they're going to keep everybody from what I'm hearing, and we'll monitor. I think there were some names that we were worried about. One of them being Hez Kent, the 4-star tight end, and Tyler, I don't want to butcher it, but Chuckum from Georgia, 4-star tackle that was really kind of flirting here at the end. I thought they were going to wait and see, but they are both signed. The sign seal delivered. They are good to go. We'll talk about every single signee here for Florida. We'll dap into Oregon. And I think the big one, a couple big ones we're going to follow, obviously, is LSU, USC having a monster class. They've the last couple of years have fallen apart, but they seem to be locking it in and will ultimately end up with a number 1 class. Oregon always has one up their sleeve. You think special for us today, Derek, on Oregon, maybe pulling one out here at the end, maybe flipping a few guys?
There's always that possibility. It seems like every year Dan Lanning's been at the helm, we've had an early signing day surprise. This year I know Duck fans are waiting on like the Chris Henry Jr. Like right now, that's where all the smoke is. That's where everybody's attention is. The 5-star receiver out of modern day, currently committed to Ohio State. And yeah, just as of the last, couple weeks here, USC and Oregon have picked up a little steam. So that's kind of the one I'm waiting on to see if we can pair Chris Henry Jr. with DeCorian Moore. That'd be great. But, it's hard to pull a wide receiver away from Ohio State. So we'll see what happens.
Cody, how the hell have I been in this show for an hour with you prepping, and you didn't tell me my mic wasn't working?
Sounded good to me, dog.
Does it not sound better now?
No, I mean, it sounds the same.
Cody's not an audio guy.
Yeah, guy gets new glasses, completely, obviously didn't get new ears. Didn't get new ears. All right,
Well,
mic check. Thank you guys. The chat's better. The chat figured it out. Yeah, it is better. It is better. Yeah, because I was going through my freaking laptop microphone. Cody, welcome, Cody. We're having a show. We're live. There's 600 people in here. Good to see you, buddy.
I'm busy.
Yeah, clearly. All right, we're watching some Ohio State, then possible flip there. And how about, Cody's not even here, so let's just go ahead and do that. How about Penn State, boys? Holy macaroni. You want to talk about let's just talk about the entire situation here, and then we'll get into some signees for the Florida Gators. We'll talk about them in just a minute, and then obviously we'll talk about we've got 10 o'clock. Xavier's joining us, right, Derek, from the Ducks?
Yeah, Xavier L will be coming in at 10 o'clock, so that's pretty exciting. He was the first Duck to sign his national letter of intent this morning, so there we go.
The guys, I'm glad you said his last name because I for sure as hell wasn't going to try. I almost had a stroke this morning trying to read that thing this morning. Like,
you think that's bad? Wait till you get deep in the class of Oregon. I mean, some of them are. You need hooked on phonics.
You've always liked that. Those Polynesian names, you love it.
Oh, dude, they put me in a blender, brother. They put me in a blender. As of now, it looks like, Penn State, I believe, has fallen, and I don't know if "fallen" is the word. I mean, maybe they've been dragged down, sucked to the bottom because the way the fall had, they are ranked 129th.
Who's above them?
With Harvard is above them. Harvard.
Hell football program they're building down there at Harvard.
Oh my goodness. They're one spot above Louisiana Monroe, Billy Napier's next coaching job. 5 commits at Penn State. This is what I think a lot of ourselves included when we released Billy Napier. This is your concern, right? Right? Because of how the new season functions when you fire a coach and these kids don't know who's going to be there, that you are essentially torpedoing your class. But here's the thing. I got to say, most of these schools did a pretty damn good job. Now, I would keep an eye on Kentucky. Kentucky might have a little bit because with Will Stein, and I love Will, but Will is a much different beast than what, is typically been recruited to Kentucky for the last couple of years. However, if you are a Kentucky commit, I think you're probably more excited about who's coming in than who was there. So they may be able to retain some guys. I know they flipped, one kid already flipped this morning to Georgia, but Penn State, essentially, and I've always, Penn State, and it's funny when that job became open, it was like a conversation of which job was better between Florida and Penn State. Like, it wasn't a real conversation, but people at least brought it up because it was part of it. I think that we put that one to bed. Hey, we may have lost the LSU argument, but we won this one, okay? They torpedoed, not only they torpedoed their class, they've torpedoed everything. They don't even have a coach. Bro, they've went interview with 11 coaches, and now the BYU head coach said, I'm staying too. I'm in awe with what's going on. Cody, with thoughts?
I'm not at all. You gambled. 9 wins weren't enough, baby. You thought you were national championships. You're Penn State. You ain't hoisting no national championships. You listen. I believe in a thing called karma. Okay? And when you do the things that happened at Penn State, you will never win a national championship again. That James Franklin experiment, I'll tell you what that was. That was them getting close just to taste it a little bit, just to get ripped away and to go back into football purgatory. Welcome back to the cellar, Penn State. You suck again, and you deserve it. You fired a dang good coach because he wouldn't get you over the big one. Don't worry. You're not going to have to worry about getting to the big one anymore, bud, because you're not even going to be close. You're going to be fighting for the bottom with Northwestern, okay?
Good. We got 8 hours worth, okay, and it's a morning show. So
hey,
keep that in mind.
I'm juiced up. I got all day, baby. Hey, hey. Don't start with me, okay? You're the one that don't bring the juice in the morning. I've been up since 3 a.m.
You weren't even here a minute ago. I was just making sure, making sure you're good to go. I'm not mad. I could do you, boo. Just want to make sure. Just remember what time it is. That's all that I'm saying. Morning show. Here we go. 4-star receiver Corey Barber has committed to LSU. So I don't know if there's any concerns on that one there, but there are some rumors. We have Florida fans have been, for just so you guys are aware, we have been crystal balled to possibly flip the 4-star safety from what was his name, Cody? Do you have it?
Yeah, let me pull that up real fast. Dylan
Barr?
No.
Someone must have left the door open. Yeah, see, you woke the damn baby up. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say it's early in the morning still. It's like let's build up to that, right? Let's lean into it a little bit.
Well, I just didn't see Penn State being the thing to set Cody off this morning already.
I hate Penn State.
It sounds like this man has a personal vendetta against Penn State.
Yep, might have been one of those showers one time. You never know.
I listen. I got the mute button. It's easy. I got it. He didn't say he was good. He kept it in between the lines. It's just got to make sure we just real. I mean, it's a recruiting show. I don't even understand where the energy came from. Here's the thing, boys. There's almost 800 people in here though. We're gonna be live all day, so come in. Don't be afraid to leave and come back. We're not going anywhere. But
what do you mean you don't know where the injury? Whoa! This is the NFL draft.
At least be able to do one thing and smash the like button and subscribe. We're less than 1,000 away from 30,000 subs. So if we could get there by today, that would be incredible. What were you saying, Cody? Sorry, I wasn't like I was talking.
The Catalina wine mixer. This is where you build your programs, just like the NFL draft. This is why I'm so jacked. Some people believe that this day is nonsense now, but not me. Not me. It's Dylan Purter. Purter.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, real quick, just for the fans at home, Derek, you know what an advent calendar is, right?
I do know what an advent calendar
Okay,
is.
all right.
Yes.
Glad. Okay, all right. At least someone had a childhood.
Wow,
Fantastic.
this is what we're doing?
I just asked a quick question. All right, hey, real quick though, Jaraylon McCoy has signed to the Florida Gators. Again, I know a lot of people have already signed with Florida, but this one, at least in my opinion, it's fresh. So we're going to talk about it here in just a minute. This is a young man that's been committed to the class the entire time, and we're going to talk about that executive order here in just a moment, actually. But Jaraylon McCoy is going to be a monster off the edge, somebody that's been committed for quite some time. Was a 4-star guy at one point. I know that these guys have changed. I haven't really watched the rankings drop or at least move around as much as they have. And I mean, look, what is our go-to now? I know 247 used to kind of be their bread and butter, but we gotta agree that it's come down to really On Three being more of a reliable source on that from as of late. Do we agree on that?
I'm not an On Three guy. You got to pay for all the extra access. I'm not doing it. 247. I mean, I like the style. It's older.
So hold on. I'm saying more in the sense of the quality of rankings. I'm not talking about all the other stuff. Because Jaraylon McCoy, and this is what I'm saying, Jaraylon McCoy for them is a 155 national prospect, where 247 doesn't even have them ranked. So they've been, and ESPN has him as the 12th ranked nationally, Jaraylon McCoy. Now we know ESPN is completely off the rick.
176 nationally on the 247 composite.
Okay, well, either way, Jaraylon McCoy, 4-star defensive lineman, 6'6", 6'5", 265. He is now signed along with our other top commit. We've got 2 other top commits that we're watching. Davion Grosse, which is the 4-star athlete, top 100 player prospect in the country. And then KJ Ford's another one from Duncanville. I believe he's the one that tore his ACL, not Jaraylon McCoy. Another one is Kendall Gerville, which is another big one. So he has yet to sign, and Justin Williams. So those 4 guys alone are really something to build off of for Coach Johnny moving into the mix. You want to talk about Jaraylon McCoy? And do you want to pull his huddle up while we talk about him a little bit, Cody? Or are you not ready? You've been doing something over there.
I'm ready. Yeah, I can pull his huddle up real fast. I got that already set up here.
Keep an eye on the Duck. Keep an eye on some if any Duck guys sign. We'll talk about them as well. To keep an eye on how the Lanning does. Again, I'm excited to see if Lanning continues his tradition of getting a big splash, even if we have to steal him later on. Come later on in the month, like we like to. I don't know if you recall those times, but if it happens, that was more of a Napier thing. I don't know if our guy will do that. So
yeah, if that happens again this year. I don't know if I can be a part of High Top anymore, honestly.
Okay.
So
fair enough. Fair enough. That was a fun one. Look, I think the fact that as little production we got, I don't know if you guys are really feeling about it just because due to his injury. So one we're going to keep an eye on too is Carson Baker, the 4-star running back that decommitted from the University of Florida's class.
Yep.
Also announced yesterday that he was not rolling Florida out. So I don't know if when he's anticipating to sign, if we have that information.
McCoy doesn't have any new film out. The newest film's sophomore.
Oh, it's long ago.
Yeah. I don't know why kids don't do that. I don't know why kids do that.
Oh, Carson Baker will be signing tomorrow. So we won't have anything on Carson Baker as of tomorrow. How many kids are kind of signed to the Duck class so far, Derek?
We got 3 already this morning. So we got our first guest, Xavier L. We got Tredarian Ball, the 4-star running back out of Texas. And then we have one more somewhere along the line on the East Coast.
Yeah, I forgot. You guys are all coming from Hawaii and all that stuff, so they're not even up yet. That makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Most of Oregon's class is going to be coming later in the afternoon.
Well, they'll be able to rock and roll. Big one to watch here. Go ahead, Cody.
We go ahead and break down our star cornerback here, CJ.
Yeah. Let's do this news, the executive order news, and then while we're doing that, you can get that up. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Also, boys, again, there's 1,000 people in here. The biggest thing that I really care about right now is getting to 30,000 subs. It's been a goal of ours to get there by the end of the year, and it seems like it's actually in place, which is really, really cool that we have we figured out how to bunker down and get there. So if you guys could help us get there by subscribing, if you're not, that'd be mean a lot. Well, that looks awful. But Brian Womack, who committed to Mississippi State the other day, is now set to looks like he could be flipping back to Auburn. So the safety net of DJ Durkin looks like that might be working for him. Somebody that we've kept an eye on. I would love if our guy Johnny could make a phone call, because I know Brawlin was, at least some extent involved at one point. And if you take a look at Brad White's defense, he loves a good safety, loves a good, fast, explosive safety to help with that defense. Could be a hell of a pitch. Get on the phone calls. I'm sure he's working his tail off today. It's probably one of the bigger national signing days for Summerall than he's probably had in quite some time. Let's take a look at this here, though. Diego was calling for executive order here to sign for an extension to a 16-team playoff. And, man, I remember when we went from 4 to 12, I go, we'll finally get away from the nonsense that 5 and 6 team. And the reason I said this is because I was like, look, when you get to that 12, 13, you're like, they don't even belong, right? No need for them there. This was before we had NIL. This was before we had a 9-game conference. Why does all that matter, Sheldon? Well, there's the parity in college football matters. But everybody's all of a sudden really, really, really good when you go from 1 to like about 20. And before, when it wasn't like that, it was like, all right, your first 8 teams are like solid. And then there was a dramatic fall off from that point. And now there's not. Like it is a serious concern. And from what my understanding, what I gathered last night, which watching these guys talk about it really, really irritated me. They're like, yeah, do you know how this team, how they beat this team? Like it all just depends on how Texas Tech beats BYU. Texas Tech is playing BYU in the Big 12 championship. Why does it matter how they beat them? Like, I understand that's part of the conversation throughout the year, but they are playing in the Big 12 championship. Why they got to beat them by 90 to secure a spot? What do we, this is the second time they're playing them. It's going to be close. It should be close. You want it to be close.
We need to ex-nay the committee, and we need to come up with a calculated.
It's got to go back to the BCS. Give me the computer.
That's what I'm thinking. Back to the BCS model.
It has to. Yeah. The people, it annoys the hell out of me, dude. There's biased. There is logo bias. There is conference bias. And I know that I listen, I know SEC gets the most of it, and we beat our chest that we're the best. And we are. But I'm not in the camp that the Big 12 is just some peon. I'd argue the Big 12 they're up there, brother. From top to bottom, I've always said they're my favorite conference. They are a good conference. I kind of hope they go into playoffs and rant. I hope BYU, this is what I want to happen. I hope BYU wins. Because here's the thing, if BYU wins, Texas Tech doesn't fall out, but Notre Dame is in the 10th spot. So Notre Dame's got to naturally move back, right? And if they move back to the 11th spot, 11 and 12th seed are going to your ACC champion and your Group of 5 champion. Notre Dame could be left out. If I'm thinking about this correctly, right? Like, because you can't leave BYU out. You can't drop Texas Tech out. So that's what I'm hoping happens. I hope BYU wins and it kicks Notre Dame out of it.
You think there's some nerd out there that has the BCS computer model like loaded up on their computer, and they could just give us the real format of what it should be?
I would kill to see that right now, especially in that like 8 to 12 range.
Yeah. Like what? Yeah. But like we need a BCS model predictor. Like what would the BCS do? Because I feel like that's the only legitimate way. And then obviously, Derek, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the show all the time or not, but I've even made a proponent of the Group of 5 team during that Army Navy week. They should have to have a play-in game against the number 12.
I think a play-in game's a great idea. I think it was like Joel Klatt who was talking about it this week as to kind of what that would look like.
Was he?
Was he? He watches the show.
Yeah, interesting.
I heard he's a big fan of Sheldon's. Yeah. But yeah, he was basically saying, you got conference championship week, which fine, keep that, duke it out for, who's getting the buys and whatnot. But then after that, during the same weekend, you can have these teams who are playing for the play-in spot. So you have your G5s playing, and you have your Miamis and your BYUs and your Vandys trying to duke it out for those last couple of spots. I mean, I think that shit would be entertaining.
I'd love to see Vandy Tulane, wouldn't you?
Hey, If that's what it takes, sure, bring it on.
Like leave it on the field. Like
that's what I'm
want to
saying.
be in?
I bet
G5?
Coach Johnny would sign up for that. Real quick, so Sean, you would also need Bama to beat Georgia to knock out Notre Dame. Otherwise, Bama is most likely out with that scenario. What are they? Bama's ranked what, 8th currently though? Is there I know they were talking about it too. There's a world where if they lose this SEC game, they're out. What happened to the rule that? What's the point of playing in the SEC championship?
It hurts you.
Right. I don't see that happening.
There's no way you could kick them out for losing that game.
They did Georgia a couple years ago.
But that opens the door for the discussion then, truly, for like, why do we even have conference championship games then? What's the purpose?
No, that was different. That was different when Georgia loses. When you, back in the day, like, yes, you were, because you were, I mean, it was only 4 spots, so it was much different. But you can't kick Bama out right now. Notre Dame doesn't have a conference championship. That's why I'm saying them not being in a conference is screwing them, right? That's why I'm saying they're able to slide back. If Bama wasn't playing in the conference championship, I could probably argue it. But I get it's tough because I don't know. I get it. I get both sides because you've earned it, but you can't keep. If BYU wins, you literally cannot keep them out, and you can't bump Texas out. So this is where it falls on Notre Dame because them not playing a game, in my opinion, allows for you to be shuffled around based on people playing in a conference game. I don't believe you should be moved if you lose your conference champion. But Indiana, Ohio State are playing. Nobody's going to move them. They're not going to get moved. So and what A&M just gets to ride around for free. Ole Miss gets to ride around for free. Like if I'm A&M, like I lost that game on purpose. KJ Ford is a Gator. Hell yeah, baby.
Hell yeah.
That's huge.
I'll probably sign later today.
That's huge. That's massive for the Florida Gators. I mean, hell of a job. Again, I think the last big one would be Davion Grace if they're able to lock him in and wrap it up. Let's play the video. Let me show you guys the video that the Gators put together here for all the signees, which I think is actually pretty solid here. I'm going to share my screen and then we'll play it.
KJ Ford, an explosive edge rusher out of Duncanville, Texas.
Oh, I love Duncanville.
2025 high school All-American, a 2-time All-State selection, and 3-time first-team All-District. A freak like Gator great Javon Curtis, wrecking havoc on SEC offenses. KJ will live in the nightmares of his opponents every time they step in the swamp. Welcome to the Gators, KJ Ford.
That was dope.
Let me tell you guys something about KJ Ford. You might as well buy the jersey, dog. This cat's gonna be this cat's gonna be Perkins-esque.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah.
I love those videos. Those were sick. Will Griffin locked in? Oh, when is Will Griffin signing? Are you guys saying he's signed now?
Wow, now Twitter's just flying, dude.
Yeah, we're cruising. We're cruising. Who did you?
I wish they would kind of spread this thing out a little bit.
I mean, this is what they're talking about. You know, national signing.
Did they not know we got an 8-hour show today? Like, come on.
Yeah, I know. Let me read these super chats and then Cody, I'll let you talk about CJ because I'm gonna eat some food. Mike check, thank you. Yes, $20. Happy early signing day to everyone but Penn State. Yeah, amen to that, Kyle. Amen to that. $5 from the Trey Troy. Hearing the length of our NIL contract is deterring some of recruits from picking UF. Take a look into it, Shelton and Prof. Hearing the length of our NIL contract is deterring some recruits from picking UF. Oh, like trying to.
We're probably trying to lock them down for 3 years.
Yeah, and look, I mean, and I spoke to this. I spoke to and everyone's and look, I'm not like I love that they're committing. And again, I think there's 2 parts to this. One, they're really like committing to being a Florida Gator, which I love, but I think that they wanted to not have to deal with it every year, which I agree. You don't want to be in this pissing contest, and so it'll be interesting to see if these guys that signed the past year, what happens with this portal for Florida too. I hadn't heard that, but we'll definitely take a look into it and see what we can do. I accidentally called my child cuz. I'm juiced. Driving to work this morning, I watched Coach Summerall press conference for Tulane. Let's go. I'm fired up. Yeah, he was getting a little emotional. It was good to see. It was good to see. Let's talk about CJ, who has CJ Bronaugh, I think, or Braun, whatever. Depending on where you look, arguably our top commit that was trying to be poached from a handful of people. Cody?
Hold on. We got a big super chat here. And if this is true, we got to pull it up. There's an X page, BCS Knows How, that has the BCS rankings versus the college football rankings. Can we look into that real fast before we start
leave it up. Leave it
film? Up. $5. Larry Stoltzman. Stoltz. If this is true, golly, bub.
So this reminds me. So me and because you like NASCAR, right, Derek?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys for NASCAR, but NASCAR, the way they used to do their standings was it was just like throughout the season they didn't have playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
and so it was just you would have your champion with like 3 races to go because there was like there's no way someone else can win, right? And that was back in the old days, and it was just you just win the race, you get points. There was no like stages or any of that. So there's a Twitter page that keeps track of what the score of who your true champion would be based on just like this. And I follow it because I love to know what it is. I'm not the type that would complain about it like some people do, but it is fun. Yeah, I've got it right here. It looks very similar.
I was gonna say it's not crazy different.
You're looking at it?
Yeah.
All right, Cody, do your review because this we can talk about this for a minute, to be honest with you.
Okay. Let me add.
I wonder if they're using a computer then. Good
Almost
super
has
chat
to be.
though. Good super chat though, Larry. Are you going to share your screen codes?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go to. There you go.
Yeah, CJ's a special type of kid, man. Playing big time, I think 7A, Florida football over there in Winter Garden. You can see here he's going to be more of a zone defender, picks it off, but has the speed, can take it back to the house. I mean, this kid's going to be absolutely electric. As you can see, there's nobody that can catch him on the field. I mean, this kid is real world track speed. You're going to see a lot of this. You're going to see a lot of, here he is playing press here against a big, tall, lengthy wide receiver. He's going to go ahead, cut that slant off, and then he's going to take this thing back to the house, and he's going to pull away. You can just see the faster that they eat up those little hash marks is the faster as fast as they can get on the video. You see a guy pulling away from all these other athletes, another big pickoff, high point in the ball. You can see he's got real world football speed here. Just always having a knack for the ball. Kind of reminds me of Ben Hanks Jr. I know a lot of people were worried about his frame being 166, but he has bulked up this season to about 180 pounds for his senior season. Here he is. I mean, he read that thing a mile away. Eyes always in the backfield, reading the quarterback ball, head around. Great job that he can do that in phase. He's going to go ahead and get tripped up there. He almost had that thing back for another touchdown. But this guy he can play off ball. He can play on ball. He's going to go ahead, drive on that on the errant throw. He just always seems to be around the ball. Very, very good opening up his hips and coverage here. We're going to see this. Here he is playing about 5 yards off the ball. He's going to go ahead, break on this thing, undercut it, picked off. The quarterback didn't even know he was there. I mean, this guy is electric. Here he is again on offense. They're going to do an end around. We love seeing this, and you can just see the speed. Great block there by the wide receiver. Once he gets the ball in his hand in the open field, he is gone. Might see a little punt returner action from him. David Grouse is another kid that has some punt return capability, but here he is. Little cat blitz off the side. Love seeing that, and he has the speed that he can get to the quarterback. I mean, this kid can play press. He can play zone. He's going to drive on this ball. Oh, my goodness. A slant broken up, and I know that's something for Florida that we've been begging for. 10 yards off the ball, and he still breaks the slant up. Here he is again coming off the edge. Very, very good pass rusher for a cornerback. I mean, he can play outside here. They're going to go ahead. Great job here, breaking up that tunnel screen, something that just keeps getting added into the college football world is those tunnel screens and those quick passes. Here he is again. He's going to unload on this. Good open field tackle. Great job there. I mean, this kid is what you want in a DB. Here he is. He's going to fight the defender off. Great job chopping down on his inside leg, keeping his head up. Love seeing that. You got to see where you're going to hit. I mean, the film, whoever's coaching this kid on the defensive side of the ball, they do a heck of a job. Just the way that he sheds the block, tries to force everything to bounce back inside. He is an absolute stud. Here he is. They're going to throw a deep ball towards him. I don't know why you would do that. He almost picks that thing off. If it wasn't so errantly underthrown, it would have been another INT. Here he is again. Inside. No problem. Cuts that thing down. Puts that cat in a box. Here he is. He's going to play inside against the slot. What'd I tell you? Screen pass. That's something we see over and over and over in college football, and he reads it a mile away. This kid is something else. Now he can do this too. He can go deep. Great job there. Just always in phase with his head finally turned around. Something that Florida's been begging for their DBs to do. Here he is. Big running back, not scared to go make a tackle. Elite effort. Here he is off the ball on special teams. Going to be a special teams ace here too. Blocks that thing. Great job. I mean, you see the vert that he has. I mean, he was 4 or 5 foot up in the air. Absolutely incredible. This kid is going to be an absolute stud, and that is our high top prospect profile. I got up his ability, speedster, lurker, and playmaker, an absolute stud.
Cody on the ball there with CJ Bronaugh. Marcus Daniels is just signed as well, and we'll be taking a look at a few other commits throughout the day, just like we just did there with CJ. And excited to see how these guys are incorporated into Johnny's defense as well. I think that's going to be something that's exciting. I think Florida and Nape have done a good job of getting talent, right? That hasn't really been a question mark, but we've talked about it time and time again that they'll come in and we see that freshman campaign be really, really good, and then it just fall off. And you wonder what's happening with that. And I'm excited to see how they'll develop these guys. Look at that secondary heading into next year. And look, I was kind of negative or pessimistic, if you will, about heading into the next year, because a lot of people we always try to find comparison, right? Like how Napier was our Zook and this guy could be our Urban. If you're able to maintain the recruiting class, which you have done thus far, and bring about 90% of your roster, then you could have that transition, which at one point didn't seem like that was possible, right? Like that didn't. I thought the whole thing was going to get torpedoed, to be perfectly honest with you. Like genuinely, I thought I did. So, and it can be even better than urban-esque transition, because you can go and fix areas that weren't necessarily worked upon. So when you take a look at this secondary, let's just say as of now, right? I'm not assuming anybody leaves. I'm going to be very optimistic here. You're going to be adding the likes of CJ, the likes of Caden Hall, which will be a 4-star safety who is intended to sign today that we can hopefully talk about. On top of the CJ Hesters, not the CJ Hesters, excuse me. Well, he's on this in this class too, but Onus, we're talking Laganza, we're talking Ben Hester, who really shined in the last couple of weeks here. All of a sudden, this secondary, Jordan Castell, I would assume, would be on. Aaron Gates will be back. Bryce Thornton, Sharif Denton, we'll see if he stays. But now all of a sudden, we've got youth, and it's talented, top-tier youth with, what I'm excited about is with a guy that's a defensive guy, right? What was the irony with Florida football is we signed a lot of top offensive guys, but Billy's offense just didn't complement having explosive offensive guys. So I believe it's much different on defense. I'm very pumped for it. I'm excited. I know the Ducks nervous to play the Gators at some point next season, the playoffs. That's what he's fearing.
Would kill to be at that game. You tell me you wouldn't be there. Wherever this game is played, you're telling me you wouldn't be there.
I hope it's in the swamp, and we can all go together.
The swamp up in Eugene. I don't care if it's played up in Massachusetts. We'd be at that game.
I don't know if I could go to Austin. You guys are like 3 days behind us. I don't even know if I could do that. I'm going to
be honest. That West Coast time zone's a tough one. That's tough.
That would be brutal. That would be brutal. But this is the one of the a lot of positives from playoffs. The massive positives is the playing at these stadiums. But that would be a hell of a matchup. Hell of a matchup to say the least. Let me take a look here and see what else we've got moving. Anybody else have signed with the Florida Gators? Anything from our Duck side?
Yeah, we had a linebacker Braylon Hodge signed recently here. He was a recent flip from Michigan State. I believe one of Oregon's highest linebacking recruits in the 26 class. So that was a really big one too, because Oregon in the linebacking position has been, I don't want to call it a weakness over the last couple of years. It's not a weakness, but I'd say it hasn't necessarily been a strength. So it's really nice to see that was addressed with a playmaker like Braylon Hodge. I think he's going to be somebody who he's going to be a dude in that room for a couple of years here.
Yeah, the Michigan State, obviously they fired their head coach, the cat that was from Oklahoma State. I thought it was a really good hire when they got him. That you wonder if it's starting to become a Michigan State problem. And look, Florida, we don't really have much room to talk. Obviously, we cycle through coaches, but Michigan State, I don't feel like their expectations are that crazy. And they're cycling through coaches as if they're expected to win 20 games a year, but they're having a hard time winning 2 games a year at this point.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, they had a couple of good years. You remember, like, the Kirk Cousins years, obviously, like, yeah, they were fine.
Yeah.
They made a couple Big Ten championship appearances, but let's not act like Michigan State's a program where we expect them to win 10 games every year. Like you said, it's like they're a mid-tier program in the Big Ten, and that's fine. And yeah, they're going to have every couple of years, they should be a good program. But to have this expectation where they're going to be just this top tier Big Ten team all the time, it's not going to happen. I think it's truly a Michigan State problem. And it goes back to Mel Tucker. When Mel Tucker got there from Colorado, it was going to be the turning of the tide. Michigan State was going to take the leap. Well, that just didn't happen. And then Jonathan Smith came over from Oregon State, kind of brought a couple guys over, Aiden Childs from Oregon State when he came over. Obviously, that didn't pan out. I think he's won, 2 conference games since he's been there. It's just not a good program. And I don't know if they're not bought into the whole NIL thing or if it's just, the program itself is not.
Yeah, it feels very Browns-esque, right? Where there seems to be just the whole thing is a dumpster fire. I can't stand the Browns as an organization. There are a few of them like that where they just can't get out of their own way. It doesn't matter who's there. I'm going to read some of these chats here. Oh, Marcus Stokes, we'll talk about that too. Sorry, I just joined. Have you provided a ranking update and projected finish? Right now, I don't see too many things. On3 has us set at 13th, and if we sign the class that we have intended to sign, which right now I feel like we've got about half of it signed, that's about where we'll finish. And for a transition class, because that's what I wouldn't even count this as a transition class. I would count the next class for John Summerall as that transition class. I can't remember how Napier finished his first year. Remember his big signing from that class was Trevor Etienne. Again, much different era then. The signing day was actually in February still, right? We talked about it. It wasn't this early. We had early signing day, don't get it twisted, but there were still a lot of guys. So he had an opportunity to come in and recruit a few of his own people, him being Billy Napier. So it's much different. I think his portal class, in my opinion, is going to be part of that transition class, if we're being honest, and something that I'm going to keep an eye on moving forward. Great breakdown, Cody. They want music next time, and I don't blame them. I'll do that. That's on me. I'll add background music. Shout out to Gator Stu for the great idea. I love this is why I love this show, because we love talking, obviously, since we have a podcast, and we love doing these football shows. And today there's just so much new news and things moving around that we're able to continue to talk about things. The big thing that happened last night, and I'll pull up the graphic now so you guys can see what we're talking about, was Marcus Stokes. And if that name doesn't ring a bell, then you're not a Gator, because Marcus Stokes was part of that transition class that I'm talking about, right? That transition class that was his first true recruiting class, Napier, and Marcus Stokes was a big piece to that. Was a big component of recruiting that class. It was also Trayon Webb's class. So think about that, right? Trayon Webb, who has not really seen the football field due to injuries, was part of that first initial transition class. That was Napier's first year. We were, just up and coming then. That was when we played at Utah. A lot of great stuff. But Marcus Stokes had obviously that issue that happened with the rap music and the video that showed, and then Florida dropped him like a bad habit. Never even gave the kid a chance. And it didn't really fit very well. I remember Roger Kearney was Big Rod was part of this class too. Obviously, we haven't seen much of him. Just kind of guys I'm remembering from that class. And he ultimately did D2 and played at West Florida, who Austin Reed played at as well, who was a St. Augustine kid that ultimately got drafted. But went there, redshirted his freshman year, played behind, I think, a 4th or 5th year senior, didn't play much. I followed it along because I was excited. I will be completely transparent here. Him and his pops and I are not on cordial terms. So that was kind of what we were all buddies, the whole Stokes families and me and Marcus. I mean, there's nothing there, but I wish this kid nothing but the best and reached out to him and communicated with him throughout his success. Very happy for him, but he has entered into the transfer portal for good reasons, because he was a Heisman finalist in D2, which is absolutely incredible. I think he threw for over like 3,600 yards or something like that. Let me see the stats here. 3,600 yards and 40 touchdowns this season. Holy hot damn. Going and look, he's got 2 years left because he's a redshirt junior. So, and I imagine that he'll play 2 years. Very look, it's like Diego Pavio, Joey Aguilar, Trinidad Chambliss type stuff here, where could he all of a sudden find himself in a wonderful home. 6'2", 210. Maybe size is right there, but I'm really excited to see what this kid can do. I'm really excited to see which coach is gonna to scoop him up, and I think he did it perfectly, man. I think it kind of took his. I think the what happened to him was over the top. I don't feel like he should have been let go. I think that I don't know if it was just such an opportunity where they felt maybe he wasn't a true 4-star at the time. Because to get booted the way that he did. Go ahead.
He did have that shoulder injury too. I think they were kind of worried he wouldn't have velocity on the ball after that. He went and got the surgery done. He had lost a little bit of weight, just being injured. He wasn't able to lift his senior year. So I think that also hurt him a little bit too. But you know what? The kid paid his dues. He worked his butt off, and he did it the right way, man. He humbled himself, went to a lower level. Absolutely balled out after having a little bit of a tough time as a freshman. Had to acclimate, and now he's gonna probably land at a FIU, a USF, UCF, a caliber school like that. And if he balls out there, he'll probably get another chance at the SEC.
Yeah, that's a good point of again just the story, because this kid was a 4-star stud coming out of Nice High School, highly touted, was committed to Penn State, Penn State, flips from Penn State, gets a lot of flack from Penn State. I remember he was getting bullied, him and his dad were talking about it. It was kind of like, damn, you don't really see it. I remember I was just getting into it. Has to go to West Florida right after, going to be playing for your dream school. And then he has to sit behind that guy who's there, whether it's due to injury or what have you. That's a lot to take in over a year. And like you said, got a piece of humble pie, buckled down, didn't quit, and really, truly balled out. A lot of people are asking, will he be back at Florida? I have no idea. What I do know that is, again, like I said, me and the Pops aren't necessarily on the best of terms, but he hates Florida. He being his Pops. I don't know how Marcus feels. I imagine he probably feels equally involved. Now, I don't know. That was more of towards a Billy thing. They were obviously very unhappy with how it was situated. It was like, you don't have to necessarily throw us under the wolves. It's an opportunity. It's a teaching moment. Like, he didn't kill anybody. Yeah. And I don't disagree. I think, like you said, Cody, it was an excuse of well, these things all happened, and then all right, cool, we can dump them. Because if they would have just dumped him for the injury thing, that would have been a horrible look. But this allowed for them to get out of it easier.
You got to understand, at the time they had Kitna, Max Brown. They had some prospects that they were thinking they were happy with, and we all know the story that happened under
Rashada too. Rashada was part of that class.
Yes.
So they ultimately flipped Rashada back, right? A lot of chaos.
Hey, you know what? I'm not.
The signs were there.
I'm not mad at Papa Stokes. I know that you two have your differences. I have actually talked to him a little bit on Twitter. Also reached out to him. Because I had caught one of his son's game just scrolling through Twitter. It was live one day. And this past season, I reached out to him, said, kid looked good. And, listen, it's his son. It'd be no different if that thing happened to Milan. And you gotta protect your kids. And I feel like he felt like Florida just kind of dumped him. and then they
I want
had
to be very clear. Our beef has nothing to do with that. It was a personal thing on me that him and I aren't friends.
Oh,
so
okay.
I was team Stokes when this situation went down. I'm not gonna back down from where we are. He was an asshole to me. All right, like I'm not shying away from that. He was an unnecessary a-hole to me, and we'll keep it at that. From how my show was ran, that's all that stemmed from. Hey, no, bro, I'm not Florida. I didn't make the decision, nor did I defend Florida in the fact. I was just like, we just reported at it. I was early into this, so I'm standing 10 toes down. If he wants to hash it out, I'm cool with that. But I'm not gonna sit here and say like no, because the way that thing was handled was I'm not a fan of it. But again, nothing against him or even honestly, I don't even care. Like I'm over it. I got nothing but respect for the family. But yeah, that was how that stuff went down. But let's see here. Here we go. A little nugget I just saw in the chat. Keith, our guy Keith says he's got a little nugget on our possible target for OC. And I'm just saying, I'm not gonna say the name, but when I did the little breakdown, I might have been on the ball, baby. Might have been on the ball. Kid knows ball, Cody. What do you want me to do?
Thinking Buster?
If we did have a chance, I ruined it. Yes, I ruined the kid's chance of not coming to here. Yeah. Look, I don't control Florida like I didn't control it then. So, new member, welcome to the family chats. Martha Beers, $20. Have you listened to the Danny Warfel interview? Waffle, it's Warfel, Martha, not waffle. It's very enlightening. I would suggest you listen to it. I will never again believe anybody on the message boards. SOC Media. I have not had a chance to listen to it. I've heard a lot of positive things, but I have not seen it yet. Is the Dylan Porter kid likely flipping from LSU signing day today?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. There was a crystal ball that came through. I don't know when he's signing though.
I think today.
Is he still signing today? Because I saw on the LSU report that he wouldn't be.
Oh well, their media is pretty spot on lately, so we'll believe them.
LSU has been pretty down, yeah. I mean, they have been.
I'm just saying. Just saying. How's it feel not to lose your coach to a big name SEC school finally? I know you've had a run of coaches, kind of leave the program and in a midst of success.
Are you choosing violence this morning, Cody?
I am, baby.
What crawled up your ass this morning, man?
I'm juiced.
I mean, first of all, I don't think any coach has ever left for the SEC. We had two dumbasses leave for the ACC, and one was Willie Taggart. Like, come on. And then the other one's Mario. Mario can't quit getting in his own way. That's fine.
Oh, you guys just got to commit.
A new one?
Yeah. I can't pronounce this cat, dude.
Oh, God.
Azel Bank, I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, he's a D-back. Yeah, he's a D-back from South Carolina that they just jumped in over the last week or so. He was kind of expected to flip at some point today.
Oh, so he flipped? You got to flip?
Yeah.
The Lanning special?
He's a really versatile kid, which I feel like has kind of been the theme of this Oregon Ducks defensive back class of this year. He's a 3-star kid out of South Carolina, I believe. But he just does a little bit of everything. He could play a little safety, could play some boundary, slot, like
probably gonna be
a little bit.
Probably gonna be star is what I'm guessing. That star position.
And that star position we've seen has become vital in the defensive schematics here recently, especially with the Oregon defense. It's like, they've kind of shifted over to more of that scheme over the last couple of years. And with like Nico Reed last year and Jaden Kennedy this year, it's become pretty important. And I feel like, our next guest who will be coming on in about 10 minutes, he could be kind of fit in that mold too. But I think this is another guy who, like you said, could be fitting into that star mold. But it'll be really interesting to see whoever our next defensive coordinator is, Chris Hampton.
For UF fans, that would be like an Aaron Gates Denson role, just for the chat, for the 1,400 people. But yeah, I did see you might be losing Tosh. Are you worried about that? Speaking about,
we did lose Tosh. No, we did lose Tosh. So this has been something. Yeah, that's something that's been kind of.
Oregon's
Yeah, according to Sheldon, man, we'll be lucky to make a bowl game next year.
Yeah, they lost. The Dan Lanning's about to be exposed. The used car salesman been write-off coordinators for the last 3 years.
You've lost Will Stein and Tosh in the matter of 48 hours.
Correct. Well, okay. So the thing is with Tosh is this has supposedly been announced for about a week, but the Cal admin does Cal admin things. They run their program very uniquely up there in Berkeley. So yeah, we knew we were gonna lose Tosh, and we already have our DC hire come from in-house. It's Chris Hampton, who was the DC at Tulane a couple of years ago, and you remember when they went to whatever G5 or New Year's Six bowl game and beat USC.
Yeah,
he was the DC there. Came to Oregon as the co-DC for a couple of years. Last year, he was the National Recruiter of the Year in college football. So once Tosh left, he naturally stepped up into the DC role. So
same
that's
scheme.
what we got rolling. Same scheme. Yeah, I don't expect a whole lot of difference. They run even when he was at Tulane, it was a little, there's some differences and nuances as to kind of what they're going to do, but overall, it's a very similar schematic.
And Guy, that would be off the Willie Fritz tree if I'm thinking right. The head coach of Houston that is actually starting to get a little smoke for possibly Penn State. I saw that hit the timeline last night. Older guy. But a program builder. He's won every place that he's been. He's built a great program, and a guy that I've always not said why hasn't he gotten the big time shot at a SEC caliber, Big Ten caliber school over there in Houston? Rebrought them back to prominence, and a guy I've always been high on. I've always loved Willie Fritz. His defenses have always been hard nosed, good solid tackling. It's they run a little bit of creepers, but not a bunch. But just a guy that seems to always build winning programs everywhere he goes.
Yeah, you can just see what I sent you. What I already sent you, Derek.
Okay.
You just copy it. Yeah. So when he comes on, I imagine I'll just kind of let you drive that, Derek.
Sure. Yeah.
I
got a couple questions for our man.
Yeah, I might ask a few questions of like, hey, your entire coaching staff left. Are you sure you don't want to come to Florida? But outside of that, I think I'll.
Well, and he is a Florida kid too.
Hold on. Let me talk to him for a little bit. Let me see.
Yeah,
get a flip right on the thing.
Pen already hit the paper. This isn't Dallas Wilson situation.
Are you sure?
Pops loves Oregon. We've been in communication a couple of times throughout the process, so I think this one's gonna stick. This is my guy here.
Could you boys imagine the prof flips a kid from Oregon on the High Top Sports Show? Could you boys imagine? I mean,
I'll tell you what. We'll get a little side bet going. If you can flip Xavier on this show right now, well, first off, I think the entire Duck Nation would hate myself. I think I would be banished for even
allowing that, or bringing him on here.
Yeah, but if you can do it, Cody, I mean,
well, I don't know how much longer I'd work for High Top. I think Katie and them would call me up.
Oh, you'd be on staff. Yeah, no, I think Dan would need to be reevaluated if Dan gets out recruited by Cody the Prof on a Wednesday morning live stream. We got some problems in Eugene.
You know what it may need to flip him is a beer review.
No.
I hear he loves that shit.
Yeah. Also,
I'm just
January is just around the corner. He may not have to flip him. It could just be a portal kind of movement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Or
do we have any cool nicknames for our defense, our defensive staff? They keep asking, are we doing a beer review today, Cody?
No beer review. It's come on.
It's actually Cody's morning time this time. That's why.
Well, no, we got high school kids coming on. I ain't trying to sit here, drink beer, and talk to.
I'm glad we have a line. I didn't know if we had one or not with Cody. I'm
a professional. Real quick, I think this is an interesting comment. Is Cody an undercover Indiana fan? I can tell you that Shelton is more of an undercover Indiana fan than I am. I care less.
I think Cody's more of an undercover Badger fan. I think there's some underlying.
Yeah,
I do. I know there is. That's what I'm saying. You and me both, Prof. We got that little bit of Wisco love in our hearts.
Yeah, for sure.
Hold on. I'm getting some intel that there's a possible flip happening. I'm trying to figure out if I can figure out who it is.
Oh, we got big super chat. You want me to read it while you're working?
Yeah, I'm trying. Yep, I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
$50 the Army Sniper. Glad to see you back around, bub. Glad to see you back around. Listen, 1,400 people hit the like, subscribe. $50 from our boy. Here's to the high top boys. Gator, Gator, Gator. If we get Bell or Faulkner, I'll donate $200 for a truffle shuffle. Hit the track.
I love it. Let's go. Well, I mean, that's the buzz. That's the buzz around campus. The other name I thought was getting a lot of buzz was Joey from Tennessee, which I just, again, I think all of them will be good. I'm not sold on the gimmicky offense that they rock there at Tennessee. It's very out. I think Alex Gold gets throttled at Auburn, bro. I watched some of his presser. We dodged an absolute bullet every which way, brother. I'm telling you.
What 190, 199. Cody, gotta turn the heat on, honey. It's cold. No, put a blanket on.
Oh my god. The profile pic. Hartline went to USF? Is that true?
No way. Holy shit, I'm seeing it all over. There's no way.
My God.
That's why you go live on national.
Holy
shit. He's going to
Real?
cook.
Okay, so I want to touch back on this whole Chris Henry Jr. flip I was talking
is
about
it real?
earlier.
I don't see it.
Twitter.
I'm seeing.
Right.
Okay, I've got Kansas State is set to announce. Kansas State's head coach is going to announce, and Texas A&M and Texas A&M's offensive coordinator is set to replace him. Oh my! So A&M is losing their OC. Elko's cooked.
They are saying he's 3 minutes ago.
I don't see anything on the USF. Where are we at with this?
It's on
the Matt thing?
247. 247.
Was that the Matt
Sports.
tweet that I saw on the Discord?
24/7's got it.
247 Sports. I don't have the paid subscription to the message boards, but
I don't either.
it's a Bama beat reporter that Brian Hartline the target a USF coaching search. Dude,
Okay, so a target is different. Oh, significantly different.
Well, yeah.
Oh, here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Matt's in this. Yeah, he doesn't. Matt doesn't miss. UF is expected to hire offensive coordinator. Yeah, it's locked.
Oh yeah, on
That's
3
locked.
posted it 46 seconds ago. Brett McMurphy and Pete Nakos.
That's a lock. Yep.
I gotta get Twitter.
That is.
I need another
fucking
screen.
crazy.
Wow.
Grab my
Bang!
iPad.
Bang!
I don't know where you're at. I need my iPad.
Hey, screw that. It's no longer National Signing Day for players. It's National Signing Day for
Oh, my
coaches. This has
goodness.
been a master class. And here's the thing. A lot of people are like, hey, why not go get Brian
I need
Hartline?
another
I
screen.
think this-
Don't ask why, Tiff.
I think this proves that Hartline wasn't quite ready for the big dog. Like, good for him. He's going to cook when it comes to recruiting. Hell of a job by USF. I think he's probably a year too soon, but they can afford it. They can afford it. They're going to be okay.
Did he just not interview for the Penn State job, or what was? Because I thought I was hearing some smoke to Penn State.
I think that is a massive jump, man. I mean, the guy hasn't been. He's been an OC
guy
this
can make
year.
The
He's
guy,
only
the
been
guy
the
can
wide
make a
receiver
playoff
coach. A
with
lot of
USF.
excitement, and from what my understanding is that he lost the role a couple of times to Ryan Day.
Wow.
Because
Well,
remember, he was kind of in line last year, and Chip Kelly came in. So it's
Yeah.
not like he's been an OC at Ohio State just dominating, but I think he's going to do well. I think it was a phenomenal landing spot for him. I
Well,
think
and my
he's there
thing now-
2 years and he's gone.
My thing now is, how
In a
does
good
that
way.
affect the rest of the day? You know, for Ohio State, they have 2 pretty high commits who are.
Oh, they're
on
gone.
fringe footwear. Right, with both Caden Dixon Wyatt, who's, was just crystal balled to go to USC, and then Chris Henry Jr., the one who I was just talking about earlier in the cast, who's had a lot of smoke to Oregon and USC. Does that open the door again all of a sudden? Does that make that flip even more real?
No, but the BYU coach denied he's not leaving. The Penn State's in shambles.
Yeah.
don't think Penn State has a beat for anybody right now. We got to. I mean, we'll get back to Penn State. We haven't even gotten back. This is why I love these shows. This is why. We're an hour in, and I don't even feel like. Oh wait, we got. Where's Xavier? We good on Xavier?
Yeah, send him the link. Hold on, let me check on him.
Okay, no worries. I just want to make sure he's not waiting on us. I get these kids are busy on these days, so no rush for him. I second the truffle shuffle. Let's go. I mean, Cody.
Not right now.
Well, if it happens to happen today,
prospect on.
They love truffle shuffles.
I know. No, I don't. Yeah,
everybody loves the truffle shuffle.
They want to see. They want to see the prof's dad bod.
Cody having standards is just wild for me. You know, I just that just really kind of just
draw the line. You gotta draw the line. This is a professional day.
This is wild, bro.
We got 1,539, and coach is seeing if I can pull this flip from Oregon. He's testing me right now.
Maybe that's why he's not in here yet. He's really trying to get cool logistics, you know, seeing what he can get for an NLI.
Why do you think he's coming on the high top?
God damn it. I knew it was a setup. I should have known.
We're cooking. Stoops to Penn State? Please tell me this is just...
No way. That would be even worse.
I love how On3 had pinned the Diego executive order tweet, but not this breaking for... I mean, in the last 20 minutes, we have... I don't know if you guys even heard the Kansas State. So Kansas State, Chris Clement is retiring as head coach from Kansas State. And Texas A&M offensive coordinator, former Wildcats quarterback, and OC Colin Klein is set to replace him. So A&M has to find a coordinator. Look, watch the lineup here, okay? Let's think about it for a quick second. Who doesn't have offensive coordinators right now? Oregon doesn't have an offensive coordinator. Ohio State doesn't have an offensive coordinator. Kentucky doesn't have anything besides a head coach. A&M doesn't have an offensive coordinator. I assume LSU is going to get Charlie Weiss Jr. Tennessee may or may not have an offensive coordinator because Joey Hasel's obviously being talked about. Ole Miss doesn't have an offensive coordinator. Florida appears to be honing in on an offensive coordinator, and if they get the guy they're honing in on, then another school who won't have an offensive coordinator, they're in the ACC. My bad. We are going to have the truffle shuffle of coaches happening here. And it's going to be, am I missing a school that doesn't have an offensive coordinator?
We don't have one yet.
I already said, thanks for listening, Cody. I already said that.
Glad you showed up, Cody.
I got the biggest flip news though ever.
Okay.
Of all National Signing Day.
I need more tabs.
I need more screens. Okay, so Peter Burns, not gonna lie, Ole Miss football needs to send this out. It's a picture of Juice committed Juice Golding.
What?
Juice, Ole Miss dog.
Yeah.
You know, Juice Kiffin.
Yeah.
They are everybody's adding Ole Miss football right now on National Signing Day for Juice to put pen to paper to switch his name to Juice Golden.
Oh.
So was that report real? Like,
yes, it's not his dog.
That's dog there.
Yeah, it's not his dog.
Oh, okay.
It was a prop.
All right.
Yeah, that's real quick. Penn State has fallen beneath Montana State and Missouri State in recruiting for this year.
Missouri State, home of the Bearcats. Good program there.
Hey, the Southern Deer Hunter says that Cody's a moron. I can't watch if he's on. Peace. Dang it.
God damn it, prof.
I knew it.
Yeah, so he's a owner. He's a owner of Wild something kennels. I actually last year when we were gonna sign Lane Kiffin, I actually looked to see how much a dog would be.
Oh, we just got a flip.
Who we get?
Uh-oh. You were right. On the ball. Here we go. The Brian Hartline news heard across the nation. It's crazy seeing all these coaching changes too. We're in the playoffs.
Yeah,
like does Hartline stay? What does he do? You know what I mean? He's gone?
He's gone.
You don't think he coaches the playoffs?
No.
There it is.
Caden Dixon,
four-star wide receiver.
I said this one, what was it, maybe 5 minutes ago that this was the one that was going to happen?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Now we watch for Chris Henry Jr. If we see that one, I might be you in the truffle shuffle at some point today.
Is he coming to Oregon though? Is that or
that's the thing. There's a chance.
That's close. Hey, you gotta admit, Missouri State off the rip, I was pretty close. I call them the Bearcats. They're the Bears. I mean, that's pretty close. I'm just off the dome.
Just thinking of Sam Houston.
Yeah. Wow. Damn. You know what kind of talent he's going to be able to get on the wide receiver front when he's in Florida at USF?
Yeah, I mean, this is just there. It is. Will Griffin has become a Florida Gator.
Good.
It is official. He has signed. Lock and loaded. Corey Brown, which is Vernell Brown, the third's cousin or brother, I believe. He's a walk-on. He has signed as well. Great stuff there. A lot of the class is signed. This flip here is massive, just making USC's class that much stronger. Let's take a look at real quick while we're here where this class ranks now.
Well, we were live last year, and we saw the class just totally evaporate, just right before our eyes on this day.
USC, correct?
Oregon, you guys yanked, what, 5 players from them? Penn State yanked a couple players from them. I'm trying to think of some other schools that yanked from them. Texas yanked a couple kids from them. I mean, it was like they had the number 1 class going in, and it just dissolved in 24 hours.
They look like they're going to do the opposite this year. I mean, they already had 35 commits or 34 commits. I believe this might make it 35. I'm not sure if they've updated here. They have and signed to their class of their 35 commits. They talking about USC here for a minute, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, about half 18 signed so far. The big one that's not signed is Mark Bowman, the number 1 tight end in the country, which I don't see him flipping unless Georgia makes a last-minute push. They've got a lot of their top guys already locked in. Boobie Feaster being another one.
They learned.
They got some dogs in this class, dude. My goodness, they went out there and did their. That's what everyone was like. Lincoln's gonna leave, and I'm like, I don't see it. I never saw it, and I mean, I clearly don't see it now. But
and he's doubled down in that Modern Day on that Modern Day pipeline. I think they got 6 kids from Modern Day this year.
They have a ton of kids from Modern Day.
Yeah, they just took the whole high school team from Modern Day. They're like, psh.
Yeah. Which, if you remember, just a couple years ago, they couldn't get anybody out of Cal.
What?
No way.
What?
Do we see it?
No.
Do we see what?
Jeremiah Smith saying, "See you later, alligator."
No.
I guarantee the OSU admin is going to drop everything they have to make sure he stays in Columbus.
You got a great quarterback. You got a great young quarterback there.
You always got a good defense. Like you're always going to have receivers around you.
Somebody said, one of the Miami's fans said, "Oh, he's coming to the U." You got, dog. You ain't got no quarterback. You got to pick one up every year.
Or playoff hope. Jason says, "Bro, I gotta ask, what the hell's going on with Penn State? They fired Franklin early to get a jump on hiring season. Kentucky got a coach in 12 hours. They still have nothing, dude. I don't know what's going on. I've never seen. I don't
think anybody wants the job.
We criticize Florida in their front office. I think there's some big question marks of what's going on at Penn State. They've vetted 11 coaches. They even asked Urban. I mean, and look, they're 130th. Portal hadn't even opened yet. It could get worse.
Yeah. It could get worse.
But here's the thing. You fire a coach that took you to a Final Four last year, and I get it. It was a rough year this year, but if you're a coach, you're looking like, why did you fire James again? Because once Penn State fired him, any team that hired him would have been considered a phenomenal hire. Yeah. And it was. Virginia Tech knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, and look at their recruiting class now.
Right.
What are they ranked? Do we know? Let me see. So we got USC's 1, Notre Dame's 2, Oregon at number 3, the SEC not in the top 3 probably for the first time in, a decade?
Ever, probably.
Yeah, but there's a lot of those is questioning because of the amount of kids. I'd like to see the talent prospect of percentages.
So on 3 looks at the quality, not the quantity.
Okay.
Yep.
Go ahead. Swing.
So that's the top 3 quality classes.
It's what?
It's USC, Notre Dame, and Oregon. Then Georgia, Bama, then Ohio State, then Texas, then Miami, then A&M, LSU, Tennessee, then Michigan, which Michigan always is 12th to 15th. Like that's where they live. And then Florida at 13th.
You know, though, I think
Washington.
I think the relevancy of high school classes is going to change because teams are changing and your needs are changing. I think we could see a team that recruits 14th or 15th turn around and have a first or second in the portal class, and then when you even it out, you really got like the 5th ranked best team in the nation. Does that make sense? Like there's some teams they don't really need a bunch of freshmen. They need a few guys to plug and play there.
Yeah, I hear what you're trying to say, but then why is it the same 4 schools in the top 5 every year? If that were the case, and maybe it's changing now.
It's not because Ohio State and Georgia are not in the top 5.
This is the first year though, so you're saying this could be the beginning.
Yes, this is the beginning of the new map. This is like a baby draft / free agency all blended kind of in one. Minus, that's what this is, and some teams have more needs for younger talent. Some teams just need a couple good players. They don't need to blow their wad. Signing 34 players, right?
You know what we need? We need a national portal day. We need a day.
Oh
yeah.
My gosh.
So you've got the portal that's open for 15 days now or something like that. So just say, hey, this day is National Portal Day. Where
signs.
Come on. Can you imagine the chaos you would see?
We'll be here.
I don't know if Hayes can drop that many graphics.
I mean, I'm just telling you, we'll figure it out. BYU coach is staying because the founder of Crumble Cookies dropped the bag. Yeah, and again, I think that's where you're starting to look around and see real quick. Virginia, we'll wrap up the Penn State thing for a bit. The Virginia Tech's ranked 28th right now in the class.
That's probably their best class, and the guys done it in 8 weeks.
No doubt. No news on Davion Grosse yet. That I would say is probably the. Let me take a look at the Florida class here for just a quick second. I just lost my train of thought of where I was.
All right. Hey, Xavier just texted me. He said he's walking out of class right now. He'll be joining in a minute.
Okay. Awesome. So we're gonna just kind of keep it on.
They go to school today? Man, if I was a high-end prospect, I'd just be taking the day off.
Hey, my boy is about his education, and this is why you're not going to flip him, Prof. He values his education, okay?
Well, if he values his education, he needs to go to a top 5 school, and that's we are the Harvard. We're the Harvard of the South.
Oregon is the Harvard of Western Oregon, okay?
Oh, boys. I got some KJ Ford stuff pulled up for you when we're ready after this interview. Guys, we'll be rocking all day long.
Retention is going to be the key to success. It's more important than ever before because of how quickly your team can be poached. And so that's going to be something to keep an eye on. Yeah, Ole Miss is going to be a team to watch. Penn State's going to be a team to watch. LSU, Florida, Auburn. I mean, there's going to be so many things. Kentucky. I think Oregon, you got to keep an eye on. I think with the amount of movement they've had in assistant coaches, like they're going to have they're going to have some. I don't think Will Stein and that DC are going to leave that team alone. They're enemies now. Ohio State could old Hartline kind of slide in here now with that movement. So
what OC are you guys looking at? Or is that going to be an in-house hire too, or what are we thinking there?
I'm going to guess it's going to be out of house. It's just if you were to promote in-house, you're going to be promoting someone who's never been a play caller before. And maybe that's what Dan wants to do. He typically leans into that like young up-and-coming coaching staff, likes to give guys their shot like Kenny Dillingham and Will Stein. But I really think it's going to come from outside.
All right, Xavier has arrived. So let's get Xavier in here. We'll pass it over to High Top Duck. and let those two get after it. Cody and I will step away.
Xavier, my man, how we feeling?
What's up? Feeling good.
Feeling good, excited to have you on. It looks like you were the first Duck to sign his letter of the day. How'd that make you feel? It's got to be a dream come true, right?
Yes, it definitely is. It feels great, because this has been my goal since I was a little, playing for the Melbourne Ducks. Always wanted to wear that green and yellow, but today is the day I made it official, so it's definitely a good day.
Sweet. So, you're a Florida kid, obviously, long way up to Eugene. So, what about the university? Well, whether it's the coaching staff, the university itself, the culture, what about it drew you to Eugene?
Definitely what they got going on over there. They're definitely doing it the right way with the culture, the way they coach the team, the way they want to win games. It's what I want to do is play football and win games, and they're definitely doing a good job at that right now. And definitely development. They do a good job at developing DVs, and they're not worried about my height, so I think they're gonna put me in the right position to go and make plays, and that's what I do best.
Oh, 100%. So, one thing that's made me so excited about you as a player, it's been no secret. I've been, the chief of the Xavier hype train going on around here. You're a little bit of Mr. Do-It-All, right? You play on the offensive side of the ball, you play on the defensive side of the ball, special teams, it's whatever. Where do you see your home being once you're up on campus? What position do you see yourself playing?
Definitely that slot nickel, but after the way this year's going, I was definitely thinking about trying running back or somewhere on the offense side of the ball. I think I could do it, but honestly, wherever I go on the field, I know I'm going to put my all into it, and I'm going to be great wherever I play.
Oh, 100%. It's, and for Duck fans who aren't quite as familiar, this is a man here who has played some quarterback, some H-back. You could split him out wide, put him in the slot, play a little bit of safety, boundary corner. You can truly do it all, and that's one thing that really makes me excited about you. But, not a lot of Duck fans kind of have an inside look as to what the recruiting process. So can you just talk a little bit about what the recruiting process looked like for you, from the Oregon perspective, kind of when communication started, how visits kind of shaped up, those type of things?
Yes, sir, definitely. It was actually really cool because the first time Coach Hamp came and saw me, I think it was my freshman year. Yeah, the first time he came, first thing he said to me was, "Give me your phone." Put his number in my phone. He put in Coach Hamp, my future coach. And I was like, that's a little weird. It's my first time meeting you, dude, and you're saying you'll be my coach. But it all worked out, and they stayed in contact, stayed in touch. Took a couple visits there throughout my 4 years, but they were definitely one of the first to start recruiting me, and they stayed recruiting me throughout 4 years. So that's definitely why I definitely chose them.
I love to hear it. And one thing I know Duck fans have been kind of anxious about as of recently, the news of Coach Tosh heading to Cal and Berkeley to kind of take over the program there. Did that affect you in any way? Obviously, over the last couple of weeks or so, we kind of knew this was something that was in the works here, but how did that affect you, if at all?
It didn't really affect me that much. I'm happy for Coach Tosh. I think he's going to do great, but I'm just excited to see what happens, with Coach Hamp. I know he might go up to the DC, and I think that's awesome too. But I'm just glad to see what we do and who I'm going to go play for.
Man, I'm excited for you. One thing I wanted to touch on a little bit here is, the Dan Lanning juice, right? It's everybody gets to see the Ducks versus them on, Monday nights. That typically comes out. They get a little inside peek as to kind of the juice that Dan Lanning likes to bring to the table and such. But can you speak a little bit about, what it's like to have a relationship with him? When you guys communicate, what does that look like? How is he as a person when there are no cameras around, basically?
Yes, sir, definitely. He's just a great person. At Oregon, he's definitely the favorite person for my parents. Every day they find a new video or they find something about him that they come up and talk to me about. And he's just a great person. What you see on TV, what you see on the camera, he's just like that in person. And he's just a great guy, and it's just great to talk to him.
Awesome. Now, Xavier, one thing I wanted to touch on here, the professor above me here, he wanted to give it his best swing to try to flip you to Florida really quick. I told him if he could do that, best of luck to him. But, Cody, you want to give him your little recruiting pitch right quick?
Yeah, sure. Xavier, going from the speed state of Florida, you are going up north to the speed capital of the Big Ten. Why not Florida there?
I went up there a couple times, and I actually went up there over the summer for a 7-on-7 tournament. And I think I averaged about 3 interceptions and two touchdowns a game on offense, and they still told me I was too short. So I really wasn't rocking with Florida.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
so what I'm hearing is Florida's not
Wow.
great in the talent evaluation department,
Yeah,
Cody.
yeah.
So if you
Well,
want to just stay away from my boy.
I could tell you
we
what
got a new staff, Xavier.
new
Yeah,
staff,
true,
new
true.
staff. No, but with you playing in the true speed state, and that is Florida, is that going to help you out in the Big Ten? And obviously you're going up against some burners day to day at Oregon. They got some killers up there, and Decoria Moore and some other guys. Do you think your transition is going to be easier because you're playing such big time athletes in Florida?
Yes, sir, definitely. I don't think it's gonna be easy for me, but it definitely helps to play the Calvin Russells and to play the Nick Laniers and play all them and down in Miami and Florida. But definitely still a lot of work to get done. So where I'm at, so when I get up there, it's not as hard for me.
Awesome.
Speaking
Well,
of that, my kind of question for you here is, who is the best talent this season you played against in the state of Florida? You know, like obviously between 7-on-7s and your high school ball, it's like you got a lot going on, and there's a ton of talent down in Florida. Who, in your perspective, was the most difficult person to match up against, whether that be on the offense or defensive side of the ball?
We played a lot of good teams. We played a lot of good players too, but it was definitely EJ from Vero week 1 because they had Champ Mons go down in the first quarter, and he came in at quarterback before even I did. And I was like, oh, yeah, we're for to blow past him. And he just flat out ran all over us, threw on us. It was crazy.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, he did. It was crazy. He did great.
Good stuff, man. What are you going to school for, Xavier?
He said again?
What are you going to school for?
I'm going to study political science.
Awesome.
Oh,
awesome.
Okay.
Good stuff, man.
Most athletes go for like sports science or something like that. That's a little different.
Yeah, at first I wanted to be a chef, and that's what I thought I was gonna go and study for culinary. But I really like the political science class at my school, so I really like that. I want to go do that and maybe end up being a teacher later on in life.
Wow. Okay, that's awesome.
Awesome. Love that. Well, Xavier, man, it's been a pleasure hearing you and the Duck talk about it. I apologize that our staff felt that you weren't the right size, because I think you
wouldn't happen under my regime. Big
yeah,
guy,
it wouldn't happen under ours for sure. That's for sure. But good luck, man, with the Ducks and all your future endeavors with political science and everything. And Duck, I'll let you sign it off, man. But thank you for coming on our show, Xavier. Much appreciated, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Xavier, much appreciated, man. I know I appreciate you taking time out of your busy day. As we know, it's like I described it like Christmas morning for a lot of people today. So I appreciate you taking time out of your day. I appreciate your pops for being so supportive of High Top itself, and I look forward to speaking again in the near future.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Go Gators, man. Right. Go Ducks and go Gators.
Go Ducks, baby.
Later, man. My bad. Awesome stuff there. Great interview with Xavier. Everyone's like, "Oh, this is a Gator show." It's like, boys, it's National Signing Day. We're going to talk with everybody. We're having a good time, and we had an opportunity to flip. We were recruiting. It's called season.
This is what I'm talking about. I remember a cat that had too short of arms, and they didn't take him, and now he's rocking out at Texas A&M. Wouldn't happen under my talent evaluation. I could see a dog from a mile away, and that kid's going to be a good one for Oregon.
We just got another flip from Penn State to West Virginia. 4-star safety Matt Segeg or whatever. So now they're down to what? No 3 commits at this point. Also, I see people saying, hey, get Will Griffin on here. We already asked. He has class today. We already tried to get him on here. We talked to his pops and them yesterday, actually. So that was already attempted to get him on here. Manuel Nacho has signed with the Ducks, your 5-star offensive tackle.
No, that's a big one. It's you remember him committing on the Pat McAfee show, I believe in July. And he was one of those ones where in a premium position like that, they commit, and it's like in the back of your head, you already know, you're like, okay, we're just in first place right now. And that's kind of how his recruitment felt all the way through. With Penn State pushing really hard, obviously they fell off after the whole James Franklin debacle. LSU was pushing hard. Obviously they fell off after their little debacle. But this is a massive, massive pull for Dan Lanning and the Ducks to get Emmanuel Iheanacho to sign with them, especially coming from the East Coast. I believe he's out of Maryland.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah.
And here we go. We got another flip happening. This one is what I think Florida fans would have been irate about. The 2026 quarterback Rice Bush has flipped his commitment from USF to Auburn.
Wow.
So little G5 love to SEC love pretty quickly. Interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff. I'm interested to see. Okay, so it's breaking that Hartline is expected to become the next head coach. If he will coach, if he will continue to coach. There it is. He's the current expectation is Brian Hartline will coach the Ohio State through the playoffs. Okay, there you go.
There we go.
He's been
Lane Kiffin's the only one that burnt the bridge down
close
so
up
bad.
2026 class. Interesting stuff.
I feel like those lesser school, I don't want to call them lesser schools, that sounds bad, but like those schools like that, like they almost have to keep those clauses in. Like even I'm thinking of Kentucky when Will Stein, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was an incentive for Will Stein to be able to finish that out. Or even when Dan Lanning came over from Georgia, one of Oregon's things was, you can go finish your playoff run. He ended up winning a natty there and then came over. So I like that these schools are giving them the opportunity to finish it out and not just saying, hey, let's hit the ground running.
Oh, I do want to bring this up for Florida fans. This is a flip that we were monitoring here. Let me go ahead and pull this guy up. 1 second, I'll pull him up here. Micah Nickerson, I believe is how it's pronounced, is flipped his commitment from Missouri to Mississippi State. So I know Florida. There was some smoke there that Florida could be rolling in. So
I think that was just in case with KJ.
You think it was a backup plan?
I think he was a backup plan for KJ Ford. You want to go ahead and get into him?
Yeah, we could do the KJ Ford breakdown real quick. There's a couple super chats. Let me read through those. And then we could do that. Truffle Shuffle from James Lyons, 100%. We'll have to do that. Neil Breinhardt is North Texas. Yeah, I talked about it yesterday. I was one of the OCs that we talked about on our show, possibly headed to Florida. Neil Brown from Texas, so big time pickup there. Speaking of PSU, was there really their AD that posted that they're effed and has no idea what to hire? I did see something like that. I can't remember if it was true or not. The lattes want a truffle shuffle, cuz.
My bad.
Any Gator commit interviews lined up for today? We're working on it. We're trying to see if I can maybe get Justin Williams back in here.
I reached out to the big offensive tackle that signed early. I don't know if I have that kind of pull yet on Twitter though.
Send me their. I can message them on myself. I'm 20 minutes behind the stream, but I'm I'm in for the $50 for a Faulkner truffle shuffle as well as sniper.
Jesus.
I mean, it's good to the people. Any word on dumbass Lane's early signing day? I haven't seen many LSU things. No, I don't. We'll take a look at their class after this, see what they've signed so far. Pump for Johnny Boy. Guy fires me up. I'd love to see a hidden splash today to get us all even more fired up. Any to watch. I do have someone, yes, but I don't have. I asked if we could get a name, and he said no. So
we got the 4-star safety possibly from LSU.
That's not who I'm talking about. So
another one.
Yeah, another one. So
a big one.
Yeah, boys are cooking. Cody, get after me.
All right, KJ Ford right off the edge here. Beautiful swim move inside. And he's going to absolutely put that quarterback into the shadow realm. That cat ain't throwing another ball for the game. You have his speed coming off the edge. I mean, it just shows you how electric he is on his big first step. When you think about a cat like this, think about Chop Robinson from Penn State. Think of Micah Parsons, a guy that can really big first step off the edge. And then he has the long arms, lean to bend and get to the quarterback. Here he is. Beautiful job in run support. He's going to go sling that that run back for a tackle for a loss. Great with his hands, heavy-handed. And then the motor. This guy has a motor that does not stop. It's absolutely incredible. We got about 3 minutes of film here. This is junior season film. Here he is, bending the edge, using that inside arm to swipe down. I mean, whoever's working with his hands is absolutely incredible. Motor like Woods, but I think he's going to be more of a Harold Perkins style player. He'll definitely has the speed and versatility to drop back into coverage if that's what the new DC wants him to do. He's a hand in the dirt type player, can stand up also, seen a little bit of him standing up. And just coming out of Duncanville, you know what you're getting. An absolute thoroughbred. You think about Duncanville football, you think about Colin Simmons and a bunch of others that have come out of there. They always have a great defensive line there. He can stop the run. He can spy the quarterback. He can drop into coverage. He can be absolutely versatile. Here he is. Bull rush. Love seeing it. They have to drop it off, and then you see the motor for him to yank the quarterback or the running back down on the little quick toss play. Again, reading, setting the edge, something that we need to work on very much at the University of Florida, setting the edge in the run. He is not just a go after the ball quarterback threat. He can absolutely stop the run. Here he is up the middle. Great job there, taking on 2 blocks and still getting the big tackle for a loss. KJ Ford is going to be a household name. He's going to get the safety here. Great job. The motor never quits with KJ Ford. I'm telling you, he's going to have big time upside his freshman year. I'm going to go ahead, give him 4 sacks, 8 tackle for a losses his freshman year. He's going to have to bulk up in the SEC a little bit, but under a new strength and conditioning regime under Florida, I don't see that being a problem. Great job looking, peeking, and then shedding off. Running back didn't know where to go, inside, outside. He forces it back inside, back to the belly of the beast of the defense if he doesn't make that tackle. This is a certified, bona fide 5-star cat. I don't know what else people need to see to show that he's not a 5-star or 9-star cat from Duncanville.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, okay, I'll call you a little bit.
Go ahead, bring in his draft, his prospect file here real fast. Just an absolute stud. 6'4", 245, hailing out of Texas. Texas Class 6A, Division I football. 148 on Rivals on 3, 143 on 247 nationally. 4-star, should be a 5-star. Like we said, his abilities, his bull strength, you can see it with that bull rush, shedding blockers off. He's a big hitter, and he is the Energizer Bunny. He is going to be the next great edge rusher from the University of Florida. Getting a big-time Duncanville, Texas kid. Got to keep that pipeline open. Super excited, boys.
All righty, we back in action here, boys. Could you hear me when I was on the phone?
No.
Okay. That'd been funny. Music was good, right?
Yeah.
Good call, the music.
Yeah.
I'm reaching out now to some of these commits.
Okay.
See if they're able to come on.
Work on my next. I'll be working on my next draft or my next. I keep saying draft. My next prospect here. As we kind of move along.
Keep rocking and rolling here. Penn State just lost another. So they're down to 3. They're down officially 3 commits in their class, which is.
What are they doing? Is my question.
They're whoever it is, they're gonna go heavy in the transfer portal. That's the only thing I can think.
See, and my thing is, who's gonna want to play there now? You know, like my whole thing with this I'm gonna go on a little Penn State rant. Like my whole thing with this is, if you fire a coach like James Franklin, right, a perennial 10-game winner, I understand. Like, you want to get over the hump, you want to win a national championship, you want to do X, Y. I get it. You know, it's tough when you're playing the Ohio States and you're constantly getting beat and you're watching them and Michigan win natties and whatnot. But what is your backup plan? Especially when you're firing a coach mid-season, you don't have a contingency plan heading into a period like early signing day. Like, yes, they're going to go heavy in the transfer portal to do what? Win maybe 6-7 games next year? It just doesn't make sense. So now all of a sudden we're not going from rebuilding 1 year. We're going to at least a 2-year rebuild that we're talking. And this coach that's coming in, he knows it, right? He knows he's not going to get, this class is going to be a quote unquote weak class. Like he said, we got 3 commits for Penn State. I don't understand what their admin team was doing. I think they should have kept James Franklin the whole time. Like, yeah, it's shitty they lost who was it, UCLA right after Oregon. I get it. It's a down season. It's not what you wanted. You had all these guys come back. This was supposed to be this year. It wasn't. It doesn't mean you burn the whole thing down and start over. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how, again, they really didn't have a plan at all for James. Like, that was like a shot from the hip. Now that it's kind of all settled, the dust is settled. Like, it seemed at the time that there was like it felt like there was like, yep, we're firing him. We're going to get Matt Rule. Like, we have our plan in action. No, not the case at all. Here's an interesting thing. We're going to talk a little bit about the college football playoffs while we're kind of usually around this time it gets a little quiet and I'll pick back up. Pate went off last night on Penn State's AD. Interesting. I know he also spoke to this Vandy situation, which is very interesting. Keep Jamar J and we keep Ball pay up. I don't know if the two are correlated, but I would hope they are. I think those are some things he's definitely working on. How are you feeling so far, boys? For a coaching change, we're still looking very solid. Yeah, very solid, $5. I feel very good with this Gator class. I'll pull up that class here in just a minute. We're going to talk playoffs class, and then we'll do another review just if you guys are wondering where we're headed here. Commando just came a member. Welcome to the family, man. Appreciate you. Obviously, Billy and Kamari didn't pan out, but something like that late signing day action. Yeah, I would love a big one. Would love a big late signing day, no question. Yeah, the Kamari Wilson from IMG was one that didn't really work out. So as we know, Vandy, and actually let's go. We kind of got away from this. Let's go back to this for just a few minutes. We were talking about the BCS versus the college football playoff rankings, if we don't recall. So let's go ahead. I'll bring up Wells Fargo's call.
Oh, there we go. Oregon just this is kind of a little surprise for them. They just signed the #1 JUCO D-back in the country.
Where's it? What JUCO is he out of?
It looks like he
was that not intended.
I mean, it was. They offered him last week, but I guess it was one of those things where he had a ton of offers, and his recruitment was so short stinted. And everybody cares about the Ducks Gator swag. All right.
It's National Signing Day.
Okay, so the other one that we were hinting towards possibly flipping has signed, so that won't be happening. Not the LSU one. There was a different one. All right, so this is the college football playoff simulated BCS versus what we have currently, right? So the computer back in the old day to what it is now. And again, I mean, Oregon got a little more love from the computer than anything else, but Vandy is probably right where they should be. So the people dropped them more than the computer. I don't see how Vandy could be above BYU. I don't see how Vandy could be above Alabama. Like, everything else looks fine. And I think a lot of people get mad about Notre Dame being where they are. Like, they lost to Miami, but like again, the computer judged it the same way that I would judge it. I think I still function and think like the computer does to a certain extent, just because we grew up with it.
Well, you know what I find interesting here? If you look at it, there is only one team that you would consider a fringe playoff team that is left out in both the BCS and the College Football Committee, and that's Texas. And I kind of find that interesting. Texas at 13 in the College Football Committee, 14 in the BCS. You know, Vandy's in one of the other ones.
Well, the problem is, they're not in, right? Because we all know that we now know 11 and 12 aren't really in.
And the ACC champions coming in, yeah.
So I don't know, like, Vandy's throwing a fit, right? They're absolutely losing their mind, and I get it, because this is what Pate said. If you took away the Vandy logo and put any other logo on there, right, of who they've beaten, they would be much more. If this was Bama's schedule, they'd be in it. They'd be in it, because I mean, Bama has obviously their win is over Georgia, which was big. They were saying that the problem is the committee has a great deal of respect for Vandy and what they have achieved. An amazing 10-win season. When you look at their schedule, now that Tennessee is no longer ranked, they just don't have a signature win. They've got wins against LSU, Missouri, and Tennessee. Missouri and Tennessee were previously ranked on our poll. They are no longer ranked on our poll. You know, when Vandy played Tennessee last week, Tennessee was ranked. Vandy knocked Tennessee out of the top 25. How can you say it's not a significant win? So what, they shouldn't have played them?
Right. Now, see, I'm glad we're on this topic because I'm going to take it the Oregon way again. Oregon has been getting punished all season. Now, let's talk Penn State for a minute. Where was Penn State ranked when Oregon played Penn State? Anybody recall? I get it. I'm like strictly talking where they are at the time.
But look, Oregon ain't got juice this year. This schedule was very, very weak for Oregon. And y'all shouldn't even be saying anything because y'all just been chilling. You're up there because you're Oregon. Let's be real.
11-1, baby. Couple of ranked wins.
You're up there because you're Oregon.
And that's the respect, right? And that's the respect you're going to get. And it's like we were talking about.
I would argue Vandy's 10-2 is more impressive than Oregon's 11-1.
I would argue the same thing. I would say that's 100% fair.
Okay, all right.
100% fair.
I'm not even being a hater. Like, both teams could be in. But the problem is, and look, this is what I was saying. I'm like, I didn't think what sucks is, no joke, if you look at 4, I don't know, Texas Tech is in a class of its own. I'm looking at the college football playoff ranking. I think Texas Tech is pretty damn good. So let's go from 5, okay? So we're talking Oregon, Ole Miss, A&M. A&M kind of fell a lot. Holy crap, they got absolutely throttled, but not the best loss to Texas. Oklahoma, Bama, Notre Dame, BYU. I would put Vandy in there. Miami, and arguably Texas now of how they looked over the last couple of weeks. But I'm not going to put Texas in there. I think that they're getting a little more love because they're Texas, if we're being honest. So I'm going to leave them out of it. From 5 to 12, and I'm putting Vanderbilt in there, right? Any given Saturday. Given Saturday. A&M probably shouldn't be in there, though. I think A&M has looked much better than that. So I would probably remove A&M and put them in that category up in the top echelon. But everyone else, like A&M or Oklahoma has 2 losses. Bama has 2. Notre Dame has 2. BYU has 1. Miami has 2. Vanderbilt has 2. Like, and they're all Miami out of losses. Who did Vandy lose to? Vandy lost to Bama and
someone in the chat's got to know.
Texas?
They did. I believe they did lose to Texas.
Texas. Yeah. That's who it was. Yeah, the chat will get
Texas by 3.
Yeah. And so it was a good loss. After they were being throttled, mind you. That game they were getting cooked on. We there?
Yeah.
Okay. I like where he froze. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough. If there was a year to extend it to 16, this would be the one that I'd be okay with.
I feel like we just keep extending. There's always somebody getting left out.
Well,
yeah, but again, if I go to 16, right? Look at and again, I don't know why
the 12 was supposed to cure it all.
Yeah, but the game changed even further, though. That's what I'm arguing. That when I was just saying that, yes, I thought it would fix everything. Then you open up the.
Oh, he's gone.
All right, Cody. Now that he's gone, we can have a real conversation.
Yeah. Well, heck.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, what I'm thinking though is like when we had the 4-team playoff, right? Every year we had maybe 2 other teams were arguing they're the bubble teams. You know what I'm saying? That we're like, okay, did they get in the playoffs? They're going to be 2 teams that are pissed. We moved to the 12-team model. All of a sudden, that expands a little bit, right? We got probably 4 to 5 teams that are going to have an argument to be pissed off. Okay, let's say we expand to 16 then. Now, all of a sudden, we're letting a whole bunch. We're talking 9-3s, and every 10-2 in the country has a realistic chance to be in this conversation. When does it stop? You know,
Never.
I don't think there is an answer. And that's why it goes back to kind of the BCS model, and your and I's opinion, I think, is like it kind of gives us like a finite answer. But if we just keep doing this, we keep putting it in the hands of a quote unquote committee, we're going to get to 24 teams eventually. And then we're going to have teams 25 through 35 that are going to go, what the hell, where's our shot? Do we really need a James Madison, a North Texas, and a Tulane in the playoffs?
I don't think so.
Right. Do we really need a Duke and a Virginia in the playoff? And this is not to discredit Virginia. They're having
I don't think Miami should be in the playoff. They had all the chances to make it.
Well, and even that aside, my point just being is like the farther we extend this playoff, the more argument we're going to have.
The more shit we get.
Yeah.
I mean, the games aren't going to be better. That's the thing.
And
the games aren't going to be any better.
And it's great. Say even we figure out a straight seating model or something where it all.
So you lose an argument, you just kick me out.
What happened?
Courtney and I wanted to have a productive conversation.
Yeah. What happened? Your computer died?
No, it just I have no idea. Maybe I have too many tabs. I have no idea. Sorry, go ahead.
Bro, good thing we shot this thing on StreamYard or we lost the whole thing.
No, 100%. 100%.
Okay, but like I think, Cody and I were talking, it's like, you keep expanding the playoff and the argument just gets bigger. You're going to have more teams jiving for those, making arguments that they should have been in the playoffs. So like Sheldon, in your eyes, what is the perfect answer? How would you fix the college football playoffs? You're the commish right now. How do you do it?
Yeah, I think you guys made a good point. I heard you kind of talking about how, again, the group of 5 really throws a wrench into everything, right? Because that's, I obviously I lost the screen that I was sharing, but that's the problem right now is because your 11 and 12 team, which in the college football committee is Miami, which Miami should not be in front of Texas or Vanderbilt, and Texas shouldn't be in front of Vanderbilt. That's just gross. So it should be BYU and Vanderbilt personally. but those teams should be in it. The problem is they're not going to be in it. You're going to have two teams that are, it's either going to be Virginia, right? Or yeah, I'm pretty sure if Virginia loses, because right now Duke's in the playoffs, you could have two Group of 5 teams in the playoffs. So you could have a James Madison and Tulane, which Tulane's a phenomenal school, great head coach, by the way. You would have, like, that's just asinine. You're going to put in Tulane and James Madison over BYU and Texas and even Miami, which is crazy.
And I'm not saying take away the G5. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's a G5, say like we're talking Boise State back in, the late 2000s, early 2010s, where they're perennial, competing for New Year's Six Bowls and whatnot. Like, if you have an undefeated G5 team, they have some quality wins, and their straight seeding allows them in, I have no problem with that. It just, it's tough. You know what I'm saying? When all of a sudden we're going to look at it and say, yeah, here's North Texas, James Madison, whoever you want, but we're going to keep Vanderbilt out. We're going to keep BYU out. When you and I both know damn well if they're playing on a neutral field, even if they're playing at the G5, they're probably getting blown out. And I think that's what pisses a lot of people off is, like, you want to give them the opportunity, but you also don't want to be, just letting someone in for the sake of saying, okay, we're going to let someone have a shot.
I think you nailed it on the head. It just clicked for me because when you said back in the day, that Boise State team, right? The Statue of Liberty play. We're talking 2008, 7, the Fiesta Bowl. Like, that Boise State team was special. That Boise State team throttled everybody. That Boise State team didn't lose a damn game. We're allowing a 2-loss Tulane and a 1-loss North Texas to duke it out and get into this thing. Like, that's the problem because it was when and again, the argument for a Group of 5 was when, hey, if they had a perfect season, you got to look at them. Or like when UCF had a perfect season, you got to look at them. But now we're just giving them a spot. They could essentially go 8-5 in the Group of 5 and get in. And that's a problem. That's right. A problem. That's the issue that we're having. Now I would argue that the Group of 5 is much more improved than what it was 20 years ago too, right? That's all those things are very true. But even still, it's looked at with too much value right now.
Yeah, 100%. And it's like I said, it's like, I'm not saying take away the G5 spot. I like them having their chance. And like, do we see some upsets that could sometimes happen? Yeah. I think about like that Tulane team a couple years ago that beat USC in whatever New Year's Six Bowl it was. You know what I mean? It's like, do these things happen? Yes. Or that Boise team, they went on to beat Oklahoma. And I think eventually they went on to beat another pretty, perennial team back then. But it's just not, North Texas isn't doing that this year. And then it just feels gross to me to let these guys in. Well, you have teams like BYU and you have teams like Vandy and Texas, who I'm like, I think would just blow them out of the water. But, that's not for me to decide. And that's why it's not a perfect system either.
And again, I mean, the thing with Boise last year is they deserved to be in the playoffs with Ashton Genty. They just didn't need to have a bye. Right, that was the hiccup with that. If you take away their bye, I think that it flows a lot better. But none of the G5 teams are what that Boise team was last year. None of them. And what's crazy is all three of the teams, they're going to get throttled. Why? Not because of what they're in G5. All three of them lost their head coach. All three of their head coaches are now distracted with something else. Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've seen John. I mean, he's flying all over the damn place. He's just going through the motions at Tulane right now. And I mean, that's not his fault. Like, it's just the world that we're living in. I'm not blaming anybody or taking any shots. That's a matter of a fact. And the fact is, now they're not leaving, but the fact that they were going to consider if Ole Miss didn't have certain coaches that they could be removed from the playoffs. Like, I think it's weird that they're allowing so much. Cause I remember last year, like once we got past the last weekend of the year, the only way you could get into the playoff was how Clemson did it. And they won the tournament. Right? Or they won the championship. The fact that Bama could get booted, and look, Notre Dame, I'm fine with being booted because a team got booted last year when Clemson won. right? Rightfully so. If you're not going to play in a Big Ten championship or in a championship game, your concern is you could be moved for somebody else that there's a spot guaranteed for. That should be the consequences for not making your championship game. Is that, hey, you may be in here now, but just know you could lose a spot. You're not guaranteed. If you make the championship of your conference, you're in. You're in. I don't give a damn what your record is. If you're in it at the end of the year and you're in the conference championship, you should be locked in. That's
this is my thing too. I know some people are a proponent of G5 just running their own tournament. I don't love it. I believe that they should be able to fight in for the tournament, but it shouldn't be an auto bid. It shouldn't be the best G5 team just automatically get in. Like I've been banging on the drum. It needs to be a playoff game, that Army-Navy game. And here's another thing too. The G5 knows what it is. G5 is big time Texas football. It is JUCO football. You have any success, your players are going to get poached, and your coaches are going to get poached. That's hands down what it is, and they know that that's what they are. Give them credit for what they do with what they have. It's because they're rebuilding rosters every year. I mean, Tulane had 4 players this last year, 4 starters returned. You do that to a SEC team, and I don't think they could figure it out.
Yeah, no question. We're going to do this. You're going to go over. I got to go to the bathroom anyway, so it's perfect timing. We got some super chats we need to read. You're going to talk about our 4-star wide receiver, Justin Williams. So take a few minutes on that, and then we'll go over who has not signed yet for this Florida Gator class. So, Cody, the floor is yours, my friend.
Alrighty, back to it. Film review time. Hope you guys are enjoying this. I enjoy doing it. Let me see. We got 4-star Justin Williams here. And this cat plays running back, plays wide receiver. We see the human joystick capability, and then he's just going to flat out run defenders. I mean, speed for days. What more could you ask for than the speed state? He's going to do wild back quarterback also, playing here at Buchholz, local kid, and you can see the yak. I mean, this kid is like a Eugene Wilson on steroids. 5'11", 190. He can go up deep across the middle, catch that easy, making it look way too easy. A true athlete. This guy is going to be awesome in the punt return game, the kick return game. Watch him work here. He finds a lane, finds a crease, and he's off to the races. Across the 50, 40, 30, 20, ain't nobody going to catch that kid. He's still pulling away. I mean, this kid's absolutely incredible. This is my favorite little drone footage. Here he is, deep ball, just outrunning people. Back over his head, over his shoulder. Tough NFL type catch there. Beautiful job. Just showing you, here he is off the press. Gives him a little wiggle, fakes inside, gets the outside leverage. Easy touchdown. Going to be a red zone threat for the University of Florida. This kid's going to absolutely dominate his first year. Here he is. Just go up and get it. Great. Always catching with his hands, not a body catcher. And then can do this too. Here he is. Direct snap. Off to the right. Good block by the wide receiver. And he's loose. Down to the 20, 15, 10. The safety's barely going to get him down to the 5, but you can see the real athletic, the speed. Here he is again as running back. They're going to hand him up the gut, and he gets a little bit of crease, and he is absolutely gone. We got 8 minutes of highlight tape here. We're not going to run through all 8 minutes, but just showing you how versatile this kid is. Just an absolute stud. He is truly just incredible player. Here he is on the outside, not just a slot guy. Gonna burn him deep. Underthrown, still catches it, keeps his feet. That's what I'm talking about. Yak capability all day long. My goodness, look at this kid absolutely work. Deep ball again, runs by DBs, playing 4A ball there at Buchholz. Can't wait to see him in a Florida Gator uniform. Just chuck it up there, because when Williams is down there, you're gonna catch it, and it's gonna be a touchdown. Nobody's catching him. Kid's truly incredible. 1,000-yard receiving, 1,000-yard rushing, a bunch of touchdowns. Like I said, not a gadget play. He's pretty well developed. It's absolutely incredible. 5'11", 190, hailing out of Florida, playing Class 4S football at Buchholz. He's close to Gainesville there. I got his abilities, his speed, human joystick, and Yak King. Going to be a great one for the University of Florida.
Great work once again, buddy. Crushing it as always. I just got a tweet from Zach Almaverdi. I'm going to read this to you guys really quick, which is very interesting. Florida will not have a coaching charge transfer portal window. That meaning charge transfer portal winning. That only occurs for teams that make coaching changes between January and June. UF players cannot enter the portal until January 2nd. So I think that was a big thing that I think myself included all felt, well, once the hiring was now announced that they had 5 days to enter into the portal, which it didn't really matter personally because we're here anyways. But it does matter because that means I have 5 days to convince the guys to stay. That obviously is not the case. We now will get until January 2nd to make that save. So that's all good stuff, in my opinion, and very promising for Summerall and for whatever coaches they're able to bring in to sit down, have true, genuine conversations. Like all of these new rules are very beneficial. And I think that, look, we've criticized Florida on a lot of things of how they've navigated some of these situations. We didn't Penn State it. That's for damn sure. And they've navigated it pretty damn well. And I think we'll, again, make a very, very smooth transition. And that's what you want. I mean, you get to maintain and capitalize on what some of the things that Napier did do well, which I would say is recruit great talent. I think he put a good recruiting roster in place. And if we're able to maintain the rest of this class, which we'll get into here in just a minute, and then retain a lot of this, our current roster, and then you attack the portal aggressively, man, the lies are going to be ridiculous headed into next season. Not like they weren't anyways. Let's read some super chats because I don't want to get too behind. I do appreciate you guys always showing some love and donating. Read those. Read that. All right, $2. Any smoke in regard to losing guys to the transfer? No, I haven't heard anything yet. I think that, again, outside of that Sharif Denson tweet, do I expect some attrition? Yeah. I would. Again, keep in mind the guys that Napier recruited, and keep in mind, like, again, I always would have joked that Napier would never have recruited me. I wouldn't have fit. I would fit on a Summerall team, I believe. So just kind of keep that in mind. 12 team would be perfect without super conferences. From Marquez, $2. You mean it could just because of how there's the separation between the Big Ten and the SEC, and then everybody else is probably what he's referring to is that's, and I get what he's saying, because the super conferences are the ones that feel that they should get 6 teams in it, right? That's the problem too, is because SEC has 3 teams in it right now? 4. They've got A&M, Georgia, Bama, and Ole Miss. So 4, and a 5th one of 5 and 6 teams are trying to argue why they should be in it. And Big Ten did not have nearly as much success. They were very top heavy this year. $10 as it stands. 4 teams get an extra week to rest and prepare. If it's 16, everyone plays every week. It would be more fair unless was you want to go to a top 8 playoff. So I guess no bye would happen with 16 is what he's referring to. So I'm reading that.
I think so. I think that's how I read it.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Let's take a look at who signed for the Florida Gators. Okay. There it is. All right. There we go. Awesome stuff. This is the thing I love about StreamYard. Just, my goodness.
Yeah, dude. It's just
we are flowing right now. I've been trying to tell you, Cody. A lot of pros and cons.
Could you imagine if we really got some money to back behind us and we got a smart board and everything? I mean, this thing could be cooking.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so everyone's asking about Grosse. So Grosse, as you can see, so just if you it's hard to tell, the little gold nugget on the right there, that means they've signed. Okay, I don't know if you can see it on your screen or how it appears, but if you see the there's the logo and then a gold nugget next to it, that means they're locked in. So Davion has a logo, right, but no gold nugget. That means he has not signed yet. All right, so no Davion Grace. CJ has signed. Kevin Ford has signed. Jarrell McCoy has signed. Justin Williams has signed. Kendall Gerville has not signed yet, which is a big one. Will Griffin has. He's Kent, which was one that I thought for sure was not going to sign. And I really wonder what he's going to play for Florida because he's labeled. He wants to play tight end. They've got him labeled. What's interesting is they've got him labeled as an offensive tackle here on 3. So I'd assume that's how they graded him. They graded him as a 4-star offensive tackle, not a tight end.
I'm gonna tell you where he's gonna play. He's gonna play tight end on goal line packages. He's gonna play fullback when we need a fullback for power I. And I think they're gonna use him in the red zone. He's gonna be a heavy red zone guy. He's not gonna be a Kyle Pitts, send him out wide every time, but that kid's gonna score touchdowns at the University of Florida. Unless he way outgrows his frame and he hits 335, 340. But this is, I mean, he's going to be used on the offense, especially if we get the Georgia Tech cat and we run a little power. I mean, could you imagine that cat running through the hole and you're a linebacker and you got 315 pounds that can move like he can? We're going to break him down. I'm working on Malik Morris, a very interesting prospect right now. For Florida. So I'm working on that one now, do a little defensive side of the ball, but Hayes Kent, we'll definitely break him down.
Sorry, we didn't mean to block you there.
I told you need to make that player smaller on that graphic.
See, it was almost perfect, man.
He's trying to hide behind the head there. All right, so what was I read a comment that was good. Where'd it go? Yeah, Darnell Washington type. Yeah, for sure. We got to talk about this. Let's not forget about that comment there. All right, so I see you guys saying Kane Hall is reportedly he's going to sign our 4-star safety. And what's exciting to me is that we're getting all these guys, this talent, and we don't have no clue how they're going to be used. And compared to what they've been in years past. So that's exciting to me. Marquez Daniel, as you can see, is signed. Tyler Chunkum has signed, again, another 4-star offensive lineman. So to be fair, I mean, Billy did a good job with linemen this class more than he had in the past on the offensive side. We still have to be aggressive as hell in the portal. Aggressive as hell in the transfer portal.
We need some seniors.
Malik Morris has signed, what you're pulling up his stuff now. 4-star linebacker. CJ Hester is another one that was we worked really hard on. Hopefully we can maintain that. That will be another phenomenal cornerback signee with this class. Javier Carr from IMG, 6'4", 325. Let me talk about him for just a minute. All right. Inside guy, so he's probably going to play that guard position. 3-star ranking, which obviously doesn't really knock anybody's nuts off. But this reminds me of Najee Harris, right? Coming from IMG, well vetted, great football there. The difference is the size. When we talked about that kid that flipped from Tulane or was projected to flip, because I haven't seen where he signed yet, was the size is what concerned me. And that's where I'm going to be much more critical and not just be completely blind to it. And again, it's sizes and everything, but you can't teach that. But Najee, what I loved about him was technique and his passion and his work ethic was unmatched. I just think he gets bodied by these bigger guys, and you can't grow 2 inches, right? Once you're there, you're there. So Javaria Carr being 6'4", 325 is massive to me. Chancellor Campbell, 6'6", 6'8", 310. Again, it's going to be really hard to know what these guys can do because let's get an O-line that can develop these guys. Desmond Green signed. He's been on the show. I messaged him to see if he can come on the show later on today as well. 6'4". Again, another big 6'4", 6'5" interior guy. Great size there. Kawika, the tight end, 6'5", has not signed. So he's actually a more true tight end. And then Javari Lucas, offensive tackle, is again 6'5", 270, our lowest rated guy in the class. He has signed as well. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unsigned out of 18 is what it's looking like right now. So not horrible. This is interesting. Jimmy Sexton's reportedly subverting the Penn State coaching search. James Franklin is a Jimmy Sexton client. Sexton is supposedly pushing all of his clients away from Penn State in retaliation for Franklin's firing. Look, who knows anymore? But I wouldn't be surprised because that guy owns college football, and I'm glad we're out of that nest. That's the one positive thing of hiring Summerall too, is that we're away from that.
The reign of Jimmy Sexton, I could see coming to an end.
Chris Henry officially signs with Ohio State. I don't know who that is.
That's the guy we were talking about earlier. The wide receiver.
Oh, the one that you thought you could flip?
Yeah. The one that was down to, the last three.
Gotcha. A couple big signees here. 5-star linebacker Tyler Atkinson signed with Texas. 5-star cornerback Brandon Arrington signed with A&M. So they're still doing their work. There has been here we go. We've got a prediction for LSU to flip an offensive commit. Let's see who that is. Landon Duckworth.
Can you pull up Texas real fast?
The quarterback?
I don't know what position he plays.
I'm pretty sure he's the quarterback that was committed to South Carolina for a minute.
Yep. Oh, Jared Curtis did sign with Vanderbilt. He dropped a message last night, so this wasn't a surprise. A 5-star cornerback signs with Vandy. I talk about Georgia, buddy. People got to keep in mind, Jared wouldn't have played for 2 or 3 years. Puglisi is a dude, okay? Ryan Puglisi is a dude. They still have Ryan Montgomery back there. Ryan Puglisi, I think, was argued possibly to take over the starting job earlier in the year for Gunnar Stockton, like how well he was just about that. So what am I pulling up, Coasters?
Pull up Texas real fast. I want to see if a cat signed real fast. That we were kind of eyeing early.
Oh, that we were?
Yeah.
Do you remember the name?
I'll remember it as soon as you pull up their defensive line. I just want to see if
I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he's Cleveland.
Yeah, is Cleveland signed?
He has not.
Nope.
Golly, come on, coach. Go get Vandy.
Was he committed to you guys for a while?
Yeah, he was. That's a
what
kid.
I thought.
I don't think he was. I think
he was. Maybe not. But
I could be wrong. Yeah,
we were heavy in him. This is a kid right here. I mean, this is a guy that is Colin Simmons-esque level. If we can get him.
Look at where's Swolder. Swolder is an adult. He's probably at work. The irony in that is just
that's wild. That's a wild take.
A wild take. Yeah. Wild take. Yeah. We're allowed to put in PTO, I think, right? To do this? Is that not allowed? Well, Cody's here because someone died, so he gets leave for that.
I get
and
yeah.
Yeah. I'm listen, I don't claim to be
lucky you, Cody.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, Vonnie Cleveland. That one's gonna be an interesting one. On 3 looks like they dropped his ranking a little bit. He's not even nationally ranked on their site anymore. That's right. Yeah, Rivals, bro. I don't know what happened, but
he got hurt.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yeah.
Man, that kid was a freak to watch, man. He's.
God. That's a guy I'm looking at. You could swing back around and pick him up.
He says, "Man, I'm at work." I mean, I work second, so that's why I'm here. I mean, look. I mean, the irony too. It's it's whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I messaged some recruits to see if they'll call. Look, a lot of these kids are at school. I mean, that's just what it is right now. That kid. I mean, the other guy was at school too, Xavier.
Yeah,
I read that. Is Gerville having second thoughts? No. Again, all these guys are scheduled to sign at certain times. I mean, I'm not panicking yet on that.
I think around 1:00 we might actually get some live signatures, which is always fun too.
Yeah, we'll hop over there to watch them. Marcus says no, it would work because we have teams in the same conference. A, I've never played each other. B, don't even have common opponents in each conference. I don't know what he's referring to. Paul, curious if some players currently on a roster we pitch to change positions to stay. Thoughts on who could switch and still thrive? And I really wonder if that he'll ask anybody to switch because he talked about putting guys into their correct positions. I can't think of anybody that, that we didn't utilize. I mean, maybe some wide receivers switching to switching around. Maybe I don't know. We didn't see much from our guy Chancellor from that I can recall. Chancellor, what's I can't think of his name right now. But any surprises today? He got fired 2 weeks ago. I love it. Aaron, I drive a semi. That's why I'm here. Look, working and hanging out. I love it. Ball is staying. Is that confirmed, or are we just like yelling that out loud? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that like a thing? Like you guys expect him to leave?
No, I don't. There's questions. I mean,
I think anytime you have a top guy like that, I mean, you know that he's going to be. Somebody just said something's happening.
What do you mean?
Right. Okay, so all right, hold on. We're cooking with gas here. We're cooking with gas. Let me get the screen shared. We got some juice. So I'm reading the tea leaves. I'm just reading the tea leaves. So don't yell at me, all right? This is our guy Heisman. All right, the real Heisman here. Anytime he tweets this out, now he could just be. This was an hour ago, so I don't assume this is just like your typical signing day tweet. That's all I'm saying. And then this guy, I don't know who this guy is, but he'll come out of the woodworks every now and then. Tweets this to Joe Hamilton. Joe Hamilton's the leader of our recruiting staff. So
heavy in Texas. Heavy in Texas.
Is that where that LSU guy is?
No. He's a heavy Texas guy. I'm thinking Cleveland, baby.
Let me give Dave a call. I gotta put it on mute.
I think we're going after one of Texas's defensive linemen.
You're saying the reporters out of Texas primarily?
No, that's our recruiting guy. Our recruiting guy. He's a heavy Texas guy. He's our Duncanville pipeline. He's the guy that got DJ Lagway out of Willis.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that comes from Texas is a Joe Hamilton.
Man, I love Duncanville. Hamilton.
I know. I actually, there's some high schools that I actually want to go. Duncanville's one of them. I want to go to their actual game. Valdosta, I want to go to a Valdosta game. So I think depending on the schedule, I get some extra leave that I can break up this week or this next year. I think I'm gonna take Friday nights off and maybe do a little. It's tough with Bubby playing football too, but might figure some stuff out.
You know, I think that'd be cool. I'd like to. I mean, the atmosphere down there is just insane for high school football.
For sure.
Where else we got? Speaking of Texas, Oregon, they should be signing a 5-star Jalen Lott today out of Panther Creek. That's a pretty notorious school down there.
Where's that? Out of Texas? Panther Creek?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oregon seems like they throw a wide casting net.
They do.
Is that something that could bite you in the butt?
No, I mean, I feel like it's almost like a necessary thing when you're with a program like Oregon. Like, you know, you don't get a lot of talent that comes out of the Pacific Northwest. Excuse me. And that's not to say like there aren't good players up there. There are. It's just not. It's not a California. It's not a Texas. It's not a Florida. It's not the Carolinas. You know. So I think they almost have to. But I mean, I think distance fights against you a lot of the times. You know, it's like we were talking to Xavier earlier from Florida. Obviously, like distance wasn't a big thing for him. Emmanuel Iheanacho, you know, 5-star tackle out of Maryland. That's another thing he said. He's like, I don't really care about distance. I just want to play for my program. You know, but I think it does tend to be a pretty big factor for a lot of people. It's like, you know, if you remember, Oregon was in the Jared Curtis sweepstakes and Mama Curtis did not want him going across the country. So that was just done right there. But they do. It's like as of recently, they've had a pretty notorious pipeline into Maryland. It's for whatever reason, you know, they've established a pretty good connection with that state. Obviously, Southern California has been a hotbed for Oregon talent. And then the last couple of years out of Texas, they got another guy, Tredarian Ball, today from Texarkana. He's a 4-star back, come from the same high school as LaMichael James. Just ton of talent.
Oh, the Muck Bowl. I know all about the Muck Bowl. Yeah, that's another one. See, there's a bunch of them, man. There's a bunch of good ones. The film guy, he does. That's what I wish I could get to. Is he goes to a lot of high school games in Georgia.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We've got a couple things. We're working on getting KJ Ford on the show. I'm not going to say it's going to happen, but we're doing the best that we can. We're working that side of it. So that's number one. We'll be later on until the day because, again, he's in school. Number two, this is here for Caden Hall, 4-star safety. This was reported by Corey Bender that he will be staying put, which is massive. And the tweet apparently may not necessarily be any kind of flip, but retaining this class, which is huge because Davion Grace is a big one. So I think that's where the vote of confidence was coming from that tweet, from what I could gather, that we feel really good about retaining everybody. Again, I'm not confirming anything, but that's where we're assuming that is coming from. So Grosse is from Texas.
Yep.
Yeah. So there we go. That could be the move. And again, I mean, to maintain this class, and this class has been put together for quite some time, is great stuff. It's huge stuff. Again, 13th. Not where Florida needs to, finish every single year. But what I am excited about is we're finishing 13th with a brand new head coach, and we're headed into a transfer portal, and we don't know how this guy navigates the transfer portal. So these are all things to keep an eye on. Any new commits? No new commits since Will Griffin, I believe, was our last one. Yeah,
I think we're still on flip watch for the LSU kid, and then there's one more that we might end up.
Nope,
grabbing,
that kid
right?
signed. That kid signed.
Okay.
I don't know who it was. I didn't get the name, but all I know is that he signed. So that's out the window.
Okay.
So
still the LSU cat then.
That seems to be the only one. Yeah, and again, I mean, keep an eye on a lot of those LSU guys. 3 of them, kind of locked it in.
I'm not giving up on Cleveland till that's over either, because
Cody's gonna die on this hill.
Yeah,
that flip is happening.
Hey, somebody get me that cat's number. Like,
look, Cody,
I'll tell
you're
him
already 0 for 1 on the show.
Hey,
I'll tell 0 for 1 today.
I'm telling him I'm like John Summerall's cousin and inside recruiting guy, and just make up some BS to get him to Florida. Like Florida's like, what? Wait, what? Like, where's this? Yeah.
I love it. Real quick, guys, we've got we're at 29,000 subs, 2930. And if you guys are hanging out liking this kind of stuff and you're enjoying this, we're chaos. I can't really tell you what we do here. I don't know what we do, but we're trying to get 30,000. So if you guys could smash it, like it. I don't know how many people have liked this video. I can't see it from here, but if you could smash the like button, that'd be greatly appreciated as well too. We got Malik Morris coming up for some field breakdown coasters, or what's the deal here, Pam?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab a water, use the bathroom real fast. We'll do that. 52 hanging out with us. Absolutely incredible for the Catalina wine mixer of college football. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like this day. They're sad. They're crying about it. It's not what it used to be. Listen, you got to make chicken salad with whatever chicken pieces you get. All right, it can't be chicken shit. So that's what we're doing here.
Commit flip. We've got not Florida, Clemson to Ohio State. Caden, a Gabe Art, 3-star safety.
Wow.
So there's some excitement there. Ohio State having to make up some last minute Larrys. And again, we'll continue to monitor the class in these rankings and where everybody sits as well too. So I don't think much has or will change in the rankings, to be quite honest. I think USC will lock in most of that class. And Ohio State's sitting at 6th with 27. Again, 27 total commits is nothing to hang your hat on, though. Oregon only has 21. Light class for Oregon there. The Duck. What do we think about that?
I mean, it's almost to be expected. We knew this was going to be a lighter class, but I choose to look at the positive, right? They do still have the #1 average recruiting rank in the country for this class. So it's like the talent they are bringing in are
according to On 3, USC does.
You were looking at total talent. Go look at the recruit average.
No, that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, did it jump?
Oh, I see. The average rating.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
you do have the
average
highest.
rating. Right, the average rating of the recruit you're bringing in. So it's like, albeit it's a light class, and it is on paper the most high quality class, and it's like, I don't want to phrase it that way because it makes it sound like it's the best class, but it's like the guys they're bringing in, they're not slumps, they're not just nobodies. So it's exciting. And one thing we know about the Ducks is they will find their guys in the portal. I think every year under the Dan Lanning regime, they pulled in 8 to 10 guys. I expect this year to be the same, so it's almost to be expected.
I think you're Ricky Pearsall. And look, you had a younger class too, I would say, this year. Like you guys, I mean, you're probably going to retain a lot of talent, so I wouldn't get too worked up. Kerwin Bell for OC or Cade Bell? Has that been announced or is that what we're guessing? Because that the name that was the name we were hearing earlier.
It doesn't look like that's been anything.
I will say, hey, real quick, boys and girls, let me go ahead and share this. This is good for Florida Gators, in the sense of retainment. I think this defensive stat or this defense isn't going anywhere. Jeremiah McLeod just tweeted this duo coming. And tagged Jeremiah or Jarayla McCoy. And obviously, Jeremiah was a huge component to that interior defensive line this year. And again, I think this is their verbal announcement of like, I'm not going anywhere. And so Miles Graham has made it publicly known that he doesn't plan to go. I think VB3, their support that they've shown through whether it being going to the presser or tweeting, these are silent, says I'm not going anywhere, right? So do with that with what you will, but we're kind of trying to cross off the buttons and the T's here of what Florida players are staying. And again, I think this is a great sign of what's to come. Defensively, man, I don't see if you are on this defensive side of the ball, why in heaven's name would you leave? I think that's one thing. And honestly, man, like Jaden Ball, you heard what Coach had to say. I don't think you should want to leave. Wide receivers, probably, I wouldn't be surprised. Those guys got to go do their thing. They probably really want to know what's going to come in. Again, that's where offensively makes a big difference. You've got Will Griffin coming in, which should make you feel really good. I know he's a true freshman. We got to go in the portal for quarterback, I think. We've got, because Harrison Bailey is going to be gone. I don't think you ride with 3 deep with DJ, Trammell, and Will. I mean, that's a hell of a class. You're going to have a third-year DJ Lagway, a second sophomore year Trammell Jones, a true 4-star quarterback in Will Griffin, and then you'll have the walk-on. I'm still not against going out and getting one more, I don't think. So.
Well, do you think that pushes someone out then?
Well, like Harrison Bailey will be leaving, and then Aiden Warner right now is on the list. So hey, I would push out those two, and I don't think anybody would be upset with that. I mean, then all of a sudden this quarterback room. Again, I know a lot of the DJ Lagway hasn't been what we wanted him to be, but I don't think he's just damaged goods. So I'm willing to look. I think you keep him. I genuinely do. I think you keep him. We love what Trammell Joe showed us, so you keep Trammell Jones. You retain him, and then Will Griffin comes in and brings in that rear and pushes the level of competition even further. But you still need. I want a clear number one guy. So I'm going to bring in a guy to compete with Lagway and Trammell. That's what I would do. It's going to be tough to do that. You're going to have to probably either take a risk because I don't know if you can get a guy that's, who look like is just like adamantly your number one and then the rest of the guys stay. Like maybe Trammell, maybe one or two will stay. I don't see all 3 staying personally. I could be wrong. It's just the new world we live in. Like not everybody's going to hang out for competition, and that's that on that. Let me take a look at something really quick here. Today is our sponsors. Let me go ahead and read that if they have it for this. We don't have it. Oh, it's checked off. Yeah, we don't have it. All right. Well, I was going to see if Kalshi had the next. Oh, Gerville signed? Beautiful. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Uno momento, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this show is brought to you by Kalshi. We've been sponsored by them all season long. It's been fun to use them in multiple types of occasions. We haven't really used them to bet on games as much. We've definitely talked about them in our watch parties because it's still fun to bet on it and watch it during the game, but we've really used it from a sense of trying to figure out who our coach was going to be, more so than anything, and then not to give us any type of tea leaves. Because again, this isn't like your typical betting site. It's not using Vegas. It's using you, the people, to drive these lines like a stock market. So you can see the trade volumes at $23 million for who's going to win the National Football Championship. Here's what's really cool. And I talked about this the other night where you could really take an advantage of this. as you can see, there's going to be a lot of people that make this championship, right? Look at these teams on here, all right? A&M is one that I would circle. You can get in right now at 6 cents. That's how it bets, which is just don't get caught up into that. It's low odds, all right? Let's keep it simple for us, boys. A&M wins round 1. The odds are going to shrink. So teams are going to be eliminated, meaning that 6% is going to skyrocket, right? Well, guess what? You get in at 6, teams get eliminated. Their percentages naturally are going to go up. Guess what? Like the stock market, your 6 cents now turns into 12 cents, let's say. You just now made a profit. You can pull out and be done with it. So that's what I think is cool is you can kind of play like round by round like you would on other sites where, you know, and again, it's not that you're just picking him to win that game. You're just, I mean, you are in this sense, but you're going to make a pretty good return once they win that first game if you feel confident that they do get past round 1. Oklahoma's an interesting one to watch. I think they're a really good football team. Again, who they get round 1 is going to be important as well. But Oregon is scheduled to play a G5 school, and they're at 8%. Then they'll be looked to play Texas Tech, so that could be a nice little underdog team that they make it to the Final Four. You can make a good profit on. So that's what's really cool about Kalshi. You can pull it in as much as you like and take out whenever you feel like it. Use the code HIGHTOP to get $10 off your first $100 investment on Kalshi.com. It's been fun to watch and play with them all season long. Great stuff there. And Derek Duck is leaving us. Kendall Gerville has become a Florida Gator. Welcome to the family, my man. Love that. Big signee there. Monster lineman. Go ahead and share that screen so you guys can see that now. Kendall Gerville has signed. We're going to do Malik Morris, or you're not ready for Kendall Gerville, I would assume, right, Cody?
No, not ready for Kendall yet. Yeah, we're just kind of working down the line. I'm trying to. We're gonna do some offensive line too here in a little bit. So we got plenty of time. I'm kind of working through them, making the graphics as we kind of chit chat. Malik Morris is an interesting prospect. Kendall Gerville, man, I really like this guy. Defensive lineman. This cat. Listen, if we do flip Cleveland, this is probably one of the healthiest interior defensive lines that we've gotten in a very long time. Yeah. If we flip Vodney and we have Kendall Gerville, man, you talk about nasty.
Very excited there. Great signing. Let's take a look with that updated. How many we have left to sign would be Davion Grace. 1. Kendall Gerville is now signed. The top. Here's the big thing. The top heavy hitters have signed for this class outside of Davion Grosse, which is extremely important. Caden Hall has not signed, but there's been reports he's expected to sign. So even more of your top echelon guys. What's left? Because I'm not going to put Caden Hall on that list. So all you have left right now are CJ Hester, Carr, and Kika Umua, who is the tight end, which take it or leave it. It's the second lowest rated guy. So 4 guys left, essentially. Again, Caden Hall hasn't signed, so you could throw him in there. That's 5, but it has been reported that he is, or maybe it is still 6 with Davion Grosse. So plus, a lot of great things, a lot of great stuff there. Are we getting some
flip
early of those 9-star babies? I don't know if we're getting any more big stars right now, but we'll see. The latest one's a truffle cause the lattes. I read that already. And then wasn't here for the OC video. Who are we thinking? The 3, because Neil Brown was on that list. He just took the job at North Texas. There's down to 3, which is Joey Hazel, the offensive. I hope I'm saying that properly. The offensive coordinator at Tennessee, or is it Tennessee? Yeah, Tennessee. And then of course Buster Faulkner, the OC from Georgia Tech, once worked with Georgia as well. And then Cade Bell, right? Is it Cade Bell from Pitt? And those are the 3. I think from what I'm hearing, it looks like our old boy Buster might be taking a lead, which I love. That was when I went through the charts and I spoke about it, and just understanding complementary football and what Faulkner has been through. I think if you're able to get Faulkner, can we do this for a minute and I'll let you play your stuff?
Yeah.
Are you out? I think the Duck's out, so we'll boot him for just now. You and I will be all cute and whatnot. If you're able to get Faulkner, I think we might have some of the best coordinator room we've had in quite some time, because you're bringing in a guy like Brad White from Kentucky, who's bullied us, who's played up against Lane, who's played up against Kirby and gave him these guys fits with very less talent. They don't have guys like CJ Bronaugh and KJ Ford and Draylen McCoy playing out in Kentucky. They just don't. So you've got that guy coming in on the defensive side of the ball on top of having your head coach who's already a defensive-minded guy who crushes beers and eats chicken wings, which I love. Then you're going to bring in a guy like Buster Faulkner, I'm assuming, who's coached the likes of Carson Beck, who outside of his mental case, I think can sling a football better than anybody. But what I loved about Faulkner the most, the chart was very complimentary in the sense of tempo. Obviously, coming from that Kirby tree, I like a lot because of that ability to adapt. Kirby's one of the best at adapting in game. So is Stoops, right? And so now you're bringing in two guys that worked under, in my opinion, some of the best adaptable coaches in the country, which was Stoops and Kirby. Kirby's the best, in my opinion, that are in game. These guys are animals. They're crackheads when it comes to just coaching in game guys. So Faulkner worked under that alongside that. He also coached at Georgia during the national championship runs where they had a premier defense. They had a dominant defense. So he was able to dial in an offense that was complementary to that defense, where they ran the ball effectively, where they threw the ball effectively. That's where you saw, don't forget, drum roll please, that's where Bowers came from, right? The uses of the utilization of tight ends also comes from Faulkner. There's a lot of talk that Buster's success at Georgia Tech, or Brent Key's success at Georgia Tech heavily relies on what Buster's been doing. And so
which looks completely different than what he did at Georgia because he knows he doesn't have the horses.
Yep. Adaptability. He understands who's on his staff and he works towards their strengths. And if you go look at even prior to Georgia, the guy has been explosive everywhere that he's been. So that was my reasoning for liking for Faulkner, was just one, the experience, two, he's worked with. He's proven it to do it elsewhere, right? Which is massive in my opinion, and has championship experience. So I mean, those things are important. Again, Hazel to me was very sus from a recruiting aspect. I don't know. I couldn't tell you on the Faulkner thing. I don't remember that, because that was one thing. Brad's recruiting side of his things weren't always the highest, and that's something to kind of think about. But again, I think that the way this recruiting staff has done, and if you can put in product in the football field, it'll kumbaya itself, if you will.
Yeah, they're saying Todd Monken was the main OC at Georgia. Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter. It's
no, I understand that, but he was there during that time. He was I think he was either the co-OC and quarterback coach during that time that he was at Georgia. So at least he understands how that functions. And prior to Georgia, he still had an explosive offense. I guess Todd Monken was the OC, the head OC. I understand all those things, but he was there during those times. Very similar offense, and then goes to Georgia Tech and does again. Has success at Georgia Tech. Knows how to beat that defense. Or excuse me,
Carr
Georgia.
Just signed.
Xavier Carr just signed?
Yeah.
We're cooking.
Incredible to keep this class. I mean, hats off to the recruiting team there. I hope they get retained after this. I don't. The recruiting side was never the issue with Florida.
Yeah, he's a Gator.
Are you pulling it up?
I'm struggling.
Yeah, he's a Gator, a homegrown beast in the trenches from Bradenton, Florida. Offensive tackle Janari Carr, a high school MVP who can move serious weight. His game is that of former Gator Mike Pouncey, an unstoppable force guaranteed to move the line of scrimmage. Born and bred in the Sunshine State, ready to establish himself in the swamp. Welcome to the Gators, Janari Carr.
Bro, I love the Spikes videos.
Oregon would never. I want that helmet, that phone call helmet so damn bad, bro. It's not even funny.
Probably a 101. It's probably literally just a prop.
You don't think it works?
I mean, even if it is a prop, come on.
Yeah,
I'm saying though, it's not like a prop like you just go buy it. I'm saying it's probably just 101. I don't know. Look on eBay.
Oh, good point. You know what's funny is I saw Virginia Tech kind of did a very similar setup with them, and someone took a picture, and I have it. They had the old checkers board with the helmets. It was the old V Tech helmets. What's funny, my son brought it out the other day. My wife had never seen it before, and we pulled out the checkers board, and it was the Gators board because he wanted to play the Gators. And it's mini helmets, and it's blue and orange helmets. It's a badass checkers board. All right, Cody, get after it, big guy. All right, you go ahead. We'll talk Malik Morris.
Malik Morris?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let me get this thing pulled up here. Malik Morris just coming out of Lakeland, the pipeline. I mean, this kid's absolutely incredible. Plays linebacker, plays defensive line. Here he is blowing through the gap, getting to the quarterback. Elite blitzer, which is a talent that is it's not everybody has. You gotta be able to read the gaps. You got to be able to understand what's going on. Here he is playing middle linebacker. You can see he's just a very thick built kid. Not a guy that is long and lean, but just a traditional hard-nosed middle linebacker. I could see him working off the edge also. Very good hands, great tackler. He understands. Here he is playing in space. Great job blowing up that screenplay. I mean, this kid is absolutely just a tactician and tackling. Here he is. Great job. Big tackle. Meeting that running back in the hole. Letting him know where he's at. I know he got injured, gained a little weight, but strength and conditioning take care of him. Here he is. Going to get after the quarterback. They were running a spy there. Great job by the corners. They're out of Lakeland, keeping the Lakeland pipeline just alive and well to the University of Florida. We've gotten so many good players out of Lakeland, and you got to keep that happening. Great job attacking that running back. Just here he is, close to the line. This is where he's really special. He's going to blow through that gap and blow that play up. Doesn't even get started. Here he is, stand up. Beautiful job, looking, spying. Going to go ahead, has the speed and great angle to get the sack there on the quarterback. Here he is. He's going to walk up. Looks like he's going to blitz here. Nope, spy the quarterback. Beautiful job sitting coverage. And then he's going to take this thing back to the house. One man to beat. Shows you a little bit of wiggle there. Just an absolute beast coming out of Lakeland. Oh, he can do this too. What all great linebackers do, they can tote the rock. Here he is, making a guy miss. Rolling him over. 30, 20, 10, 5. Nobody's going to catch him. He's going to run in. Easy touchdown for Lakeland. Boy, oh boy, Miles Graham 2.0. Is that what we're seeing? Look at him. He's going to run it up the gut. The part of the C's. He splits the defenders. He's down to the 5, and he's going to go ahead, walk it in for a big-time touchdown for Lakeland. Here he is. Love this little formation here. Old school. Here he is. Makes a guy miss in the hole. Has a little wiggle. Has the speed. Touchdown. My goodness. Hey, could see him play fullback like Childs. I can't wait to see this guy. He's going to be absolutely electric. There's a punt block for you. Can do that thing on special teams too. I mean, if you're not absolutely bricked up for Malik Morris, you don't know what you're watching. He's an enforcer, a great form tackler, and an absolute killer in the blitz game. We got him at 304. On 3 rivals, 270. Like I say, did get hurt. Playing out of Lakeland, Florida, Class 5A football. Plays against some real killers there, and an absolute killer in himself.
Cody the Prof bricked up. I think the music makes it all that much better. I really do.
Sure.
You feel like you're in it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Cody got me hyped for the kid. Like, he's not coming to Oregon, and I'm like, hell yeah.
He's like, I'm bricked up.
Good to have just an old school middle linebacker. Like they just don't breed those kids everywhere.
Never say complimentary football too much PTSD. Look, I know, and I said it lightly. Like I know we freak out, but he wasn't wrong when he said it. He just abused it. Him being Napier. Does Kent drop weight for tight end or stay 300 plus for offensive tackle? I don't know. Is he going to be who's our guy, Big Dez, and just eat all the time? I have no idea. Bricked up is crazy for high school.
Hey,
I feel like
it
it's fitting for Cody, though. I mean,
it just
it
flows
didn't
right off
surprise
the
me
head.
at all to hear it come out of his mouth.
Yeah, it's just process. I'm looking to see if we're gonna get a Sunny presser today. I reached out to Cam Parker to see what's up with that.
Flying from Tulane.
We got the Ducks talking on Rivals right now. Our boy Dan, you want to hear what he has to say?
Who doesn't?
Yeah, I know the Gator fans are gonna be upset, but I mean, I'm always down for a good Dan talk. You know, it doesn't. You know, you can't ever go wrong.
For us, ultimately, it comes down to the person. We need guys that have a growth mindset, that are trying to figure out how they can become the best version of themselves. You know, those are things that we really try to attack and evaluate in recruiting. I think that's just as important as them checking the box of what kind of player they can be.
Coach, what were the positions of emphasis for Oregon in this 2026 recruiting cycle? And if they've sent in their letters of intent, kind of speak on some of the guys that help fill those needs.
Yeah. All right. You put me on the spot there, Steve. But ultimately, look, I think in recruiting, you have to be resetting every position, like really every single year you're looking to fill. That gives you the opportunity to build it the way you want to from the, we've been a team when I first got here that had to rely on the portal just because of the transition of a new head coach. And that number's really gone down for us every single year. So now you're trying to find guys, again, from the ground up that you can be able to build. And there isn't one position that isn't important. I think there's certainly been a huge emphasis for us in the trenches since I've gotten here. But now you're seeing some of the dynamic skill that's been able to contribute for us early. This year, I think we have more freshman touchdowns on the field than any other team in the nation for guys that are able to contribute early. So that, that's what you're looking for. And everybody's path a little bit different. Some guys are going to be able to make an impact right away. Some guys, their plan and process is different. But ultimately, meeting guys where they're at and seeing where you can get them. We got a lot of them, man. But you want to ask a name about it, and I can tell you if I can actually talk about them yet or not. That's the part that's always hairy.
Well, it looks like Big Manny's LOI's in.
That's a good one. I got to see that dude play in action. Unbelievable player, unbelievable human. Obviously, love Manny and his family. We fell in love with this guy early, and he's a great example of what we just talked about. Went to a great school there, Georgetown Prep. Has done an unbelievable job of growing as a player over time. He's got some of those rare traits that you talk about, that you just God-given traits that are really special, and then athleticism to boot on top of that. He's great strength, great size. Got to see the guy compete in person, and he was dominant when we did that, and really built a great relationship with him over time. And Coach Terry obviously did an unbelievable job there as well.
Good stuff there. We how has Dan recovered since the pool incident? Where'd that kid up going?
He's Texas still. I think he's still committed to Texas.
Okay.
Yeah,
Real quick, huge. Listen to this. Ask and you shall receive, I guess, is how it goes. My guy Kyle Wright just texted me. He goes, "I got this for you. What's the Addy?" And that's not what he got me. Hold on. Hold on. There it is. Maybe I can just drop it in here. That work? Hold on. Why isn't it? Man. Hold on. I'm pumped. I'm going to add it right here behind me. It's going to be sick. I think it's going to be cooler than the helmet, because the helmet would have been hard to display for the show. But now we have this, and I'm pumped. So my man Kyle is an absolute G. Met him this weekend for the first time officially, and now he's one of my favorites ever. Look at this. Oh, where is it? Oh, come on! Look at that. Tell me that's not gonna look sick.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's
right.
nice.
Oh, hold on. Right here, you know what I mean? Up and down.
Oh yeah, you got mount up and down for sure.
Yeah. So I'm pumped. Shout out to Kyle Wright. That thing is sick. That thing is sick. Her Lanning has no spray version of Adderall.
Whatever it takes, baby. I'm
excited to see him. I'm excited to see them boys in the playoffs. I'll tell you that. Should be fun. Boys and girls, continue to smash the like button and subscribe. We appreciate you. Who is that? Carr, we already announced that. Direct line to Summerall included. I love that. Wouldn't that be sick? Like if it just you just answer it and it just immediately goes to Summerall. You know, it's like the crystal ball and the Santa Clauses where like he shows up when you shake it. Like I just one phone number or it rings. It just like I gotta hook it up. If me and John can get close, I'm gonna get it. I'm just gonna get one phone number. I'll pay for a phone line and just give Coach John the phone number. And anytime he wants to call, and if it rings, you know,
I got a better one.
What?
He calls you on the Gator helmet phone to say we got the commit.
Cody, where am I gonna put the helmet, dude? Like
he calls you on the Gator helmet.
Oh, from the Gator.
Video, and you pick it up and you say Shelton from High Top, and he says, "Yeah, we got the commit."
Bro, that would be like that's what I'm saying. Like they gotta involve the creators.
They're missing
a little
dude.
bit. Yeah,
they're
bro.
missing out.
That would be nuts. That would be nuts. Shout out to Kyle, man. Kyle, you the man, but I appreciate you. I love it. I love it. Cody hype for recruiting is on point. Cody's a grinder, boys. I'm telling y'all.
I live for this.
That guy that left because you were here, he's missing out.
Yeah.
Well. Trent Henderson, Forkwood Jr. Yeah, what happened to Forkwood Jr., the linebacker? He was supposed to commit and never committed. Yeah, let's. And Bonnie Cleveland, good. We are summing. I'm gonna sum. Yeah, let me y'all doing smelling sauce with Johnny Rocket. I mean, yes.
Whatever.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You have to ask. Yes. Can't wait for January 2nd. I know it's gonna be chaos. Crystal ball to us? Who's crystal ball to us? Those are the ones that are crystal ball to us?
I think he's saying that Fork Buzz crystal ball. Do you guys still?
Oh,
what?
Yeah, I see. I'm looking at 24/7 right now, and he's crystal balled to Florida.
Does on 3 have a crystal ball or RPM thing? Because 247, they're a little lax.
You can see when the last one was. Yeah, we're still leading the way. Oh, he's committed. He did commit to North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
On Halloween, he did.
Yeah, but it might be a flip.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Put a little smell and salt in it. When did the crystal ball come through from Florida though?
No, this is an old CB. This is from July yet. On 24/7 at least.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Dang it. So excited.
Well, keep an eye on. Did he sign?
Check.
No, I don't.
The Trent Henderson one is definitely one to keep an eye on. But I don't know if we go that route.
Yeah, Rivals says I'm trending to Florida too.
Who's that?
Forkba.
As of when though? I saw that too. I did see that.
Yeah, I can't.
Cleveland was supposed to sign this morning, and he has not signed.
Telling you.
I'm glad we dodged the Kardashians. Same. Some people have normal hobbies. We obsess over high school kids and where they go to school. Amen. Nick, welcome back. We're just Gator. We're just football junkies. We just love it. We just love it here. It's good stuff.
There's nothing better than a little film evaluation for me.
Cody redemption from the Martha drama.
Nothing better.
Yeah, there is a crystal ball for the Dylan Punter kid. I'll pull that one up. Let's see.
We're gonna do
what's his name? It's not
Will
Punter.
Griffin next.
Punter. Oh, that's gonna be a fun one. Yeah, the Booker T. Washington. Love that school.
What a good school.
Love that school. Yeah, this crystal ball came in 12-2 from Tyler Harden.
Yep, yesterday.
Forkpa?
For the safety we've been talking about. Dylan Punter, 6-foot safety. I'm trying to look and see. Oh, you know why? So his top 3 schools were LSU, Florida, and Tulane.
Oh.
Maybe that's what we should go look at. Let me go take a look at Tulane to see, because even though not their commits, right? But who they were trying to flirt with.
Maybe didn't have enough money for.
Maybe they didn't have enough juice.
Or maybe their top commit. See who their top commit is. See if it's a guy
It's the 4-star lineman. I'm pretty sure he already flipped.
You know, you guys are going to be shitty when he commits to Tulane and Billy Napier. I see Billy's a name to watch at Tulane. I hope that happens. Y'all just flip flop.
No, I'm pretty sure Baker just took it, didn't he?
Was it announced?
It hasn't been announced officially, but I'm pretty sure that it's.
They're waiting. You know why? You know why it hadn't been announced? They're waiting for signing day to be done. They don't want to lose their whole defensive class.
Well, it's already in shambles as it is. I do want to take a look at that class here in a minute. I'm trying to look at see. I don't want Tulane's commits because he said he wasn't touching that class. I wanted to see who there it is, prospects, who they looked at. All right, so 4-star wide receiver from Louisiana, Kenny Darby, Blake Stewart, safety, a 3-star. So even their interests weren't that great. Okay. Scout look, Tyler George, again, big 4-star tackle from Louisiana. I wonder if we can flip that one. He's a top 200 recruit. I'll take that all day long.
What about? Can we sniff into Georgia Tech real fast on the offensive side of the ball?
Oh, Cody, deep into his bag.
Dang.
Deep into his bag.
Just saying.
Let's take a look. Let's get to shopping. Let's go to the store. Grab your purses, boys. Let's go. Daddy's got his card. All right, let's go take a shot. Let's go shop around. Let me go ahead and pull this thing up real quick. And then we'll share the screen. Drop the phone. Shout out to Kyle once again. There's that. All right, let's do this. I love this, dude. I get to cruise through this thing. All right, Georgia Tech. We said I'm squirrel brain. I want to look up LSU to see who's signed. I want to do that here in just a minute. Derek, sorry, you're behind the truck. I'm sorry, buddy. You're just let's fix it. You look good down there, buddy. Just hold your head up high. Hold your head up high. All right, we've got a signed. Oh damn, they didn't play around, brother. Oh, they signed the whole class.
Oh, did they?
Holy yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Well,
brother,
when brother, I think you have to. I mean, the college football landscape's so volatile. Okay, well, that was a pipe dream.
Look, I already looked at a Kentucky's list too. Look, leave the person home. Ain't much to work with. Let's look. This is the ones we got to take a look at. Auburn's a class we need to look at. Brian Womack. Look at this. Look at this. Your top 4 guys just waiting around.
Yeah.
Lamar Brown. And Lamar's announced that, but he was just there. He was just kissing baby, shaking hands with old Laney.
He's at University Lab. Click on his profile, see who else is in there for Lamar.
You think you want to see a little Tulane wave, a little green wave action?
I was gonna say I think A&M was its biggest.
Oh. No Florida. We didn't even call them. Arms are too short.
Tulane's in there! Baby! Spill on me!
Baby!
We're back! Flip! We're back! 5-star!
Look at Johnny. Look at the class that he walked up again, and he just whipped it out. We got Texas, Bama,
he
USC.
Said, hey,
Johnny said, I don't give a damn.
He said, I can't afford you at Tulane, but check count looking pretty fat right now. Check count looking pretty fat. Watch out.
The chat's going nuts. We love a good roll wave, baby.
Hey,
we love a good conspiracy theory. I forgot you got to go deep into the weeds for the Wayne wave, wave. I'm about to sum on that one. Oh, brother.
I mean, we're not that far from Auburn. I mean, geez.
Woo-wee. Hey, less than 1%. You tell me there's a chance.
There is a chance.
There's always a chance, baby.
Especially with the drama that's ensuing. Hey, I wish I had the phone right now. I would be like, hey, boop, boop, son, hey, get in there, big dog. It's always sunny in Gainesville. You know what I'm saying?
Always sunny.
Man. You go and steal one of those from old Lane Train.
Oh my.
I'm about to bust. All right, let's keep shopping. Let's keep shopping.
Are we shop?
Look,
can we pull the calculator? Hold on, can we pull the calculator out?
Oh, brother.
What happens if we get Lamar Brown?
Oh my God,
brother.
Cody.
Can we pull the?
Oh, brother, here we go.
Oh, baby, lock it in.
You're gonna get the
Put the
chat.
seatbelt on. Pull it out. Pull it out. Pull the calculator out.
You're gonna have the chat freaking out.
There's another New Orleans kid. Hold on. There's another New Orleans kid. Let's see
I know,
if
but you're
Tulane's in
freaking
there
out.
too.
Try to read the shot.
Hurry up! Click it!
Going.
Click it!
Who we get? We didn't get anybody.
It's just Cody doing Cody shit.
Chill, cuz, chill. Somebody walked away and just heard Cody go, yeah! He's like, what happened? Tulane was recruiting the number one recruit in the country. That's what happened.
They offered him. Hell yeah.
Oh, bro, Isaiah Williams, good call, Kyle. Great call back to UF because he committed to Ole Miss, right?
Yeah.
Who didn't he commit to? Wasn't Buddy committed to like legitimately 6 programs?
Oregon.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think he made it up to the Pacific Northwest.
Oh, brother.
Oh, Isaiah Williams did come back?
No, I think he was just saying he's could be trending that way.
Oh, yeah. I don't
We'll
know.
take a look. Oh my goodness. I love
Cody, you got the people on the edge of their seat.
Well, I mean,
Look,
he's doing click the button. I gotta see that other cat.
Stand by to get some, baby. Come get some. I forgot what I was going to say.
Richard Anderson sounds like a Gator to me.
I'll check Kentucky. I looked at it last night. It's not as exciting as you think. All right, Richard Anderson.
You're not poaching Willie's boys, all right? Will Stein's got a plan.
Okay. All right, here we go. Oh, this isn't good. Oh, there. We're on the list.
Double me up, baby.
Hey, look who's right behind him, though.
Double me up, baby.
Let's see. Did Tulane offer?
Come on.
If Duke offered, there's a chance.
Tough.
Florida offered though. We're on the radar.
Tough. Ole Miss is second though, so that's not a good feeling. He's got a double whammy there. The fact that they're waiting though, what could they possibly be waiting on?
They're waiting on Summerall. Break out that checkbook. Put him in the class. Come on, I gotta see what the number one kid in the nation gets us to.
Oh, take a look at Pitt's offensive recruiting. Good call, Bradley. Good call.
Oh boy, we're getting
deep. We're getting deep. This is a Georgia kid. We'll take a look.
Click on Deuce Gerald, see who's his number 2.
Ooh, not you. You felt confident there, big dog.
Yeah, I did actually. God damn it.
Florida's there. Double dip.
Hold on, we got pages.
Oh, we got 2 pages.
Come on, Tulane.
We're back.
I see it.
It is. I see.
Oh! Double dipping, baby! All right, put those 2 cats in. I gotta see the class. I gotta see what we're working with.
The Florida Gator.
Oh yeah, dude, go ahead, just book it. Go ahead and book it.
Look, he looks like a Florida Gator.
He does.
Prop, you might as well go tweet that one out. Get the fans going.
All right, let's look at. Yeah, well, we've done some research. We figured it out.
We're big stepping and we're flipping.
We know Florida was heavily involved. Mike Peterson's still there. If we're double dipping here, we'll be standing.
We're gonna take the top 3 commits.
Uh-oh.
Oh! Shit! Spit on me!
Oh,
put him in! Put him in!
Cook!
Dude, you guys might get the number 1 class in the country.
Put him in! Put him in the calculator!
Oh, brother. Oh. We're done. This show's lost all credibility. We
probably lost some subs.
I know. Spit on me, baby. Spit on me. Oh man. People are like, what are we? They're like hopping through the National Signing Day, right? They're watching like Rivals and like JD Pickle and Josh Newberg, like all wear suits, and Stephen Wilfong all talking to head coaches and shit. And we're like, double dipper!
Put him in the calculator.
Hey, hey, you know what that is? It's like when you get a pocket pair. What do you do?
Double down, baby.
You split them.
Split them.
I mean, are you not entertained?
Split them.
Put the calculator up.
I'm not bringing the calculator up.
Dude, do it. Do it.
I will
Just
bring
one
the- I
time.
will
I got
do
to
the
see it.
People
It's got
come in my
to see.
office like it's someone yelling at me.
What happened? What did it say?
Someone in the comments.
What did they say?
People coming running in my office thinking someone yelling at me. It's just Cody yelling over Tulane recruits.
It just offers. It just offers.
It means something.
All right. Pull the calculator. Yeah. Why am I being the calculator hostage? Like
Because you're the
hell gives a
calculator
damn?
guy.
We're 3 hours into a show that we got 3 hours left, and I'm over here like, no, we're not gonna. That's where I draw the line. We're over here screaming about double dipping, and I'm over here being a calculator hostage. Oh,
Bring it
Lord.
up.
All right, I'm
Bring
pulling
it
it
up.
up. F it. Well, let's
There we go.
make a wish.
Yeah. This is our Make-A-Wish list.
All right, we're
Cody-
only gonna do the 2 players. We're only gonna do the double dippers. I'm not
Okay,
putting
That's
everybody.
fair. That's fair.
We're not
I
gonna.
don't
that
ask for
crazy.
much. I don't ask for much.
Cody, you're telling me there's not a latte under that microphone right now. I don't
No,
believe it for a
sober.
second.
Sober.
Right.
I
Blowing a little meter if I need to.
While we're here, I just want to get it off my chest. I can't stand 247's site. It's the absolute worst. All right, that's all I had to get off my chest. All right, here we go.
Oh,
We're at 250 now. All right, so you got to go pull up 247, Cody, so we can see where Trenton.
I got it already.
259. And who was the other kid's name? I got it.
Deuce Gerald's.
Oh, good job. Was that a Dipper?
That was one of them Cody was screaming about.
All right, so 268, Cody.
268. Oh, what about Isaiah Williams? You gotta add him too.
Laughing so hard my nuts hurt. I don't even want that cap, bro. He's worse than Lane Kiffin. He's a perfect match for Lane. He can stay with him. I don't want him.
Okay.
You
See.
Lamar, y'all maybe add Lamar?
Yes, number
Shoot for
one
the
kid in the
stars.
country.
Davion Grossi has Gator gear on. Where's that at? I'll pull it up. Where's that live at? Is that on Instagram? All right, 278, Cody. Where would that put us on 247?
That would bump LSU. We would be right below Michigan at number 12.
God, only 3 spots.
We only listen though. We'd only need we'd only need half a point to get to 279, which would
That's
bump
crazy
Michigan.
that we would literally say like the 3 top players in the country.
Cody just
What the
signs the
hell?
number 1 player in the country, and he goes, "We just need one more."
Yeah.
Just
if you add
one
the
more.
flipping, you'll get it if you add the flipping from
Oh,
LSU.
yeah, I got to add the flip in too, don't I?
Yeah.
All right. Where is the Grossi thing? Where's that at? Yeah, very anticlimactic. Grossi? What? Did he sign?
Yeah, chat's going wild.
Where is this at? Where are you guys seeing this? Where are you seeing this at?
I don't know. We just committed to LSU?
No way.
See latest. I don't
That'll kill
think
the
he's
buzz.
committed anyway.
Where?
After Cody was trolling all the fans with this Tulane BS, I think they were getting you back.
Later, buddy. Good seeing you. Oh, it's in Discord?
Oh.
On his Instagram story? Oh, yeah, Instagram story, it says.
Oh, his dad and mom were wearing Gator gear. And he's doing the Gator chomp.
Where at?
It's just pictures. It's just pictures. I just saw it on.
okay.
It's just Instagram. Yeah, nothing serious. I don't know why we got called clowns for that. I don't think we've done anything
What?
wrong at
Who
all.
calls us a clown.
I don't know. Like, it's just like you can't have fun anymore. You know. I will say I have received unnecessary hate for saying "cuh" instead of "cuz." Like, I have been skull dragged.
Nobody.
It's the internet, man. You're gonna be skull dragged for saying
I know.
anything.
But for cuz versus cuz, we heard it 2 days ago. I'm still learning the lingo, you know? What was the LSU's kid's name?
Oh, Dylan.
Dylan?
Mm-hmm.
Perter?
Yeah.
I got him. All right, that puts at 280. Oh, Carson
we
Baker.
bumped
Yeah,
Michigan.
he's on the staff. Yeah, we could save him too.
SYN.
Oh, thank you. All right, 282.
That puts us number 10, beating out Miami. Top 10 class.
If you're a clown, point me to the circus because I'm signing up too. Let's go, boys.
We found our crowd.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we understand who we are. We've never tried to shy away from that. Either you like it or you don't. You know, there's so many great opportunities. We promote the other channels. Gator Dave is live every other day. Allie Peak, Sadie Miguel. There's plenty of great people that aren't going to be clowns. So please go give them a follow. They won't disappoint you. I can assure you. It's probably much better information as well too. 282. What's that put us at, Cody?
That puts us at 10, beating out Miami for the 10 spot.
Carson Baker doesn't sign out tomorrow. Okay, so we'll be top 10. All right, so we're waiting on some big ones here. Will Griffin, do you want to go ahead and do that up while we wait for this? Hold on, let me see if I can find his Instagram. If he goes live, I'll pull it up.
Okay.
It says Agent Zero. Oh, that is him. Okay. Hold on. These cats with these names, like it's Agent.0. Like this kid's a treat, man. This kid's a treat. Signing at 9:30 a.m. But he's in Texas, so that's in 20 minutes.
Who's that? Gross,
yeah.
This SEC insider seems to think Carson Baker's gonna go to South Carolina.
Say that again. Say that again.
Oh wait, no, A&M. Yeah, I read that wrong. He was trending towards South Carolina for a minute. Sounds like A&M's putting on the full court press.
Oh, well, we got backs.
Other shows are good, but High Top's the best. Thank you, Jesse Jerkins. Appreciate the love, man. All right. Do you want to do the Will Griffin stuff? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I authenticity. That's what we're here for, boys. We keep it a buck. Keep it a buck. You know, we try to have fun and what you see is what you get. There's no faking this. Sorry behind on the stream, but why do not an NIT tourney like we do in basketball for playoffs? So all top 25 teams in one or the other. I don't know why. I mean, you know, you're gonna have top 20. I think if you eliminate, if you're gonna continue to have this, maybe you eliminate the top 25 because then people won't know where they're at. Like you know what I mean? You just have your top 12 because everyone's. I mean, you would still know, I guess, but I don't know.
Well, and like, how much do you guys feel like preseason rankings play into this too? Like, I've seen the notion of like just eliminating preseason rankings altogether.
Yeah, they shouldn't be ranking teams till week 4 or 5.
Cleveland just flipped to North Carolina. Shut up.
Wow.
Well, Cody was right about the flip, I guess.
Save that thought, Derek, because I want to talk about that because here we go. We're heating up. He did. Bodney Cleveland flipped his commit to North Carolina. Well, you were right to watch it, Cody. We just watched the wrong school.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I told you. I smelt it.
It was in the water.
The dumpster fire in Chapel Hill.
I don't get it.
I don't
get
either.
it at all.
I don't get it either.
I think that program's in shambles.
Yeah. They did that to us. They flipped Deontay Robinson. It's a money thing.
Yeah.
That's all that it is. Like what did you see that made me go, I want to go there? And I wonder how much of his injury played a factor because that boy slid in recruiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened?
Weight too.
Just was hurt all his senior season?
Yep.
That'll do it.
Oh my goodness. Calvin Russell, the 5-star wide receiver, postponed his signing. Listen what he has to say. Hold on.
The whole administration. First, I want to thank my mama. Without her, I wouldn't be nothing. I love her with everything in my heart. I just thank you again. I love you. And then I just want to thank my father, my family, my support staff, and all my brothers over there, maybe my brothers up here. And like with the decision being made, it's been hard. The 3-4 days, I've been thinking, and I won't be signed today. The whole administration.
Wow.
That one is that's a bombshell.
Fran Brown is sweating bullets right now.
Well, now they got Tusi, you know, they're chilling.
That is a bombshell there.
Miami, we thinking?
I did call the Vontae Cleveland thing. I thought we were going to circle back around and get him, but I didn't call it.
It was one to watch.
I didn't see any other Gator YouTubers calling anything out like that. Wild. I don't even see him live.
Why are we taking shots?
I'm just playing.
Let's take a look at, I do want to take a look at Calvin Russell, his double dipper. You know what I mean? Like, let's see here.
Oh, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
We do. Hey, a couple things. Don't forget your thought on the preseason rankings. Please write it down on a notepad or something. This is where the show gets crazy. I want to talk about that. The other thing we still have to dive into is Pittsburgh's offensive staff, in case the Bell situation comes. So can we put that to legal pad too? Because I want to look at that. Yeah. I just want to look up real quick. Syracuse has a 31st ranked class. So Calvin Russell. Michigan was number 2. Michigan's trending, by the way, on Rivals. And Miami, Florida, and Oregon are all in the mix. If Tulane's on here, Cody might bust.
Yeah, I think you can take Oregon out of there. It seems like they got out of the sweepstakes around August.
You know, Miami,
Billy Gonzalez recruiting Calvin Russell. That's who that is recruited by. So, and real quick, tea leaves. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but his agent is the same agent as DJ Lagway. They work with the network advisory. So
what are you saying?
I'm not. Listen, Justin keeps it a buck. Those guys. The network agency also represents Fran Brown. So I don't think they're trying to that's not a thing. I'm just saying that there's connections. That's all. But he's from Michigan, though, right? No, he's not from Michigan. He's from Florida. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just know that Michigan was shocked when they didn't get him.
Oh, he's out of Miami Northwestern.
So keep an eye on Miami then. But
no, we've grabbed a bunch of kids out of Miami Northwestern. Andy Jean being one of them. Obviously, it didn't work out, but we always get kids out of Miami Northwestern.
LSU's on that list too.
That's
national signing never disappoints. You always got some stuff in there. We always got some stuff. Grosse signs here in 15 minutes. I'll take him.
What do you want to do? You want to do the Will Griffin breakdown, or you want to wait?
We've got insider track here with Coop DeJean. What do you think on national signing day? How do you feel that Coach Sonny has done thus far?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he wants to say something, doesn't it? Like he's getting ready to cuss Cody out.
Go Gators. Maybe.
First words, go Gators.
Look, I think it's good for him to get a good idea of what it's like, right? Eventually one of these two boys are gonna have to take over this thing. So let them keep warmed up here. All right, let's do what are we talking about? What was our other thought process we had?
Are we waiting to do this Will Griffin after?
We had Grosse in 15 minutes, so we can do Will Griffin. What were the legal pad things?
The preseason rankings were one of them. And then I think we were looking at Pitt's offensive staff.
Okay, I don't have any hands, so let's do the you're leaving me. You smell delicious. There, Goober. Good job, buddy. Thank you for the help.
Yeah. Flowers. Flowers from Miami Northwestern last year.
I knew
there was somebody else.
Let me read this. You're a beast. Thanks, buddy. Low Top Sports is wild. No, that shit's hilarious. I love that shit. Coop! Baby Coop! I love it. I honestly, I appreciate all the hate. It's fun. At this point, it's I thrive off.
It kind of makes me laugh, honestly.
Yeah, because like we're I get it, we frustrate people, but we're also like we kind of give everyone a chance, and nobody wants to give us a chance. Russell's best friend is Tony. That's not good. That's not good. $2. Low Top Sports. I love it. They became a member. That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. That's
Trolling
right.
done right.
Yeah, 100%. I respect the hell out of that. Shelton, love you guys. Going live with Dylan soon. Oh, we need to get Dylan on here too. Maybe Cam. Why not go after Darian Menendez as a welcoming gift for Coach Summerall? After all, he was Tulane's quarterback for QB first. Fair is fair. First words. What up, cuz? That would be hilarious. Yeah. So, thank you for the super chats too, guys. I don't think I missed it. $10. Thank you, CJ. The preseason. I said it. I said at the beginning of the year. I hate it because you've seen it too often that they're unwilling to slide teams down. You saw it with Texas. Texas was a first-ranked team, and they were pulling teeth to pull them down. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Alabama. After week 1, Alabama should have been in the top 25. So the preseason rankings are tough. The preseason rankings are for I think they're trying to sell. I mean, they want to, like, again, when you have Texas, Ohio State, you're like, it's the top 2 teams in the country. Like, that's the whole point of preseason rankings. But they shouldn't. I'm fine with them if you want to use them for that. Unfortunately, even though the playoff rankings don't come out till later on, it feels like they have an impact. Because how is BYU not in the top 25 or top 10 by a lot? It doesn't make any sense. BYU's played great. They've beat everybody outside of the number 5 team in the country. I don't understand it. I don't understand it at all.
We surpassed 29,000 K subs.
Yeah, we knew that this morning, Cody.
Get with the times, bro.
Yeah,
I feel like the preseason ranking, they just have too much like pull on the rankings right now. Just because BYU wasn't think about it this way. BYU started the year as a top 10 team, and they have one loss to the number 5 team, or they're sitting at what? Number 7, number 8, maybe. Like,
it's because they've had to climb up the rankings to get where they are. Now, Texas Tech, mind you, was not ranked. And that was the one thing that I got right this year. When everyone was like, who's your dark horse? I picked Texas Tech. I go, Texas Tech should have been ranked. Based on what they did last year and what they did in the offseason, I go, there is no reason why they this is my buddy at work. He says, Sean, I need you for a scene too. You want to call me? I'll do it on the air. They've got respectfully driven up to the top, which I'm cool with. But I'm frustrated that, they've had to work to get where they were. They shouldn't have been low as ranked as they are. In Virginia has 1 loss. They're in the ACC. They play in the same conference as Miami. So I'm just not a huge fan of it. All very frustrating stuff. But crazy stuff, man, today's happening. The Calvin Russell, Vonnie Cleveland, I would say, are 2 big bombshells. Jared Curtis got dropped yesterday. That was a big one, but ultimately, Chris Henry has yet to officially sign. I thought it was announced he did sign.
Well, that CBS Sports said he put pen to paper, and then I just had someone on Twitter say, hey, what do you think about him not signing yet? And now I'm going down the rabbit hole currently.
Okay.
We'll
get back. Yeah,
we'll do a beer review at the end. I'll go grab one. We'll do a beer review at the end. The end of the show.
All right, we've got 10 minutes till Davion goes. Do you want to do Will Griffin, or do you want me to dive into Pittsburgh's offense for a minute?
Pittsburgh's offense. We'll save Will Griffin for a minute.
Oh, Virginia has 2 losses. Okay, I'm an idiot. I don't even know ball. I apologize. I'm a moron. So, all right, let's dive into Pitts. I'm not gonna pull it up unless it's sexy. All right, I'm just gonna be honest with you. We got Derek working the phones for their side. We got Cody taking a leak. We enjoy these days. These days are fun. It's like the draft. It's just chaos. Obviously, it's not as crazy as it always been. I saw the other day, it really got me thinking. Quick for all the 1,700 people in here, boys and girls. Because obviously, like, radio shows, they were like the originator of like kind of like ESPN, where you have your radio, you own the radio show, and then you have shows throughout it, right? Like you have like your morning show, and it's like 2 people, like 9 to 12, and then you have your midday show, and it's 2 other people, and they talk about the similar things, but from a different perspective. And then you have your late night show and they kind of focus on different things and things like that. I'm like, you know what? We have our morning show, we have our late night show. We're just missing the middle of the day right now here at High Top Sports. And I got to figure that out. But I'm like, we might be able to almost kind of lock down the YouTube world if we can figure out a midday show. What? So I know I'm spitballing here. I thought of it yesterday. You walked away. I was pitching ideas to the chat about we've been doing a good job of waking up for the most part, outside of me dropping the ball a couple of times, of doing a morning show every morning, which is done really well. We have mostly shows every single night. It's the middle of the day where we lose coverage. And again, but I realized like, that the middle show could be about anything. Like it could be about a multitude of things, like where it's a whole new group of people. Maybe I'm not even part of it. I get people that I trust to come on and run a middle part of the day where they're live. Midday Martha. Okay, that's what I needed to hear. Now it's done. Cody, think you're not needed anymore, big guy. But that midday show, like they would talk about obviously big news, maybe anything else. It could be our baseball part of it. Like there's a lot of things that I'm trying to think about. I'm like, we could really just own YouTube and kind of run the market very similar to what radio does, is what I was getting at. All right.
Okay, hey, so I got a little update on the whole Chris Henry
Massive
thing.
news here. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this is coming from Greg Beggins, works for On3. But it says Chris Henry announced for Ohio State, but he did not sign his letter. The Heartline news was a complete shocker to him and his family, and they didn't find out about it until the news broke on Twitter this morning, causing Henry to delay his commitment. Something to monitor closely moving forward.
Who's number two? Who's number two for him?
Tulane.
You're looking at him. You're looking at him.
And we know the Ducks and their wide receivers, they are sluts for wide receivers to not get the ball thrown to them. So they love just to fly their guys wide over there. Watch out, Kentucky. Kentucky could swoop in.
Oh my goodness. Could Kentucky get their first elite?
It could be. You could see a big one.
Dude, honestly, I would be upset from an Oregon perspective, but I think a little part of my heart would be happy to see Kentucky swing someone big.
That's what I'm telling you. That's why doing this stuff the way that they're trying to do it is not the way. If you know your coach is going out the door, you need to be upfront with these kids. Just like thank you. Just like the Blake Baker thing. Like not announcing it. Like trying to keep it hush hush.
Trying to screw the kids? Yeah.
Yeah. That's why all those
Florida, it happened to Florida last year or 2 years ago with their Bateman situation where they literally we signed everybody. The next day he was gone. This is crazy. Nobody signed from Pitt yet.
Nobody?
No, one guy. This guy doesn't matter. Nobody. Ray got a running back. Damian Ferguson, 5'11", not signed. Linebacker, you can keep. I mean, they're all 3-star.
Could that be our Carson? Could that be our Carson Baker flip?
What happened to my sharing screen?
You lost it. You exited it.
You clicked it. You clicked it.
I didn't touch it. No,
you clicked it. You definitely clicked it. They don't have much to really write home about. They don't have any national ranked guys. So I don't know if we're gonna even get too fired up about it. But they've got the 6'6" Corey Dolly. I think that's what people wanted to look at. The 6'6" quarterback. Golly, stud. That might be let's watch this film later. Can we? I mean, we have Will Griffin. I don't know if could you land 2 quarterbacks in a class nowadays? I think that'd be a hell of a secondary guy you could back up.
I think you absolutely can. Especially if you got an open room.
Carson Baker. I didn't see Carson Baker sign with A&M.
No, he didn't sign yet. It just sounds like he was trending that way. At least this was 15 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, I got guys. I got one cooked up. I forgot it was in the fridge. I got one cooked up.
Ole Miss flip. We got Jet Goldsberry safety to Purdue. That was a little bit ago.
Lost a defensive guy, and they hired their defensive coordinator to be the head coach. That's kind of interesting.
How many likes are on the show right now? Do we know? I can't see it from my side.
I can't see it.
I can't see it here either.
That's the one that I don't like about.
Here, I'll look on YouTube.
Oh, there's 7. I got. There's 756 likes. We got to get to 1,000 likes. That's the only thing that I request. I've asked for a lot today. Subscribe and do all those good things too. But
we've hit a new high, 1725, hanging out with us.
Oh shoot, I forgot to pay that my water bill. They're calling me. It's the only bill that isn't on repeat, and I always forget to pay it. I've had it shut off like twice. It's hilarious. Dude, it's hilarious, dude. I'm on like a I can't even think of like a bad like I'm on their red chart of people, and it's like, and then when I do it, I pay like too much. The problem is like I call like crap. Can I just pay this month and I'll just go ahead and pay off the next month too? And they're like, yeah, and then like it goes by again, and I forget. I forget. So, what is this? Devin Jackson? We're about to put the duck in a locker live.
What?
Oh, please.
What?
Please.
Devin Jackson, that was a former Florida commit.
Yeah, he was one who he just visited Nebraska last week.
Is there any smoke to that, or are we just trolling us in the chat here? All right, there's some super chats. We got to get to Will Griffin. What's crazy is like I feel like
DB. He's a DB.
Yeah, we have an 8-hour show, and it's like, how are you going to talk for 8 hours? And then here we are. I'm like panicking of like trying to get everything in.
We should have a Grosse commit coming up.
Oh, 3 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'll wait. $5. I'm still trying to get that sinking feeling on my stomach from the b-ball game last night. Yeah, dude, that was brutal, bro.
Let me tell you something though. Florida made me some coin last night, so thank you for covering the spread.
Yeah,
much appreciated. Go Gators.
I took them -7, but I took it comboed with the over.
Yeah.
Tough. And it was like 155 when it opened. We're winning the offseason. Drop the maybe, cuz Low Top Sports too. Becomes a member and donates. I love this guy already.
Hold on.
Hold on.
What are we holding on? Cade Bell?
That could be big.
I'll take a look. I'll do my research. What about Devin Jackson, Isaiah Williams, Carson Baker? $5. Well, Isaiah Williams, he can stay. Carson Baker we're still waiting to hear on that. I'll take call-in questions regarding health problems if you want. Free medical advice with Martha, and you can recruit the entire villages asking questions about medications. Jeremy, the problem is somebody would ask one question, and you would take up the entire show with that one question. Bro, I love how he got cooked when he was just rambling. It was hilarious. And what I love when people just take it on the chin. Like, that's Jeremy's great. Like, don't get your feelings hurt. I said no more ciders, but Cody needs that juice. $2. $10. I appreciate all y'all's hard work and obsession with covering the Gators. I watch High Top Sports more than I do regular TV. Thanks for your dedication. I appreciate that, Landon. We have fun doing it, man. And shout out to our wives that allow us to be goons and do this too. Chat driving Cody to drink.
I love it, dude. Cody is living in the Midwest. All right. So let me tell you, a morning beer is not out of his question in any capacity.
No. It's coffee. Yeah, Cody's fading. Yeah. You remember when he walked in and how he was screaming and yelling, and I told him not to blow his load. Now we're 3.5. Who's still got the juice? Who's still got the juice? I haven't heard you in 2 hours, Cody.
Listen.
I haven't heard you.
I thought we were doing this Grosse commit. I've been kind of. I'm in a flight pattern. Hey, don't.
There we
go.
Get him
I'm in a flight pattern. I got Will Griffin. I got the gunslinger. I got them all queued up. I got them queued up.
Doorknob Cody.
Oh my God.
Doorknob Cody.
Hey, don't we have a commit to watch? Cody. You said we had a commit to watch 3 minutes ago. It's been 5. We missed it.
It's not 11:30 yet. We're good.
Unbelievable. Brent Key just announced he's agreed to it. We're rolling. Look at this. The chat. Look.
Oh, God. These guys.
Oh, sources from Pitt. Oh.
Wow.
Look at the chat. Brent Key has signed a 5-year deal that runs through 2030. We'll get some stuff in a minute. Davion Grosse is who we were waiting on. Let me check his Instagram to see if he's going live. It's happening now. If I'm not mistaken. He has @Gators Football in his Twitter, if that means anything. And then we're gonna do I'll dive into the Cade Bell stuff.
Yeah, and then we got Will Griffin.
Do you want to do Will Griffin then? While you're doing that, I will.
You can dive in. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to get my Discord, but it's. The Ole Miss guy flipped. The Ole Miss guy flipped being Baker has nothing has happened with Baker yet, guys. Nothing's happened with Baker. Google now. We have Cade Bell announced it tomorrow. Please quit yelling at me. The Ole Miss guy flipped being has a torn ACL. Oh, to the Purdue. That's what they're referring to. Okay. I'm working on the Cade Bell thing. Listen to Cody's definitely. I'm from Indiana as well. It's definitely a must beer in the morning. It's our coffee for sure. Yeah, dude, it's July and they wake up to like 10 degrees. Like it could possibly snow. It's miserable.
Bro, if I could show you outside right now, I'd show you why people from the Midwest drink all the time. It's depressing.
Yeah.
I got 5-6 inches of snow outside my window right now, and I want to drink too.
So my wife's from Chicago, okay, or from Illinois, I should say, and and she was from Morris, which was like it's a 2-inch town, and that's how they are there. And and I love her uncle. All of her uncles are big burly dudes with big beards. And I was joking because one of their uncles, he moved down here, and I was like, "How's it been?" Like, it's been like 2 years. Like, yeah, he's like, "I love it. I can't stand it." He's like, "Nothing to do in the winter. All they do is just hang out in the garage and drink beer." And this was like 2 weeks ago. And literally 20 minutes later, we went into my garage. We're watching TV and drinking beer. And I go, "Yeah, all they do up north is hang out in the garage and drink beer." We were rolling, bro. But I love it. Like up north, like they've got basements and like everything like is built to like live inside and just like mecca inside. And so when he came down last year for Thanksgiving, like he's obsessed with football like I am. Like her family's not that big into football. And I'm always just kind of by myself. So him and I are just screaming at TV, just yelling at like every game. And I was like, "Oh, I need to go up north. This is where I need to be." Yeah, we talked about that big time stuff there. All right, I'm trying to find squirrel brain. Oh, we got another flip from Penn State. They're down to 2. Terry Wiggins, 4-star linebacker. Penn State has received the death penalty at any possible way. This is unbelievable.
Oh,
Cody, are we doing Will Griffin?
Yeah, I thought we were doing the Grosse commit.
Yeah, what happened to that commit?
It's not on it. He's not live. I guess we can wait a minute. I keep refreshing. It's not live.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find some smoke because again, we read this morning that we were getting Faulkner. So let me see if anything's changed. I gotta pee here in a minute.
We might have another Duck commit who wants to come on later this afternoon.
The chat might be unhappy with it. I couldn't believe that. I was like, dude, this is fun. Like, I don't really care where. I mean, obviously, I wanted to go, but I was like, look, it's fun to.
Yeah, I mean, I get it's primarily a Florida show, but I'm like, I think it's cool.
I mean, we got 8 hours worth. If 5 minutes goes to a Duck talking about it, and we got to troll him, so.
I wouldn't have missed that cat. I wouldn't have missed him.
Cody says his size didn't matter to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have missed him. Well, I had 3 INTs, and they said I was still too short.
And he does it. You should see it. Passing stats, rushing stats, defensive
Oregon also
stats.
called the Florida hiring a home run hire.
Wait, say that again?
Oregon called the Florida hiring of Summerall a home run hire. I guess we have Oregon's stepson Tyler Spots on his staff.
Oh.
I'm trying to read. So Faulkner is not mentioned in the key extension. That's what they're talking about. Because again, there's a nugget on 3 that we're getting Faulkner. So that's why I don't really see any. Yeah, we know Griffin signed. We're just gonna go over his film and talk about what he got. Cody, go. If the Grosse thing happens or goes live, I'll cut you off mid review. Does that sound fine?
Okay. Yeah.
Because we're kind of putting things off for we don't even know what's happening here. This is what I love today. Like it's just like fun to like try to figure out the chaos that's ensuing here. Real quick, Corey Benner just tweeted. CJ Hester is now undecided on whether he will sign today or not.
One of y'all's commits?
Yeah.
Yep, cornerback.
Could that be the D-Jack flip? Go get D-Jack and then he'll go somewhere else. D-Jack is higher rated.
Hey, chill.
Just saying.
No.
I don't see anything on the Bell thing. Why is it? I can't get into my Discord chat, which is really pissing me off either. There it is. Hold on. Oh, so Connor. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I just got in our report. Davion Grosse signed with Florida. Not sure what the delay with announcing it is, but folks I talked to say he's a Gator. This was from 247. This was just now in our Discord. So, I get we're still gonna wait until the graphic drops. We know the rules here.
Yeah.
So we can go ahead and rock and roll, Cody. The floor is yours with Will Griffin. Once we get.
All right, we got Will Griffin, the pocket executioner, big arm quarterback, throwing over the top there at Jesuit. 4A guy, here he is rolling out. Beautiful job setting his feet. Something that quarterbacks do struggle with at the younger level. Great job stepping into the pocket. That all-star game, he will take a shot to deliver the football. He is a big play, deep thrower. Highly accurate. You look at the velocity on the ball. I mean, he puts it where nobody else can get it but the wide receiver. Here he is, 1, 2, 3, looking, scrambling. Can do that too. He's just going to tuck it, take the punishment, get the first down. This is your Florida type quarterback here. 1, 2, 3, loads up, fires. Deep shot. Wide receiver goes up and gets it. Great job. That's in double coverage. It doesn't matter when you're as accurate as Will Griffin. Here he is, 1, 2, 3, looking, firing. Another deep shot, just drops it in the bucket like he walked down there and handed it to him. Here he is up the gut, can do that too. Makes a guy miss in the hole. Now he's off to the races. Working the sideline, goes ahead, steps out. Great job, makes a business decision there. No unnecessary hits. Here he is, pocket maneuverability, strength, fires, eyes downfield. Probably not going to get away with that at the SEC level, but that's okay. Here he is, deep shot, uncorks one. Loves that corner right side of the end zone. Here he is, 1, 2, 3, play action. He can throw to the left side of the end zone too. My goodness, racking up the touchdowns there at Jesuit. Here he is, looking. Going to go ahead, take it up, hurdle, first down and more. Rolling, looking, scanning. Resets his feet before he delivers that dot in the corner of the end zone. High velocity, big arm. Kind of reminds me of a little Brett Favre-ish. Tuck that thing away, carrying around like a loaf of bread. Got to tuck that thing away high and tight. Will looking, firing, corner of the end zone. Loves that area right there. That's his best plays of 2025. Super excited to get this young man. 6'3", 230, hailing out of Florida. Class 4A there at Jesuit. 243 ranked on 3. 247 or 247 has him ranked 230 nationally. Gunslinger, bazooka arm, pocket dead eye. And like I said, he will stand in the pocket and take a shot to deliver it. Reminds me of a lot of Brett Favre. Big 6'3", 230 frame. Makes him an SEC caliber quarterback right away.
All over it once again, big guy. Good work. Once the Davion Grosse is officially announced, obviously we'll move on to that one because that one is a big one that we're all waiting around. I think, again, it feels good. It looks good. It sounds good. It smells good. The last one we've had was an hour ago, and I think so. We know that Hester is not going to assign, it sounds like, which was another one that was committed to this class. Let me take a look and see where we're left. I mean, once Grosse signs, I mean, after that, I could honestly could care less if we're being honest. So K. Bell, Buster Faulkner, and Joey Hazel is the hot board for Florida Gators. And again, I think I said this the other day. Like, I don't think you really lose with either one of those. I think you're getting 3 experienced guys that it's something that Florida hasn't had in 4 years.
Yeah.
So just put up some points. I mean, those guys I think can put up 21 on their best day. Too soon? Might be. Okay. My apologies. Best Gator show ever. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that, man. Much, very appreciate it. How we're doing? We're doing well. Gator boys are locked in. I think I would say 85% of the class is signed as of now, which feels very good. All good things. All good things.
kind of interesting that there is some classes that aren't getting signed though. We talked about Pitt. They haven't signed their class yet. Now Georgia Tech signed their whole class, so that might be something that we're eyeing on the offensive coordinator. The big three guys for LSU has not signed yet. I think they're waiting to see if Baker takes the Tulane job. I mean,
I don't think it's just Baker; it's the whole staff. Because if the Baker goes, that staff goes. You would assume.
Well, and Corey Raymond, it's sounding like he's not going to be retained. The intern coach, I can't remember his name, but he's like a high-end wide receiver recruiter. It doesn't sound like he's going to be retained. So there's going to be a big shakeup there at LSU. We could see a lot of kids enter the portal from LSU too. This come portal time.
No question about it. This guy says I'm a grown man from Hey Shook, but I'm dying to know if Ball stays $2. Look, we're not. That's gonna take some time because those guys legally can't announce they're going to the portal until January 2nd. So I don't think unless they choose to just vocally come out and say, "Hey, we're not leaving," prior to that, I don't know if we're gonna hear much about it for a bit. Very true. My midday could bleed over into the evening show with just one caller. Truffle shuffle for Cade Bell. I think the funds were for Faulkner only. We can't spread it thin because then you lose the lust of the truffle shuffle. Remarkable retention so far through the Go Gators. Yes, I mean, hell of a transition. Again, the staff has done a lot of great things from a front office perspective thus far, which is really, really good. Let's take a look at this. This was, I think, massive news. Even with what's come out, maybe Penn State's not out of the question because why not? Why is this having a bit of a hiccup here? Or maybe the funds went to this kid. I don't know. But we've got the debacle here with the BYU quarterback, 4-star commit, Ryder Lyons, delaying his signing as well, which is huge. This kid, when committing to BYU, was a big deal. And now it's being delayed for, I wouldn't see any reason because he denied that Penn State job, right? Head coach?
Right, yeah. He confirmed he's staying at BYU.
Very interesting developing situation there with that quarterback.
It sounds like Michigan has picked up a little smoke too for Ryder Lyons, so I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
Does Michigan have a quarterback right now? Can we see?
I feel like they have to. I don't know their class off the top of my head, but I feel like they have to have a QB in that class.
That kid's a stud, though. Ryder Lyons is a stud. Can we pull up and see if...
Because I know USC's still in it.
Corey Raymond being retained, already signed 3 DBs. Everything you say is false 5-star Cardi and just signed. All will eventually sign. Okay, bud. Whatever.
So there's this guy, Liam Bluntman from Barstool. I just sent him a message to see if he wants to come on the show. F it. But he's been tweeting a lot about Florida football as of late. And I don't know what his he was one of the very few that were like Florida heavy in that early like pick'ems when Florida felt that they were still in it, and has kind of been posting on. Anywho, he just posted, I've been tracking Brian Daboll's coaching search and know he was a hot name for the Florida OC job. Buster Faulkner's name is rising to talks there if Dabo does indeed take another job. Again, I've seen him. I'm familiar with Barstool. I just sent him a message to see if he'll come on the show. I don't know. I've seen him talk heavily about Florida as of late. He works for Unnecessary. He's on Unnecessary. He talks. I mean, he's been talking a lot. And again, he was heavily involved with a lot of things. So maybe he's getting more and more involved. I don't know. We'll talk to anybody. CJ's mom, she goes, "We're so proud of you, CJ. Bring that speed and son. Great things. Go and support mama. Show some love."
Comments just flying. Can barely keep up with them.
Yeah, it's tough. I love it though. I do want to take a minute. We'll do it in a little bit here. We'll have to kind of like see how the room was going to look as of now, right? Of how things are looking. Let's take a look at what are some other classes that we want to kind of see. Let's just see how the top classes in the country are holding up with signing. USC obviously is one that we were wondering how they would do. They have got about
They're West Coast.
They signed everybody.
Okay,
but one. Mark.
Yeah, they learned. They learned last year.
Well done.
Well, and it's like they have the policy too, where it's like if you commit, you cannot visit other programs. So the guys who have been locked in this whole time, they have zero reason not to sign today.
I'm telling you, boys, I've said it for the last couple of weeks. These cats were all signed 2 months ago.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of these guys.
Well, that
were
new
done
law,
deals.
dude, that new NIL law allowed for these cats to they've been signed from an NIL perspective 2 months ago. Not a national
Right.
letter of intent. I'm talking contract, these guys have been getting money from it already. They're already being paid. Gross.
Well, right.
Got him.
Bang! Let's get
We
the
got him?
video. Got him. Got him.
I already got his done. I did his this morning.
Let's play the Brandon Spikes video. It's fun watching. Those videos are actually pretty cool. They're very similar to the profs takes, you know what I mean? I mean, Spike isn't talking about being bricked up, but I mean it's damn near close.
They call him Agent Zero because when he steps on the field, defenses disappear. And an electric offensive weapon out of Frisco, Texas, Xavier Gross. A blur of speed and precision, part lightning, part legend in motion. A modern echo of Gator great Percy Harvin. A 200-meter state champion with real track speed. With over 2,400 receiving yards and over 2,100 rushing yards. And one of 24/7 Sports' top 10 athletes in the country. Welcome to the Gators.
30 minutes for the rest of our lives. That part fires me up more than anything. We'll go over Davian Grosse here in just a minute. It is great to be a Gator. Welcome to the family, Davian Grosse. Very excited to have him a part of this team. That was somebody that we worked hard for. That's
two big time programs, Frisco and Duncanville. We went there and we grabbed two big time guys out of Texas. That's big stuff. That's Joe Hamilton. That's what happens when you got Joe Hamilton on staff. I'm telling you, we gotta keep that guy.
Must be retained. I've got my sources, and I know like we talked about my sources, so take it with a grain of salt. But they're still hearing Faulkner is the guy. So I haven't heard anything on Bell. If it's Faulkner, I'm going to be through the moon.
If it's either one, we're winning. I mean, they're both great OCs. Can't lose.
High Top Sports, every Duck fan right now knowing CHJ hasn't submitted his NIL.
Do what?
There's smoke?
It's from the same thing. It's legit. It's coming from the same dude we were talking about half hour ago, and he said, like the whole Heartline news was just a shock to them. It sounds like this wasn't something that was expected to be announced necessarily. It sounds like it caught the family off guard.
A Duck fan tagged me in it. Duck fan,
gross.
quack, military veteran. You already follow them. I love it. I love my Ducks. I love trolling them. They're great. They're great. I said it when we missed during our dark times a few weeks ago. I was like, "Go Duck," where we're at.
It's gross.
The Oregon guy sounds Canadian.
Gross.
Yeah, damn near.
Yeah. We said that this morning. That's hilarious. Did you see where Arch Manning was transferring to LSU? Martha, you got to stay off Facebook, Sweet Pea. You got it. You can't do that. Watch her be right. He's not. Come on, Martha. We can't have Martha Mondays and you do that to me. Kermani McClain is staying locked. Yeah, I don't see Kermani leaving. I really don't.
No.
I really don't. Welcome to the family. Custom Elect, new member. Welcome. Flying Boy Bing just became a member. Welcome to the family. And then Kermani is a lock. Almost 1,900 people. Can we hit 2,000 live today? That would be absolutely incredible. You know how we get there? You in the chat, smash the like button. Let's YouTube know that, hey, whatever this crackhead show that we're watching, it's kind of good. We don't mind it. We're not at 1,000 likes yet, which is very hurtful, but that's okay.
1854 hanging out with us. New record for the day. Can we check out Ole Miss and see how if they're doing bad on their signees?
Oh, Cody in his bag.
No, that wasn't me. That was Boss Hog.
Oh, good man. We needed. Text here. I want to check them because we know they dropped a bag on.
Don't write comedy. My bad.
Okay. LaDainian Gutton, the number 1 edge rusher, essentially, he signed. Felix Ocho did sign. Well, of course he did. They paid him $90 million to not play football. Chase Campbell signed. All of Texas Tech's class is signed. So they followed through with the checks. Good on them. Good on them. All right, let's take a look at Ole Miss's class. All signed, but a few.
Okay.
But 2, 3.
Well, it speaks big. That speaks big on how they feel.
Look, I mean, Ole Miss had a lot of confidence in their staff, and I think that they're proving it to be right. LSU is in shambles, brother.
They weren't the dirty one. They weren't the one that did anybody dirty. They were the recipient.
They only
1,000 likes. We hit 1,000.
Well done, chat. Thank you. Of their commitment class, which has only 16 commits. 16 commits. They have 1, 2, 3, 4 signees. And of those 4, you have Corey Barber, who is a wide receiver. He's 180, 4-star. But then it's 3-star, 3-star, 4-star, 4-star. Oh, no. Sorry. Just 4-star. So 2 4-stars and 2 3-stars have signed. Oh, wait, one more. And then another 3-star. Oh, this thing's out of control. Hold on. Sorry. I'm wrong. They have more than that signed. Hold on. Hold on. Now I'm an idiot. All right. I thought I filtered it by all the ones that signed. So they have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 of the 16 have signed.
Half.
But some of their top, their number 1 player in the country, the 24th player in the country, the 48th, the 77th, the 90th, the 105th, and the 181th all have not signed. And one of those is Dylan Percher, obviously, as we know, from Florida, which could be huge. Go get Hartline as wide receiver. He's now the head coach at USF. That's today. Love y'all boys, man. Gator boys, stay hot, cuz. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Rich Anderson just signed? Lane's not playing. Lane walked in and gave me the ultimatum like he did Ole Miss's staff. He said, if you want a life, you better sign, boy.
Is this a more stable signing day than we had with Nape? Well, we had that one that was terrible.
Yeah. I mean, last year was good, but man, I mean, given all the things that were concerned, I mean, that we had up for grabs, hell of a day. I mean, you lose 2 commits, one being Carson Baker, and running backs I don't really get too worked up about, and CJ Hester. I mean, we'll see, but maybe we flip the Devin Jackson and it kind of works itself out. We'll see. Yeah, it's been very stable. Very stable. I don't see that news. So here we go. Here's Carson Baker. Let me take a look see what's happening here, where he's trending as of now. A new school surging up the 4-star. It's Texas A&M. All right, that's which we knew that already. Okay. Chasing the bag, good for him.
Napier's coming in hot for Tulane job. Is what Kalshi says. Our sponsor.
Really?
Our sponsor. Can we pull it up?
That's what I saw. There was like a little smoke behind that yesterday.
I just got a tweet that says get the boys ready for a truffle shuffle. Could it happen today? If it's Faulkner, it's truffle shuffle, Cody. I was disappointed to not see a spacesuit today.
At what point do we take this thing seriously and stop shuffling?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you just say?
At what point do we start taking this thing seriously?
Can somebody clip that?
And then just pair it with, any of the Cody moments from the first 3 hours of this cast. Please.
What'd you say?
I said, at what point do we start taking
No, what did Derek say?
So someone needs to snip that clip of Cody telling everybody to take stuff seriously, and then pair it with any one of the 5 clips of Cody previously. When we started the show, the whole the whole Tulane guys.
Any point. Well, I don't see where the Tulane jobs on Kalshi, because I wanted to see who's leading the way on that.
My bad.
Oh, Brian Dabble's being tabbed for that Penn State job.
Oh, that could be big.
according to Kalshi. And then Terry Smith is leading, but Brian Dabble is what's second currently. I don't see Tulane. I want to see Tulane.
Why not sign him, like before National Signing Day? He's been fired for a minute.
They're saying Rich Anderson signed, but I don't see
What a cluster at Penn State, huh?
Who is going to be our next watch, Cody? Who do we got? Oh, great Grosse, right?
Yeah, he signed.
Okay.
But I have him pulled up, ready to go. We gotta get in. Let me.
He just tweeted, "Let's work. Let's work. Let's work. Work." Oh, real quick. I posted this. I was on the toilet. Mississippi DPS is refuting Lane Kiffin's story that someone tried to run him off the road on his way to the Oxford airport. There has been no incidents where our highway patrol state troopers were involved in any sort of accident trying to run Coach Kiffin off the road. Shay Dixon from LSU on 3 reported. Okay, let me go ahead and pull that up. The Lamar Brown one is wild to me, because given like that was.
Well, he was
okay.
There.
Yes, he's inked it. He's inked it. The number 1 defensive lineman keeps it home. That we didn't put him in our board, right? He wasn't a double dipper, so we're good. We're still good. Caden Hall signed. We get 2 more signees. Nope, last one's Davion Grosse. All right, let's hear it, Cody. Hop in there, blah. Give us the Grosse.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, you're not ready. Okay, shocker.
Oh yeah. Like I'm never not ready. Oh, I was ready.
Oh man, what a day! What a day! Let's take a look at this Oregon class real quick for old Duck here. See how they've been quiet over there. Oh, shambles. Still missing some top guys.
Some of them aren't expected till the afternoon though.
Let's see if we're double dipping.
I see 4-star receiver Messiah Hampton just signed as of 37 seconds ago.
Okay. All right. We'll start flying in here. We'll give you benefit of the doubt, West Coast team. All right, Cody. Mike is yours, big guy. Play the music. Cue the music.
We got Davion Gross. Elite in all aspects of the ball. Here he is. Special teams. Going to make a guy miss, and then he's off to the races. Do not let this cat get ahead of steam. You can see him just pulling away from everybody. True track star. Here he is catching, using his hands. Makes a guy miss. And then once he gets to that sideline, it is over. Punt return. Can do that too. Here he goes. He's going to break it outside. Bad angles. Reverse steam. Back to the other sideline. Off to the races. 10-5 touchdown. Davion Gross. Here he is at running back. Can do that too. Bouncing outside. Trying to find a crease. Good block there. He's high stepping. 10-5 touchdown. I mean, this cat can just do it all. Here he is. Bad angle. Beautiful, beautiful job high pointing that ball. 2 feet inbounds, making him an NFL type catch there. Great job there. Here he is at running back. They use him all over the field. As Brandon Spike said, Mercy Percy. Could we see something like that for the Florida Gators once again? Here he is, makes that guy miss, and then he's loose. Down the sideline, he's going to put on the Jets. 1 man to beat. He's going to scamper in for the easy touchdown, 10-5. Tutty, back to the house. There he is, playing in Jerry Jones' world. Makes the guy miss. Beautiful, beautiful job on the block by the wide receiver number 4 on the outside. And it's an easy shuffle in I mean, you see real world speed. Speed kills. Here he is. Just a go ball. Go up and get it. Beautiful job by the quarterback. They're going to try to drag him down. They do at the 10. A big play nightmare. Defensive coordinators are just going to, they're going to stay up all night trying to scheme against this guy. And you can't. Little back shoulder fade. Great job. Double coverage. Doesn't matter. Elite hands. Here he is. Spread outside again on as the X receiver. Going to work the outside corner out. Beautiful job. Do not let this cat get ahead of steam, because when he does, this is what he does. Great job keeping his feet. The speed from this guy is just absolutely unreal. Flare pass. Head of steam. Splits to the defense. One man to beat. Safety's going to go ahead and bring him down. Great job. Big play capability by Davian Gross from the state of Texas. Speedster, could be elite return man at the next level, and a deep route king. 6'1", 190 out of Frisco, playing 5A ball. 67, top 100 prospect. 67 on 3, 49 on 247, 4-star, newest Gator, Davian Gross. Incredible.
Perfect timing too with the music. That was awesome. Good stuff there. Sick graphics, great work once again. A little bit of hate in the comments, but most of all, they want your orange hat back, Cody. That's the one thing I have. Russell is Florida's trying to involve flipping Russell. That would be huge. That would be huge. Welcome. Is he taking a nap or no? No nap back yet? Oh, okay. Oh, love it. Thanks, baby. All right. Johnny's cooking. Johnny's cooking here, boys.
Yeah.
Rocking and rolling, doing the good things. 1,800 strong. Smash the like button. Kid is gross. Well done. Well done.
Yeah, 67 overall in the class. When is
Perter signing? I don't know. These are we got a handful of commits that we're still kind of watching and keep an eye on. In the timing of it. Virginia Tech recruiting went from 121 to 25 in about 48 hours.
What'd they do last year? I just kind of I wonder. I wonder how big of a jump this is for them.
I mean, that's true. That's true. Let's take a look, Cody. I'll give you the buck here.
We got 4 more hours. What the?
Yeah. You're true. No rush. 38. So.
And they're at what? 21?
25.
Oh, 25. I mean, that's a healthy jump. That's a lot. That's a lot of talent.
That's a lot of talent. Yeah, that's healthy talent. Yeah.
Well, think about it. We had to put all those guys in the class, and we got what? 3 spots? Like.
So they did 18 commits with an average rating 87 last year. Mm-hmm. This year they're at 87. Don't forget that. This year they're at 87.
Okay.
With 17 commits. So about the same. About the same. Oh, let's see Kentucky. I looked. Yeah, we'll take a look. We can do that. Take a look at the Kentucky's team's commits.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. More from a defensive side. It's not a good class.
They say I look like Hartman with the orange hat. I don't know.
They rank 62nd currently. They ain't got much to. They got 14 commits, and not many are signed. A handful are signed. There's about 4 left. But all the top ones are left. So let's take a look. I can't hear you, Duck.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did Matt Ponatoski sign for Kentucky? The quarterback?
Oh, question.
I shared the wrong screen. I will tell you in just a minute.
Because I know Will was recruiting him heavy to Oregon. He committed to Kentucky before Will even went there.
Then I assume he'd be good to go, right?
I would think so, yeah. But I know there was a little question around
What's
that.
What's his name?
Matt Ponatoski. He's going there to play baseball, too.
Oh, yeah. He was first class, number 1 guy. Yeah, he signed.
Oh, he did sign. Good.
So They've got a 6'2" safety, Messiah Tilson, that hasn't signed yet. They've got a wide receiver. They can keep him. Wide receiver to keep him. Tight end, edge, 6'5", 250, Ben Duncombe. Oh, he signed. So, yeah, everyone that's available would be just Messiah Tilson would be the only one that I would probably keep an eye on out of this Kentucky team. Yeah. And he can stay. So, just really one kid from that Kentucky team. This is why people were kind of saying that it's lost its juice or its luster because, again, a lot of kids, I mean, it's signed. I mean, the better way, and we can look at it like this too, right? We can see, let's do it by player rankings, and then we'll see, we can see who signed. So, again, Lamar hasn't signed yet. Kelson Henderson, the number 1 quarterback in the country, is committed to Houston right now. He hasn't signed. Zion Lee, number 1 edge to Maryland, hasn't signed.
He's one I'm watching too.
Could that be because of the Willie Fritz possible news to Penn State that dropped yesterday?
From where?
It was on Twitter. That Penn State was looking at Willie Fritz. He coaches
You're saying
at
that's
Houston.
delaying Keyshawn Henderson's?
Yeah, he coaches at Houston.
Okay. I want to see who's on this kid. Let me see if we got any double dip in here. Oh, Oregon. Oh,
he's one Oregon's been on, but he locked down his commitment in like February last year, and he's doubled down on it on social media multiple times, even after Mike Loxley got kicked out of the program. So
what's he waiting on?
I don't know.
Is he anticipated to sign today? Can we get some inside scoop on that?
Chris
Henry, another big one. We've been talking about him all day. He's obviously in shambles. Savion Hitler or Hider, whatever it is, Hitter.
Not Hitler,
Sorry.
Hitter.
All right. My list slipped. The number 1 running back in the country has yet to sign. I don't think he's not going anywhere else, right? There's no way. Richard Wesley.
That's the pool, man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's the guy Dan Lanning jumped in the pool with.
Okay, well, honestly, you could have that one. That guy's got.
I think I'm good on him, honestly.
Xavier Griffin, linebacker from Alabama. One to keep an eye on. Jeff Washington. You guys are feeling good about Jeff, right? He's Vegas. Yeah, I know where he's on there.
Andre Harrison up top. He's expected to sign tomorrow at noon with Oregon. I think he was number like 10 or 12 or something like that.
Oh, I missed him. Okay.
He'll sign tomorrow.
Okay. Richard Anderson. He just signed though. Richard just signed, didn't he?
Yeah. Zion Ely is currently going through his national letter of intent signing right now. Walked in with the Terps hat.
Oh, okay. So that's a lock there. Cajun Prothero, the tight end for Georgia. I don't expect him to go anywhere. Another Oregon. I mean, look at this. The entire top. I mean, nobody's playing games. We know Ryder Lyons is obviously waiting. Deuce Geralds, that's our double dipple there. Keep an eye on that one.
Future Florida Gator.
Calvin Russell, as we know, is waiting and has announced that. Justin Fitzpatrick. I haven't heard any noise on that one. Got a Tennessee guy here that hasn't signed yet. Naheem Burrows could be one to keep an eye on from Jacksonville, Florida. Come on.
Davon Benjamin, I think he's
heavy, right?
to sign this afternoon.
Devin Jackson, is that the one that we were talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
Out of Winter Garden.
Man, he moved up the freaking ladder, bro.
Yeah, his
recruitment was all over the board. He was so low, and then he jumped up, and then he fell back, and now he's back up again. It's so recruiting service dependent.
Okay, I didn't realize Florida's right there. Could this be one to watch?
But you say he was a Florida commit at one point, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When does he have a commitment time?
It's supposed to be today at some point. He doesn't have a time scheduled.
Yeah, he's waiting on Summerall drop bag on him.
Oh, Wingo signed.
Maybe.
Yep. Samarian Wingo.
Jake Kroll signed.
What else we got?
Jace Matthews is another one. He kind of had a little bit of a wild one. Take a look on Cody 247.
Okay.
They usually have the commitment times. See if it
D-Jack?
has it on there. Yeah, for
Devin Jackson.
Devin Jackson. Yes, sir. Trent Henderson, obviously, we were aware of that situation. Oh, Isaiah committed back to FSU. I thought he was still with Ole Miss.
What? When did he commit back? I swear to God, it was Ole Miss last time I knew.
Brother. What?
What's it? His 19th flip?
That was his original commitment.
Is that their only?
So
high
he's
school
been
commit?
committed to Florida State potentially 3 times now.
Yeah.
That's
I gotta
crazy.
take a look.
It doesn't
Take a
have
look
a
at-
time.
He committed it on the 8th.
He doesn't have a time.
Or August, excuse me. Wow. Okay. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Florida's getting Russell. So I texted a pretty prominent source in that situation. You've been watching, you probably know who I texted, and I said, what's going on? And I just got a shrug.
So nothing.
Yeah, but a shrug from that one's kind of wild.
Which means they're entertaining offers, is what that tells me.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wild.
At the
Kinda wild,
ninth
yeah.
hour.
Yeah. No question. No question there. All right. Let me get back to this here. Here we go. Tommy, a lot of Oregon guys. My goodness. Another thing we can take a look at, because they have this portal thing now.
Oh, the portal predictor?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
You haven't mentioned one word about Isaiah Williams. We literally just talked about him.
Yeah.
Can we just get done talking about him?
Yeah. Who am I checking? Sorry, guys.
Article dropped about Russell?
What?
Calvin Russell?
Yeah.
Who's our next watch, Cody? For Gator recruit. Commit flip. We have Dre Pollard has flipped his commitment from Washington to Stanford. Nothing crazy there, but it's always fun to watch. I'm getting a text here. Let's see. Be good. Be juicy.
Caden Hall, I would guess. Would be the next one. Ranked 246th.
All right. Let's make a splash, boys.
Should we check that Russell article? See what it says?
Oh, yeah. Who wrote it?
I don't know. I just saw it in the chat.
See, this is where signing day has gotten exciting because there's always one or two.
Officially article on 3.
Could he be our Dallas Wilson this year? You know, you got to think if that's possible, right? What I want to go look at, you know what I want to go do? You got to think that there's got to be some smoke around who the OC is, right?
Yeah.
The only word on Baker, Carson Baker, is that he's trending toward Texas A&M, guys. That's all that I got on him. Let me go see if I can find this article. If not, I'm going to go do it. Maybe we got a double dipper. Maybe we got a Georgia Tech on there. I don't see anything on 3. Let me check the message boards. Somebody said LOL at Penn State. Oh, Kermani McClain tweeted hashtag coming back for everything. So I guess that's what they were saying. Kermani's coming back.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. So I love this. Now, I never really felt that he was going anywhere anyways, to be quite honest with you. It didn't make any sense for him to leave personally, given all things considered. But, yeah.
I'm working on Hayes Kent right now.
Okay.
That's
He
a
signed,
full
right?
Yes.
Okay. I have some variations of drop the cuz shirts that I'll be dropping here today as well too. Just so you guys are all aware of that. We've got a lot of merch that we have recently just released in regards to our coach. If you guys want to, I can pull that up here and talk about that for just a minute while we wait on. Let me do the Calvin Russell thing, and then I'll do a quick shameless plug if you guys don't mind. I love the internet. Golly. All right. Rain Brown gonna be hot. Yeah, it's not somebody you don't want to piss off. That's for damn sure. Here's Calvin Russell. I just want to see if Georgia Tech was on this list. Tennessee's on the list. And we know that obviously Pittsburgh's on the list. Watch Tulane be on this bitch.
Cody's going to lose it.
Oh. Tulane is not on the list. And
well, I'm not worried about that because it's not. It would be in a defensive player.
Yeah, I know, but you just look. You get like a triple dip.
Is Florida on the list?
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay, so we got a double dipper, baby.
We
So
got
add it up. Put all the
Pitt.
calculator.
And Pitt. And Pitt. So there's that. There is that.
5A. You know, I've noticed too. We're getting a lot of guys from 5A, 6A, 7A schools, like big schools, classification wise. Let's see. On 3, he's Kent.
All right. I was pointing. I read that. $5. Offer Joe Brady $4.5 million and co-HC title. We got the money. Spend it. We do have the money. We do have the money. What did I miss? How are we doing with? How is LSU doing? Damn, we're getting in the way of what's really important. Go Gators. We're doing well. We're doing well. I think we got about 5 left that need to sign. Kate and CJ Kuka left to sign. Kyle right there. It was least dramatic signing day in years. Yeah, it was very, very. Look, I didn't need it to be dramatic for us. But if we flip the LSU kid and we're somehow in this Calvin Russell sweepstakes, like legitimately, I don't see the article. Those can be legitimate big time moves. I don't know if Florida will. We put the best kids in the class in our calculator. It didn't do anything. So how much legitimacy in that is, I don't know.
Could you imagine if he went to USF?
Yeah, bro, the Air Summerall hats. Here, let me go ahead. I'm going to do the shameless plug.
Yeah, buy them while you can.
Go stop, chill. Don't call any attention to us. We don't need to. I think we're good. I don't think we're gonna get in any trouble with. I mean, who knows?
Oh, let's see what the Duck thinks.
That's true. Huh?
Oregon just signed 5-star Anthony Jones out of Alabama.
Locked in.
Yep.
Do you think we get in trouble for those hats?
Let me get a closer look. Yeah, y'all might be cooked.
He's holding a football.
All I know is I'm ordering mine today. That's all I know.
Yeah. We got welcome to Somerville. Get you some.
That's a
well.
Navidad one. You know, that sweater over there.
That one's a hot seller. There's been two.
Yeah, that one.
These things are flying off the shelves yesterday. I'll tell you what.
I bet it is you guys when Nike gives you a call in about 3 to 5 business
That's
days.
not Nike. That's Coach Summerall. All right. He's jump. What do you want me to do? This one's sick. Love this one.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. This one's cool. I don't know how people feel about it, but I like it a lot. Looks good on this one.
What don't they like about it?
The color. I mean, maybe the colors. I don't know. That one's fresh. I think it's probably one of the better.
I think that looks good with that like ivory cream color.
Yeah. It looks cool on this too. It was weird on the blue, but you got to. I mean, it's Gator blue, so I got to put it on there. But yeah. I think that was it. We might have to flip Lane Kiffin at this point. Baker to Florida is 92%. If we can close strong on Baker, we flip the LSU kid and we pull out a miracle on this LSU kid. Boys, I'm telling you what. I'm telling you what. Oh, man. Y'all get it's definitely a cease and desist. We'll desist quietly into the corners.
Yeah. Like I said, I just want to get mine before it's gone.
I mean, I don't feel like we should get in trouble for that. I don't know how that stuff works.
Oh, you're about to find out.
It's kind of what I'm thinking. I was like, there's one way to
crash
find out,
course, dog.
I'll get with Callie Burbia. He'll protect me.
Hey, you might want to lawyer up right now.
Call him up. Ask him.
I don't know if he's watching. He was watching earlier.
Yeah.
This is a really healthy class. It's a 90 overall. Yeah, I agree. They think we should get one more quarterback. I think we've gotten away from landing 2 quarterbacks. I don't understand the.
It's
we've
tough
only landed
right now because everybody's got money.
Mm.
Yeah, and everybody
I mean, people value playing time. They want to go where they know they're gonna play.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough to stock that up for sure. And you got a guy like Will Griffin, and obviously if you see DJ on top of Trammell
Jones. Yeah, the way he looks,
it's gonna be tough. I agreed. Agreed.
Oh, Elaine's already on the hot seat.
Is he?
Not recruiting well.
Right. Oh, I just see an update as of 26 minutes ago. Oregon's OC hire might come within. They're looking at tight ends coach Drew Maringer.
How you feel about that?
Oof.
That's not splashy.
No, I mean, but my argument here would be, was Kenny Dillingham splashy? No. Was Will Stein splashy? Most people didn't know who he was coming out of UTSA. Was Tosh Lupoy splashy? Nope, he was a reject in the NFL. So, I mean, it's like Dan hasn't really missed on one of these coaching hires yet. So it's really hard for me to sit back and judge it without, like, I feel like I just got to trust his process at this point.
Oh, brother.
Oregon is trash in 2 years. Whoever said that, just let me. I've been hearing that since 2010. So it's cool.
So I tried to order the hoodie, and the meme of Jordan said popped up at the stop it. Get some help. If I'm gonna make one and I'm gonna order one and try to give one to Summerall. Imagine he wears it on TV.
You are definitely getting a cease and desist letter then.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You might slide by.
And I'll have an official letter from Nike. Can you say that?
Oh, that's valid.
Yeah,
you know
not a letter like what you get. That's a court summons, son.
No,
that's not
like
the letter you want.
It's like a letter
of Nike.
Yeah, it's like a national letter of intent. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna have some guy knock on your door saying you've been served.
Look, I mean, what's the worst thing to do? Hey, can you take it down? I'm like, yeah. Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't realize. I thought I was make believe. I thought it was a fake website. I had no idea. Back from the meeting. What did I miss in the last hour? Not much. Not much. No more big signees right now. We're in the lunch hour. We're kind of in that transitional period from the East Coast to the West Coast. Yeah. Nothing crazy. I wonder, again, I think there's the ones that haven't signed are the ones we're going to keep an eye on, right? Like the Calvin Russells, the BYU quarterback. Because none of them said they're, what did Calvin say he's not signing today? Did he say that or not? Like Carson Baker's signing tomorrow. That is one that we're going to have to wait until tomorrow.
I'm going to go use the bathroom.
So that is one to keep an eye on. Connor Clark, our very own Hollywood, says, I don't say this lightly. And Connor's in it when it comes to recruiting. Davion Grosse is the closest prospect I think we've seen to Percy Harvin. Kid is next level explosive, already built to play day one and can line up anywhere on the field. Elite work by Summerall, Caldwell, Joe Ham, and others to keep this kid in the fold.
So we're going to see him returning punts next year is what I'm hearing.
We'll see. We don't know what this team's going to do. So I'm excited to see what happens here. Who is this? I think this is Calvin Russell. Oh no, there's a video of Calvin doing this.
Recently?
It's from today's signing. I don't know if he's trolling, but
Well, I mean, Miami was right in the thick of things when he committed to
yeah,
Syracuse, so that
they
wouldn't
felt
surprise me
confident that
if
they were
they're
going to get
back.
him.
Right, and they're still in communication. Like, this stuff does not stop until the letters are received.
Damn, Keith Napier got hacked, boys. Brutal. He posted one of those crypto tweets. Nako says Miami is not involved. Well, I'm just telling you, he probably was trolling. On lunchtime, time to tune in. Clint, let's go, baby. Clint's gonna want this in an audio version after this. Watch. Let me. If Nako's is commenting on it, where's the smoke? Where is this article?
That's kind of what I'm looking for.
We are not expecting a presser from John Summerall today. Obviously, we usually get one from our coaches on National Signing Day, but we'll see.
Okay, Pete Nako says Syracuse 4-star wide receiver. Kelvin Russell's expected to sign on Friday. Michigan and Miami are the other factors. That was about an hour ago.
So they are factors. They are in it.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Okay. So nothing on Florida there.
No, it's probably coming from Pete Nokos.
Okay. So that was us Florida fans just getting hopeful.
You never know, though. I mean, I feel like we've seen things like that happen before.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm just saying. But there was, chaos will ensue as it normally does. We're ready for it. We are ready for whatever is to drop, and are excited to deal with the chaos as it comes through. As it comes through, my friend. All right, here. Cody, who we got lined up, big guy?
I'm working on his camp right now.
Let me double check and see. We know the two. Well, Carson Baker's not even committed to the class anymore, so not many articles coming out either on any.
I feel like it's been quiet today.
Team rankings. Let's see where Florida's at right now. Florida's sitting 13th still. Again, I mean, not much movement for them to move anyways. I didn't expect anything crazy. The certified badge is next to Gross. So who's left is Caden Hall, which again, 4-star safety. So we'd love to see what happens there. It said that he's already signed. CJ Hester, we know that he's kind of on the ropes. And Kika Umua, the tight end. So 3 haven't signed. 1 where we feel confident about. And though CJ Hester I would like to keep, the other kid I don't really care about, for being honest. Anthony Tank Jones signed. Did you already say that? Did you say that a minute ago?
Yep.
Okay. I just got the alert. So.
See 5-star Jalen Lott just going live now to sign his letter.
Who's this?
Jalen Lott, 5-star receiver out of Texas.
Yeah, do we think Sellers is going to Miami? Where is that portal thing on here? Oh, there it is. Transfer portal. Okay, here we go. Because people have already entered into the portal. Oh, here we go. Here's the expected list. Okay, this is what I want. I wonder if I can do it by team to see if they have any expectation from Florida players. Let's see. Nothing from Florida. Okay. Marcus Gorey, safeties, and nobody. A lot of no names right now they have on this expected list. Nope, no splashy ones. Nick Marsh, didn't you say that earlier? Duck?
What's that?
We got Scooter Jackson, who's a 4-star cornerback from UCLA, expected. He's now a 4-star, was not. He's expected to go into the transfer portal. Mantrez Walker, the 3-star freshman linebacker that committed to Colorado, he's expected to go into the portal. That's a big one. He's not has any no stars now, so we'll see. LSU is expected to lose Kylan Billett, 4-star, once a 4-star wide receiver, 6'3". Daniel Harris, 4-star cornerback's expected. He's a junior, but now he's at 0 stars. Just looking at big schools here, big schools. UConn's losing their whole class. Nothing from Penn State yet. So. Nothing from Penn State. All right. News cycle slowed down a touch. Nothing crazy. Oh, there's your boy, Zion Ely. I don't know if you said that earlier.
Yeah, he was going to sign. It looked like. Yeah, it looks like it's confirmed.
Oh, here we go. We got some. Let's play this. This is going to be fun. We've got Keith Carter talking about Lane Kiffin drama. Hold on.
Wait a minute.
What?
You said hold on. I said wait a minute.
When was Lane Kiffin told that he would not coach Ole Miss in the playoff? Because he very publicly has said over and over that that is something that he wanted to do and didn't seem to be able to understand why that wasn't going to work.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things he said publicly that I'm not sure are totally accurate. I think that both coach and his representation knew, several weeks ago that the coaching in the playoffs was not going to be an option if he was not the Ole Miss head coach. And, I think
him finding out at 8:30 on Sunday morning for the very first time that he would not be coaching the playoff is not accurate.
No, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. The only thing that was a little bit of a wrinkle in it, Richard, was the fact that if Auburn had beaten Alabama, we were going to play in the SEC championship. That threw a little wrinkle in it. Not to say he would have coached in that game, but with the shorter time period, that was maybe the only little nuance to it. But absolutely, it was very clear that coaching in the postseason was not going to be an option for Coach Kiffin a few weeks ago.
Wow. I mean, this thing is just gross, right? I mean, with how the whole thing is really shaped up. I mean, if you're a recruit, I mean, the players, did you guys see the players last night tweeting out about we didn't, we weren't here. We didn't do these things.
Didn't even say bye.
Yeah, the thing of you saying, hey, people are getting confused from the fake Pete Nakos, I think. Oh, wait. No. Pete Nakos commented under his tweet saying that Miami is not a factor.
Oh,
on
see,
the Calvin Russell.
I didn't click on the rest of it.
Wow. Bombshell there. So it's Michigan. I would assume Syracuse is still in it, and maybe there might be some smoke now. So he's expected to sign on Friday. So we won't know anything for 2 days. So we've got nowhere to be on that one. That one isn't going to one that we watch for the rest of the day, which is sad. I wish that is one thing that I wish that you had to sign today to create more chaos, but it is what it is there. But yeah, the situation with Lane, man, people are gonna again, I think all of it will be forgotten over a period of time, but chaos. Wow. Vanderbilt steals him from Alabama. They steal 6'3", 205 wide receiver. Been committed there since June. Owen Cable has flipped his commitment to Vanderbilt. What is Vandy ranked right now?
What's his national ranking?
I don't know. I'm trying to find that up right now. Oh, wait, Vandy's not even even with that, they're still. What was his name? Campbell? Owen Campbell, is that what I said?
Yes.
Oh, he's a 3-star. Okay. Apologize for the wild excitement.
I mean, it's still yanking one from Alabama.
Yeah, 3-star white kid. He's trash.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez. Why are the Gators not getting players to flip? I mean, there's not much to flip unless you want to take, 3-star wide receivers. There's not much. Again, I keep an eye on the safety. Obviously, we got to keep an eye on Calvin Russell, but there ain't much left out there. It's slim pickings. Slim pickings right now. So Tennessee just got a flip. 4-star defensive lineman from UCLA, Carter Gooden. That I think that's just retaliation for the Nico situation. I don't even think they wanted him. I think that was just a retaliation on their part. Cody, who we got lined up? We got his.
I'm working on Hayes Kent right now.
Okay, I thought you had it pulled up already.
No.
Oregon class coming together nicely too. There, Duck. They're signing everybody. Let's take a look and see at Tennessee and Texas class. So Tennessee looks like they've got about everybody locked into their class. Yep, everyone's dang near signed on them. They're all good. They're all good to go. Let's take a look at Texas. Miami's always a flaky one. We can always find one on Miami. Texas seems to be locked in. Obviously, we saw that happen with Vodney Cleveland. Yeah, all of Texas but one kid's basically signed. So they're all good to go there.
Wish it was us.
Oh, Auburn. Yeah, we can take a look at Auburn. Good call. Let's take a look at Miami. Miami has
ago
signed
on CBS Sports. They're saying they don't expect Chris Henry Jr. to stick with his original commitment.
Here come the Ducks.
We hope. Let's see. It's still Ohio State and they're nationally ranked receiver, so we'll see how that one plays out.
What was I looking up? Auburn, we said?
Yes, Auburn.
Where are they? Here's my thing with Auburn. You
hate them.
No, there is, and it's confirming why I always lose my shit on it because, there they are. They had an 8th grade class last year. Okay. Last year they had a good class. So Jace Matthews, their number 1 receiver, has not signed yet. Shadarius Tootle, their number 1 linebacker, has not signed yet. Their offensive tackle has not signed yet. And they only have 13 commits. They're ranked 57th nationally. So here's my frustration with Auburn. When Hugh Freeze got there, this is what I said. Auburn historically has not recruited well. In 2024, they ranked 8th, which was fine. 2025, they ranked 8th. This was Hugh Freeze. Prior to Hugh Freeze, though, okay? 2023, they ranked 17th. Nothing to write home about. 2022, 16th. Nothing to write home about. 2021, 19th. 2020, 7th. That was a good class. In 19, they ranked 12th. And so when Hughes got there, I'm like, where is all this excitement coming from on top of what happens with portals and whatnot? And here they now, dude, talk about a cluster, brother. So that's going to be a team that I would keep an eye on moving into the portal. They're going to have to watch for sure. And Ole Miss, they finished 24th, which is typically where Ole Miss finishes, but they've had the lane train operate very heavily in the portal over the past couple of years. And this is what I talked about. Ole Miss is going to have to really see if they can live up to the expectation they've lived to. I think Ole Miss goes back to reality very quickly heading into next year. Let me see let's take a look at all of ranking here. Arkansas, it's another good class to take a look at in the SEC. They've got about everybody signed. And they don't got too much juice over there either. But yeah, they've got about everybody signed. Let's see where Florida ranks in the SEC. They rank 5th? 4th or 5th, if I had to guess. Chris Henry Jr. signed with OSU?
No, I haven't seen anything yet. Not yet.
No. You just read the article too. He's not expected to sign, right?
Yeah, it says they said he has serious doubt. Doesn't expect him to hold true with his commitment. I see one account that says he's considering USF, but I don't think there's any credibility to that.
So here we go. Here's an article about Calvin Russell. Russell named Florida, Florida State, and Miami as the schools reaching out in the last few days, giving him much to think about. He expects to make a decision tomorrow or Friday.
Are we gonna do it 2 years in a row?
Big one.
Duck?
Big
what do you
one.
think?
I hope so. I think that would be cool. I don't think he wants to play for Fran Brown. I mean, not Fran Brown personally. I mean more Syracuse.
That's crazy.
I think
He knows
Fran
if he wants to play.
I think Fran thought he was going to get a legit high-end quarterback if he had Calvin Russell signed.
Right, and I kind of think that's the same thing too, and I just don't think that's happened, and it doesn't. I don't think they have enough like national credibility as a program to really garner like one of these top-end QBs in the portal heading to Syracuse either. I just don't necessarily see that happening.
Carson Baker is not signing until tomorrow, guys. We rank 7th currently in the SEC, by the way. You ready for the He's Kent? Has he Kent?
Hayes Kent? Yeah. All right, here we are, big man, tunnel screen. What more do you want than this? 300 pounds, truly athletic, but look at him run. My goodness. Gets him down to the 10. Hayes Kent, he can do this too. Direct snap, Wildcat. Right up the gut. Rumbling, tumbling down to the 5. Touchdown. This guy is a super athlete. I mean, 300 pounds should not move like this. Oh, that poor DB didn't want to hit him. My goodness, look at it. He's a man-child out there. This is the guy, you see him at Little League, and you're asking for all kinds of birth certificates, DNA, everything. You want to make sure that this guy, he just threw one. He could throw the ball, too. I mean, he's 300-pound Booby Miles. Easy touchdown. Going to be a big-time red zone threat, big-time fullback. Look at this guy block. I mean, block the whole line. Sprung his running back loose. Good blocker. Here he is, lined up in the slot. Oh my goodness, that poor DB didn't stand a chance. Here he is, tunnel screen again. Why not? Give it to the big man. He's got the safety D outrun. Safety trips him up down to the 30. I mean, if this guy doesn't get you excited, I don't know what will. Deep ball. End zone. Touchdown. Let the big guy run. He is going to be a fun one at Florida. Hayes Kent, 4-star. Pretty decent blocker there. Here he is. Get him out in space like a pulling guard. That linebacker, he's never playing again. We'll see one more from him. Direct snap. Rumbling, tumbling, breaking tackles. First down. I mean, this cat is just something else. Super excited. 6'6", 300 pounds. Hailing out of Georgia. Sorry for the typo. 264, 257. Nationally ranked. Abilities, bulldozer, red zone threat, short throw threat. I mean, we saw a tunnel screen. We saw it all. We saw direct snap Wildcat. You are getting a super athlete at 6'6", 300 pounds.
Bang, bang, baby.
That's a good one.
Nobody better.
Love them. Let's see here. I think we're definitely. Is Forkbeat trending to Florida? That's another one that we've talked about today, but haven't heard much on if he's signing or not, though. I don't know if he has a Twitter we can look up to see. Clint. What happened?
Clint.
Am I missing any super chats?
He does have a Twitter, but he hasn't posted anything since the 18th of November.
Are we able to land Boo Carter out of the portal?
Who was the big tight end? Who was the big tight end for Georgia? That was 300 pounds.
Darnell Washington.
Oh, yeah.
Our very own Darnell.
Yep.
Call Callie's wife. Ask if she knows who High Top is yet. Who? Welcome. Brian just became a member. Welcome, my man. The Russell article is Mark Benjamin from On3 says FSU in Florida okay, we just read that. Yeah, good stuff.
Okay.
I effing love Summerall over here in Jersey. Do you guys want Lagway back? If he transfers, I think he will be okay. Go Gators. Back. He hadn't left.
Yeah.
Jordan's doing NASCAR already. Easy on the Jumpman logo. Look, he's too busy suing somebody else. We're
He's got bigger
good.
fish to fry.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. No need for us to fear. Take a look here.
I mean, we can pull up the Fork film and see what we could possibly be getting.
Commit flip. 4-star. Ohio State is getting plucked. 4-star athlete Legend Bay flipped from Ohio State to Tennessee.
Oh, hype on the gang.
And right now, James Franklin's working to flip one of Michigan's top commits. Boys are working. Boys are working.
Does that happen to be that Xavier hitter or hider or whatever his name is? Remember that running back that didn't sign with Michigan?
Oh, could be. Number 1 running back in the nation.
Yeah. I think he was 12 in the nation overall.
Let me click on it and see if they've got names here. I'll tell you right now. Deuce Gerald's. No. Yeah. Georgia Tech is making a run on Deuce Gerald. And 4-star wide receiver Travis Johnson from Michigan.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting. There goes our Deuce Gerald, Cody, the double dipper there.
Oh, it's not done yet.
He was apparently the Yellow Jackets are pushing to get him in their class. Gerald's father was coached by interim LSU Frank Wilson in high school, and that relationship could play a big factor in where Deuce ends up. Also, cornerback Havion Finney has delayed his signing with LSU. One of the longest tenured commits there is uncertain about the defensive coaching staff.
Well, there isn't going to be one.
Dave tweeted out 4 minutes ago, Penn State now, they're down to their 2 commits. They're below McNeese State, West Georgia, and South Dakota State.
They literally are going to get the death penalty.
They're not going to have a class.
They are going to have to be so portal heavy.
$5. Got my Air Summer All shirt all the way. Let's go, baby. My Air Summer All shirt. It's a banger shirt. While we're still here, you know. While we're still here.
Get it well, you can.
17,000 or 1,700 strong, excuse me. For almost 4.5 hours is nuts. We appreciate the support. It's been fun today. I've had a good time. I've enjoyed it. It's flown by. Time flies when you're having fun. You know what I mean? And that's what we're here to do. Keep you guys updated. Again, it hasn't been probably the most electric one, but we've had some movement.
We've had some good ones. Yeah.
We've had some movement.
I think the Russell thing, I mean, could we do it again?
That would be nuts. That would be nuts.
And does that speed up the timetable to go get an OC? Like if Russell tells us, "Hey, yeah, you hire an OC that I like."
You got to think that the conversation, they already know.
I have to.
So we've got to say that Caden Hall is staying put, but I don't believe that he signed yet. Oh, he signed with the Gators on Friday, Caden Hall. So we're not going to get a signing from Caden Hall today, by the way.
Oh, he already signed?
Well, no, he's staying, but he's not signing till Friday. Him waiting does not make me feel good, though. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom here in just a minute. I got a tinkle, but gotta stay hydrated on these busy days. I'm trying to see if there's any other smoke on this OC stuff while we wait. Cody, you guys run them real quick.
Okay. Well, Irish goodbye.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We got some super chats here. I'll read those first. Gator Jeremy, what's up, Jeremy? Most excitement today was leaning top LSU commit had a Tulane offer among the 150 other offers.
That got the prop hyped.
Yeah, factual. Do y'all have real jobs? Laugh aloud. Shelton is always live. Laugh aloud. Go Gators. Yes.
We all have real jobs.
all have real jobs.
I had to use a little PTO today. You know, it's like Christmas Day.
Yeah. Cody, how many commits have we gotten? You know what? I can look that up real fast. I can see who's left too. see who is left. 18 commits, and we have 15 committed already out of 18.
And then you said there was a handful that were expected later in the week, right?
Yeah, there's 3 left. Shelton lives off super chats. No, not quite. Baker makes his choice tomorrow, I think. Yep, that's what it's saying. Thank you, 305. If Baker doesn't sign, Kent would kill at running back. Kent would be a giant running back, but yeah, I think
I would kill to see that package.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like that Ole Miss package 2 years ago. Remember they had started with a P, I think. I can't remember his name.
Oh, big boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they kind of ran that package. Friday is Caden's Hall birthday. That is why he is waiting to announce. Okay. All right. Happy birthday, young man. Hey, Cody, who you want as OC? I'm leaning toward the Pitt guy. Bell. I'd like Bell. It's Kody. Yep, Kody.
He just wants him because I said he's not good. Hey,
JJ.
Pegasus.
What is going on here?
That's the Haynes Kent clone.
Most excitement today was learning top LSU commit had Tulane offer amongst the 150 other offers. was peak high top for sure. Do y'all not have real jobs? Oh, Shuttle's always live. Go Gators. No, we don't. We live in our mother's basements. Why would we need real jobs? Hey, Cody, who do you want as OC? Oh, you just read that. I do want to pull this up, and then we'll get back into we'll read some tea leaves here. I'll see what's going on.
Have we done Kendall Gerville yet?
No, we haven't. Let's do Kendall Gerville.
We've still got some players.
Our other favorite day of the year is the NFL draft, and there is a little mock draft here from the Athletic. So let's take a look because Caleb Banks is on there, and there's some names, Cody. Fernando Mendoza is projected to go number 1 to the Browns. How the Browns continue to just ruin people's career is beyond me. But yeah, let's talk about it.
They have like 3 quarterbacks, don't they?
Yeah, let's go back. I guess with that a little bit easier to see.
Oh, Dante Moore.
Is he gone?
I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of people inside that Oregon building who seem to think he's gonna stay for another year. Okay. I don't know.
I think he should.
I think he should too. I mean, it's not to say he's not talented, but I think he's got a little more development to be had before he goes to the NFL and is ready to step right in.
Fernando being number 1 to the Browns is wild. I hate that for him, and I hate it I hate the Browns continue to get away with it. Cardinal Tate to the Giants. I mean, geez, like they are like literally like LSU. Like they just get all the just stud wide receivers with no one to throw it to them. Keldrick Falk from Auburn edge to Titans. That'd be a hell of a pickup. Ruben Bain would be a great pickup for Washington. Love that a lot. I feel like just again, I'm a big component of go get your quarterback. And then pair it with a Will Anderson Jr. Like the way that the Texans did that draft, exceptional. I'm not a huge fan. I mean, CJ's okay, but Will Anderson's a freak, brother. I love watching him play. Caleb Downs to the Bengals would be huge. I love that. I love Joey B and what the Bengals are able to do, and he could be a freak for them.
Jeremiah Love to Minnesota.
Come on, Cody. You back?
Oh my gosh. They said, hey, we need to just run the Michigan offense since our quarterback can't figure it out. We'll just hand it to Love 40 times a game.
I love it. Ty Simpson to the Steelers. Quarterback for the boys, huh?
We passed over a good one. I like Kenyon Sadiq to Kansas City.
Oh,
that boy can make some plays.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there it is. I was looking for it. Who's your – wow, boys, hold on. Cody's going to bust.
Oh, God.
Look what the wife just brought in. Sushi, surf and turf. Sushi, steak, Brock. Look at Cody.
I had an off-brand Nutri-Green bar.
That's because we don't have jobs, Cody.
Yeah.
Tiff would never.
My wife's the bread maker here, okay? I get to say live on TV all day.
Unreal.
That's like 5-star service right there. Oh, and look at that. My God.
Soy sauce too? I like soy sauce.
I like sushi.
It's good if you guys are wondering.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
Where's
Cody,
Tornado
call
Tiff
Tiff.
when you need her?
Yeah,
Oh,
call
she's-
Tiff. Get her on the grill.
She's subbing.
I do have a
What
good one.
else?
Yeah, it sounds like it's a wager war. Could be just driving up the price there. Caden Proctor to the Lions. Love that. And I love Francis Maguago from Miami to the Texans. Now you get your star quarterback. You got Will Anderson, and now you're going to protect them. Beautiful stuff there. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Cassius Howe. Come on, baby.
Yeah, he
Too
flew up.
short.
Yeah. Chargers
Too short.
with a guy that loves guys like that too.
Oh, we do. We should bring in Cowboy Ty for the power hour, huh? We're bringing a little bit of smoke. Monray Feeling from Georgia. And then Caleb Banks, there it is, to the Broncos. To just a stud of a defense. We'll love that for him. We'll love that for him.
Now where's the dude that talks trash on Cody eating on the live? Oh, he's been in here.
I mean, it's sushi. It's not ribs. It's different.
Cody's prepared. He's just got his Nutri-Grain bar today. He's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That boy eating hibachi.
Unreal.
Cody's just a shambles. Cody just pissed. He ain't got no food. Good. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. The chat, bro. The chat never fails, bro. Even that blonde girl wanted to choke his willy. Oh yeah, let's take a look at FSU. We can take a look at FSU. They're right behind us, guys. Like
hey, listen, I love to disappoint. Okay.
I don't know if they signed anybody. Like if they actually signed. So Isaiah Williams hasn't signed, who's their second highest rated. Ernest Rankins, their 4-star defensive lineman, has not signed. Jason Lopez hasn't signed. Devin Carter hasn't signed. They're about 50-50. They're about 50-50 right now. Their top tier of their class is not signed, though. So they all kind of committed within the last 3 months. I don't know if they're, on the look. Oh, Faulkner being linked to Memphis? Oh, no. Seal the deal, Sonny. What y'all think about Egger's 11 coaches that UF was interested in? Yeah, I haven't seen any of that. I would love to see what 11 coaches there were. I heard about it from somewhere. I didn't see it. Was an article written, I'm assuming? Who do we got left? Who got next? I'm trying to eat my steak, Cody. You got Kendall?
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Some of us got to eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm working on Kendall now. Give me a minute.
Oh man, I can't eat my food anymore. This place is a shit show.
Jeez, heaven forbid.
Let's see. Here's a tidbit. Oh. They're shitting on this guy because this guy posted. He's like, looks like Joey Hazel is the leader. Oh, this was yesterday, and it was because Silk tweeted that out. So he's like, just post a tweet, bro.
6'4".
We've got a. Oh, that's from yesterday. Oh, but it's in regards to. Let's see. Oh wait, no. Okay, they're just talking about that LSU kid on why they think that he could flip there. So, it was on Swamp Things podcast. Oh, okay. And Ribs will be good right now, Cody. Nope, KJ Ford missed. Everyone's basically signed in our class, boys. We're basically locked in. Oh, there we go. Here's something new from Corey Bender. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, that's CJ Hester. That's the CJ Hester stuff. Oh, well, I mean, I feel like the class is pretty much locked in. Caden Hall was the only other, I would say, the big one that we would be waiting on because again, TJ's already known the wait. So Carson Baker's not signed until tomorrow. Might be coming to a halt here, boys. We might have sealed the deal.
5A.
Might have covered it all.
Could have.
Oh, wait, let's take. They're saying Mississippi State's having a good day. Let's take a look what those boys are doing. Let's take a look at Oregon's class. Let's see how the Ducks feeling. Still top 3 guys not signed yet, but they're from Vegas, Texas, and North Carolina. But he's signing, you said Friday, I think that one was.
Yeah, he's on Friday, and then Jalen Lott, he's currently at a ceremony right now.
Our boy seemed fine. Oh, Brian Womack signed with Mississippi State.
Really?
So no flip. Yeah, no flippy dooski for him. Hell of a swing there. Wow. Mississippi State coming in late. And their whole class all signed. Lebby doing the Lord's work over there. Let's take a look at Oklahoma. Oklahoma had a quiet year. Oklahoma at 16.
They spent a bunch
I mean,
of
they
money
just
last
haven't.
year.
Huh?
They spent a bunch of money last year and the year before.
Yeah, well, 23 they finished 6th, 24th they finished 9th, and then 2025 they finished 16th, and now once again they are finishing 16th. But you got some heavy hitters up top there.
They're trying to figure out if they're
24 commits too, and they all look signed as well. So Oklahoma's class is locked in. Yeah, look, I mean, saying the juice is out, boys. I mean, everyone's basically locked in. We've covered the chaos.
Want to do Kendall Gerville and then shut this thing down?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the wrap up of the show. Grosse signed. Yeah. What do you think? The Duck? How was your first rodeo here? Been off the air for some time and come back for a 5-hour banger with these crackheads, huh?
That's what I've been ready for, man. I've been waiting for this moment. But I did just get a DM from one of the Oregon signees. He says, "Hey, I'll be free after school if you want to chat."
What time?
That's what that was my follow-up message.
What time zone is he in, I guess? Is a better question.
He's in y'all's time zone.
Penn State is beneath McNeese State and South Dakota State, and one above Prairie View A&M, by the way.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
How many cats they got?
Penn State?
Yeah. How many's left?
2.
Two?
I think they got 2. I think they got a 3 and a 4.
And you're not going to fix this thing in a portal class. No. And who knows who doesn't leave? I mean, dude, you want to talk about just them boys when they fired Franklin? That AD walked out like he was the hottest thing since sliced bread. That boy gonna lose his job.
Yep.
Man, that like the downfall of Penn State if they don't recover in a timely manner. Like I feel like this particular coaching decision will be talked about for years to come. You know, like think about what it took for James Franklin to get to the point where he's winning 10 years every or 10 games every year after year. You know, and it's like he was a solid recruiter, never was going to be a top 10 type of guy, but I mean, he was solid, and now they have nothing. Penn State just lost another flip to Auburn. Is that new? Are we telling us we're down to 1 commit for Penn State?
I mean, you're not going to be the one lone guy that signs up to the Balloons, right, for commitment. Yeah. Oh no, their quarterback Peyton Falzone signed
with Penn State.
He decommitted from Auburn earlier this week and was previously pledged to Virginia Tech, and he signed with Penn State.
Oh, I read that backwards then. Okay. Oh, so
wow.
They got somebody. Who the hell?
That's nuts. Good work, boys. Thank you, Dustin. Appreciate the $2, man. What is that? Is that kid just not on the internet?
He still thinks he's. He still thinks.
Yeah. Does he think James is? Does he think James is still there? Is he not aware of what's happening?
What's his name, Sheldon?
Peyton Falzone.
Let's see what we know about Peyton.
4-star kid.
Yeah, number 20 QB in the cycle from Pennsylvania.
Hometown kid.
Yeah, man, I don't know who the hell he's going to be throwing the ball to.
Maybe that's a nod to the Giants guy, the Dabble guy, headed there. Quarterback guru.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it's
Jacob says hearing good things about Russell. Should I get the Santa suit on? Let me check if there's any Well, let's see who's pursuing Havon Finney here from LSU. Mission is a school, Texas and Oregon for Havon Finney.
Yeah, that's a name I just saw pop up this morning, actually. Didn't really think much of it.
First time I've heard of you guys. I found Level High Top Sports Cuz. Today's the first time. Hell of a day to join.
Fell in love day one. That's a real one right there.
I mean, look, that's what we do. What we do. Tavion Branch flipped to Auburn. Was that the other one?
I think that was.
Barstool's Penn State says happy signing day. We aren't signing anyone, but I thought it would be cool to acknowledge it. Brutal.
Yeah, he was the other one that flipped from Penn. Penn State looking at Brian Hartline also. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that ship has sailed.
Oh, never mind. This is old. Is it old? Wait. Hold on. I think we have hold on. The strength and conditioning coach for the Florida Gators.
What?
Unless this is old. Hold on. A lot of smoke around us bringing Tulane's guy, who's apparently a crackhead, like was in the army. Weights of. Oh, that's men's basketball. Okay. Okay, never mind. I'm losing my mind here.
So much data.
There's a lot of moving pieces here. Yeah.
204.
Oh, they're talking about him bringing his strength and conditioning from Tulane.
Okay.
Which, I mean, it won't be a splashy one, but we know that you typically don't shy away from that. But we'll see. We'll see. Sorry, I got a little distracted there. Chris Henry a duck soon. Look at that duck.
I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping. Sounds like USC's not letting their fight down though either.
Cody's alive. Why?
Yep.
Are you guys trolling me? Keep asking. Ball is on. Ball is not leaving. We have time for to figure out the ball thing. Carson Baker signing tomorrow. The people just come in and just like yell at me about the same three things. I don't know. What are we doing? Yeah, the strength and conditioning dude is a ex-Army Special Forces. He's a nut. Yeah. Aiden Hall signed with LSU. Nah, okay, I ain't playing that. Trying to troll me. I'm not buying the smoke. Isaiah Williams signed with Florida State.
Good.
The chaos is done.
Oh no! Wait till he asks for that release. That release is gonna hit like crack before National Signing Day.
Oh man! Check the Tulane injury report.
Yeah.
I love it. Love it. Who we doing, Cody? Who you got queued up for us?
Kendall.
This is supposed to be dinner. I don't know what I'm doing for dinner now.
Going out to eat, obviously.
Ordered in a lobster.
All right.
Yeah, I would say signing day has probably come to a close, boys. Yeah, we're gonna watch this Kendall Gerville video and then shut it down. Again, another great day. Shout out to our sponsors for today's show, which is Kelsey. I'll let Cody add, then we'll be back in just a minute.
Film a little blurry, but that's okay. Here he is off the edge. Kendall Gerville working his way down the line. Great job. Great tackle. Here he is again off that edge. Probably play inside the next level. Quarterback, not a chance. Just fell down just so he didn't take the hit. Look at this guy work. Big, heavy-handed. Rotational speed side to side. Great job ripping through there, getting skinny. Getting the tackle for a loss. Gerville off the edge. Just an absolute bull rush there. Sets the edge. Tackle for a loss. Here he is. You got to block him better than that. He's going to go ahead, yank that running back, and the three other players holding on to him. Back for a tackle for a loss. Look at this man go. Just a man amongst boys. And Kendall Gerville. Big, powerful frame. Big, powerful first step. Here we go. They try to double team him. He splits them. And gets a tackle for a loss. Gerville. Little stunt and twist action. And rewarded with the sack. High motor. I mean, just a monster of a man. Here he is playing inside. Yeah, that's not... hold for days. My goodness, ref. I mean, throw the flag. That's all they can do is hold this cat. Look at him. Little inside-outside shuffle. And then he's got the motor to get the quarterback. Oh, my goodness. That quarterback's going to have nightmares about taking a hit like that from the big man. Here he is. Running back didn't stand a chance. That's a 5-yard tackle for a loss. Look at the brute strength and power from Kendall Gerville. High motor, always working, heavy-handed, and a pretty monstrous first step. We'll see here. Clogs the entire line. Now he's got the speed to run sideline to sideline. This is an absolute great get. Let's go ahead and check out one more. Here he is lined up in the middle. Going to work outside. Great job. Coming back inside and gets rewarded with the tackle for a loss. This kid is something else. Kendall Gerville, 6'4", 315, hailing out of Florida. Florida class 5A, 204, ranked nationally on Rivals, 209, 247. Goal line wall, bull strength, and player strength. We saw it there. He is just stronger than everybody else. Just an absolute stud. And Kendall Gerville.
Good stuff there, Cody. Crushing all day today. Shout out to Cody the Prof. So you guys wanted to see a list of our signees here for the Florida Gators. So number one, we'll go over the rankings, all their stats, and that's kind of how we'll wrap it up. People are like, hey, there's 2 left to sign. I'll explain to you what's going on with that. Well, we have a show tonight still at 8:35 that I've got to prep for as well. So we got to take a little bit of a breather here so we can get regrouped. But Davion Grosse ranked 67th nationally. I think it's kind of like as a whole how they've graded this. So I think that far left column is what I'm going to read. 6'1", 190. He is signed with the Florida Gators. He's an athlete, right? Wide receiver is what they've got him at. But I know he was as an athlete. So we'll see where they play him. CJ Bronaugh, I think it's how, or Bronaugh, I believe. Absolute stud. We watched his film earlier. He signed, ranked 98th in the country, 6'1", 175, cornerback. What will be the word you use to describe CJ, Codes?
I mean, he's a prototypical do-it-all cornerback. He's a staple. He's a piece that can play safety. He can play outside. He can play inside against the slot. I mean, he's everything you really want. He's got speed for days. 6'1", 175. He's built for this. He's going to be one of the next great Florida Gator DBs for sure.
Then we've got KJ Ford, 6'3" edge, 245 out of Duncanville, Texas, ranked 148th nationally. He signed as well, 92.62 overall rating. Cody, summarize KJ Ford.
KJ Ford out of Duncanville. I mean, I I would like to know who their coaching staff is, because when you get a Duncanville kid, they're ready to go. They're ready to go at the SEC level. There's not much tuning up you really need to do. KJ Ford is one of those that is going to play a pivotal piece. I kind of comp him to Harold Perkins. Plays that edge, kind of like Harold. He's a guy that it can be a dominant freshman, all freshman SEC type of player if he stays healthy.
Jarayla McCoy, defensive lineman, 6'6", somebody who's been, I would say, the catalyst of this class, keeping it all together. 265, 155, nationally ranked, 92.42 from Mississippi. Come to the Ville, he said. Cody?
Yeah, well, McCoy, here's the best thing. He just beat Knox Kiffin in the state playoff game, so that's very big. You know, he's interesting. He's going to be either inside outside guy. I kind of look at him kind of like a little bit thinner McLeod. Gonna play that style ball. He's not going to be all flash and sacks, but he's going to be somebody that when you need a big time stop, you can really lean on him. He's a little bit gonna need a little bit fine tuning, just with his handwork. But he has everything that he needs to do. Reminds me a lot of LJ McCray when he was coming out. Obviously, we haven't seen LJ because of injury, but that type of ferocity that can play inside and outside.
Justin Williams, explosive out of Buchholz High School in Gainesville, Florida. We had him on our show. Phenomenal young man. Has been committed for quite some time. 5'11", 190. Carries a lot of speed. Gonna be fun to watch. Then 6'4" defensive lineman Kendall Gerville. We just got done watching him. Nothing to talk about him too much. From Fort Myers, ranked 204th nationally, just outside of 204. Then, of course, our quarterback, another staple of this class, Will Griffin, 6'2", 225. Kick and sling it. Holds some records in the state of Florida. Correct, Cody?
Yeah. I think he holds touchdown records, only 2 INTs, I believe, this last year. You know, this guy's Brett Favre without the INTs. That's what he is. You go, I'll tell you a game you can watch. It didn't look great on the actual TV with completions, but go watch that All-Star game that he played in last year. I mean, the guy was just taking hit after hit after hit and just kept on ticking. Very durable, big frame, 6'2", 225. Like I said, Iron Man like Brett Favre, big arm, has all kinds of velocity, but also can layer throws, unlike some of the other quarterbacks with big arms that took a while to get there.
I just got kicked. I don't know who hurt this young man, but sorry. Then we got Heath Kent, who signed as well. The 6'6" tackle / tight end. Watched his film. Caden Hall has not signed, but is expected to sign with us on Friday. Marquez Daniel, 6'5" wide receiver, absolute tower, has signed as well. 4-star tackle, 6'6", Tyler Chunkum signed first thing this morning. Then, of course, our 6'1" linebacker Malik Morris also signed with the Gators. CJ Hester looks like he's in a bit of shambles and is going to wait to sign. Javier Carr, 6'4", offensive lineman, is signed. Chancellor Campbell signed. Desmond Green has signed as well, and along with 6'5" tackle Javari Lucas. So remaining left unsigned is Kakeem Umua, the tight end, CJ Hester, and Caden Hall. But Caden Hall announced that he would be a Gator. He's just going to sign on Friday. So it's really down to 2 people from what we're down to at this moment. But good show, great day. Shout out to the Duck for joining us, getting us some an interview with Xavier. Committed to the Ducks, unfortunately, but all in all, great show. Fun day.
Before we log off here, 3 minutes ago, Steve Wiltfong says Chris Henry Jr. is trending toward Oregon.
Wow. The Dan is an absolute killer, brother. I mean, he smells blood in the water, and he does a line, and then he attacks. You know what I mean? Like, he is just – the guy doesn't miss. The guy doesn't miss. If he wants a wide receiver, he goes and gets it. So we'll see. Back-to-back wide receivers, they're drama queens. We saw it last year. We're seeing it again this year with the Calvin Russell and now the Henry situation. Should be fun. Should be fun to see how it closes. Any losses to the portal? Look, I think we won't see much into the portal till after these playoff stuff. So I think that'll be quiet for a couple of days, but we'll see. Cody, great work, brother. Closing thoughts?
I'll say this. You want a player to keep circled for the spring game to watch? Let's give it to the Lakeland kid, the middle linebacker, Malik. If he goes to edge, watch out. If he stays at middle linebacker, he's gonna be a thumper. Gonna play special teams right away. But Malik Morris is gonna be a guy to watch during the spring game if you guys go, because I don't think they're gonna televise it. But keep an eye on old Malik.
Deuce Gerald delayed his commitment too. LSU. Some shambles. Great show. Smash the like button. Subscribe. We'll see you guys later on the night live at 8:35 for the best day of the week. National Signing Day. We out.
It's hot top sports where the takes don't miss. The prof with the stats, the champ with the fist. Water bringing fire, cowboy, tie riding bold. Bulls calling bets, watch the stories unfold.